Evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the Wednesday, May 11th, 2022 special meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Council, geez.
There's feedback. I don't know why.
Hold on. And I was going to say something about that at the beginning, but I'll say it after we go. But Councilmember Davis, will you lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here, and so we are all present, and I thought I saw Dr. Sharon, but maybe.
Well, I think it's.
No.
No, I understand. So on the note of microphones, let me just say that watching from home last night gave me an interesting perspective on these meetings. And I do think that I should tell everybody. So Kristen, you can't hear you at all. Oh, you do? Oh, so Kristen is intentionally muted. But Oscar, you're hard to hear too.
But she's talking about the during. Because we're in different mode. Q mode.
Hold on.
Mayor, if you like, you can go to discussion mode and then everybody would have access.
So like if I do that, am I in the queue?
No, I'm in, so mine's not, so
She's in discussion mode.
I'm in discussion mode. I'm in,
Everybody's not able to turn on their mics?
Oh, you have podium mic off.
That's for
that's a different one. And then that gives me, so now I can control your mic now, then
How
now.
many council members is it?
Now you have your mic back, Oscar.
Denise must have done that.
I didn't, no.
You didn't do anything?
I haven't done anything, no.
Okay, if,
Yeah, we can't.
so push the pale blue, see if it gets dark, and that's on. Yeah,
No, it's not.
No, that's the request to speak.
oh, because mine, when it's light, well, mine's on all the time now. Okay, I'm just telling you that this was what I observed at home, so do with this information I just gave you as you wish.
I was using your desk last night.
Oh, you were, and it still wasn't working.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, did I mention your
And your
name?
mic was off and we could hear you.
No, I didn't. I mean, there are some people who never have volume problems. Okay, so good. Okay, so we're going to do 2A at the end. Is that correct? Okay, good. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, will you call the first item other than 2A, please? We're the only item.
Okay, so it's 8A, it's update on local efforts addressing the regional homelessness crisis. And we currently have, and hold on a second, Mayor. Get to that item. Okay, are those speakers showing up on yours?
I don't see anything. There is nothing on mine. I have no queue.
Have about 8 speakers. Yeah, we have about 8 speakers.
Okay, and so it's so weird, right? What, no, I don't have anything on here. I don't have anybody's name on here either, but thank you. So I see Ms. Willis here, ready to start our staff report. Is that where we are?
Yes.
So welcome, Ms. Willis, and thank you.
Actually, our city manager is going to lead out on this report.
I just turned your mic on.
I'm going to kick it off, Madam Mayor.
Shall I turn her mic off?
You can turn Maggie off, I'll start.
I turned her off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can control it from this master controller. Okay, thank you. All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So as we all know, we are here to focus on the issue of homelessness. This is a council priority, and I have a few brief opening remarks that I'll kick off in a second. Before I begin, obviously, I hate to save this to the end, but in front of you are rows and rows of staff, City of Santa Monica employees who are dedicated day in and day out to working in the community and addressing the issue of homelessness. And so before I begin and we begin this presentation, I want to profoundly thank them for their hard work, not only in preparing the long, comprehensive, detailed staff report for you and the presentation that you're about to receive this evening, but obviously, naturally, I want to deeply thank them for all their work and what they do for the City of Santa Monica every day. I don't know. Homelessness has long been a top priority for this council and community. And while the pandemic changed many things and repositioned many priorities, this one issue continues to be our number one concern. The impacts of homelessness are felt by everyone on our streets every day. Homelessness is heartbreaking and painful, and the work isn't easy. City of Santa Monica staff from many departments, including the ones represented here today, deploy a comprehensive, multi-departmental, data-driven approach to address homelessness based on proven best practices in the field. Our work supports people experiencing severe mental health issues, substance abuse disorders, trauma, and prolonged experience living on the street. This issue is complex because housing is expensive. Resources to address behavioral and mental health and substance abuse issues are in short supply, and we are surrounded by LA on all three sides where the concentration of people experiencing homelessness is significant. And more people in LA County, as you will hear throughout this presentation, become homeless every day than are housed. With these challenges, it truly does take a comprehensive approach to address homelessness. As I stated before, homelessness remains and is a top community priority, and we continue to identify new strategies, make operational adjustments based on emerging needs, and actively coordinate with regional partners to address this public health crisis. Our work is showing positive impacts, but the city must continue to urgently deploy a comprehensive strategy that includes providing connections to services and available housing, prevention, enforcement, increasing the supply of affordable housing, legislative advocacy and regional solutions, and addressing the mental health and behavioral health needs of those experiencing homelessness. We hear the concerns raised by our community, and today you'll hear about city initiatives to address homelessness, recognizing that it will take time to see the results of these solutions. Homelessness cannot be solved by this city alone, and it's wholly driven by factors, some that we can control and many that we cannot. So it's especially frustrating and challenging because the impacts are felt locally while the solutions sometimes seem out of reach. And I really like this slide, albeit hard to read on the screen, because it well articulates all the different sectors, social services, housing, enforcement that are engaged in addressing homelessness every single day. Certainly Santa Monica is unique in that we have faced this issue head-on for many, many decades. While other communities are just now exploring their first shelter program or first attempts at outreach, the city has a robust infrastructure and a comprehensive local system of care that has evolved and innovated for over 50 years, as illustrated in this slide. This city, the city of Santa Monica, has led in adopting new evidence-based practices as they emerge, producing outcomes that exceed those of other programs in the county, and we'll certainly touch on that this evening. We have a level of coordination across city departments, first responders, local service providers, and county systems that truly is the envy of other jurisdictions. And I can certainly attest, as being the city manager, it is impressive all that we do. Smart investments and forward-thinking policies adopted by council over many years have created a much more balanced and holistic system locally that prioritizes care to those who need it most, policies that are now being adopted and adapted by the county and other jurisdictions. Homelessness is a deeply regional issue, even a statewide and national issue, a crisis that will require more resources than what the city alone can contribute. And we look forward to a comprehensive analysis from our auditor, Moss Adams, by the end of this calendar year that will give us more insight into what the city's role should be in this regional system and how we can improve, because we do focus on continuous improvement, and what we can do locally to achieve maximum impact. We will not fix this problem this evening, and I know that is a disappointment. But we can make informed decisions, and we'll have many options for you this evening that will lay a course for long-term success in getting more people out of homelessness while supporting a clean and safe community for everyone. To illustrate the importance of the work we collectively do and provide hope in challenging times, we're going to transition now. I don't think we're going to transition to the story, so I'll turn it over to Maggie. Okay, well, I'll turn it over to Maggie, who will take us on into the presentation. Thank you.
Denise, do I know how to turn, is it on? Awesome. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Maggie Willis, Housing and Human Services Administrator in the Community and Cultural Services Department. So tonight I'm going to share Steve's story before we get going. Steve's story underscores the collaborative effort between city departments and nonprofit homeless service providers and illustrates the impact of the city's investments in multidisciplinary street teams that go beyond traditional services to bring life-saving interventions to people on the street. Before Steve was permanently housed by the People's Concerns Homeless Multidisciplinary Street Team, he had endured 20 years of chronic homelessness. For years, traditional homeless outreach services were not successful with Steve. He would disappear for months at a time, and that would require him to restart the housing process from the beginning over and over. It would also disconnect him from his service providers, and this would all lead Steve to believe that housing just wasn't worth the effort. In the last 10 years alone, Steve had over 70 contacts with the Santa Monica Police Department. He also had several emergency encounters with the fire department. As one of the highest users of local emergency services, Steve was assigned to the Homeless Multidisciplinary Street Team roster in July 2020 when a client slot became available. And over the next year and a half, HMST engaged him 129 times and was able to get him into an apartment in a local permanent supportive housing building. Unfortunately, the trauma of 20 years of homelessness made the idea of living alone inside a little too much for Steve, and he walked away from that apartment and returned to the life that was familiar to him on the street. But HMST did not give up. They met with him 3 times each week in the streets, providing street-based medical and behavioral health services while encouraging him to give housing another shot. HMST enrolled Steve into the Santa Monica's Homeless Community Court to help him focus on housing and treatment and resolve his misdemeanor criminal offenses. This gentle push from the court helped Steve get back on track, and in April, HMST helped Steve move into his new apartment in downtown Santa Monica, where he has now been thriving and working to manage his chronic health conditions. So Steve has not had any additional contact with law enforcement in the past year, and he is set to graduate from Homeless Community Court next month. So Steve's story reinforces the city's long-standing commitment to housing and serving the community's most vulnerable members and shows the collective impact that's possible when we balance consistent, effective engagement with permanent housing options. Tonight, my colleagues and I will share with you the many successes this organization has accomplished in the past year, despite deep cuts to staffing and long lingering effects of the pandemic on our system and services capacity. We will discuss the strengths and challenges facing the city in order to inform a discussion around 4 recommended actions for council consideration. We will be reviewing key content from the report and seeking feedback and ask for your special attention to attachment N in the staff report. This is the proposed 2022-23 homelessness work plan. We're also presenting 3 key investments for the fiscal year 2022-23 budget for your consideration if funding is available. These investments were put forward by staff to be responsive to the urgent need to address the behaviors of people on the street with untreated illnesses that need more than outreach. We're also seeking input tonight from council to revise the below-market housing waitlist priorities in order to prioritize people with emergency housing vouchers in order to help speed up the utilization of this valuable federal resource. And tonight, we're also seeking council authorization to immediately address the urgent need to shore up homeless prevention efforts by allocating a portion of the American Rescue Plan Act funding that council has already set aside for the purpose of homeless prevention, and to give this award to the Legal Aid Foundation of LA in order to ensure that Santa Monica renters have comprehensive legal support to fight the growing wave of eviction. Given the undeniable impacts of homelessness that are constantly felt in our community, we are often asked how we measure success. So the staff report is bookended by 2 ways that we can do that. First is the homeless count results. We will conclude with a new homelessness work plan that offers a clear and simple way to organize our work to support the 4 pillars with specific metrics tied to each activity as a way to track progress and report out on impacts. Before we talk about those measures, however, and our progress, I want to take a minute to remind people of some of the core principles that have guided our work to date, as well as highlight some of the system constraints that limit the impacts of our collective efforts. So recent news reports have highlighted the shocking rate of mortality among people experiencing homelessness. And while public health efforts kept the number of COVID-related deaths relatively low, the easy accessibility to illegal substances coupled with the isolation of the pandemic resulted in overdoses being the leading cause of those deaths, surpassing heart disease, which was the leading cause reported by public health back in 2019. The physical and mental trauma of long-term homelessness, coupled with a lack of access to consistent health care and the damage done by substance use, which is frequently tied to untreated mental illness, makes homelessness fatal for far too many people. This is why the city intentionally focuses local resources on people with the highest vulnerability using a research-based assessment tool called the Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistance Tool. That is the VI-SPDAT. Santa Monica was an early adopter of the concept of service prioritization, and in 2004 took the first steps to introduce and intentionally direct resources to by name cohort of people known in the community to be high need and highly visible. Instead of serving whoever walked in the door on a first-come, first-served basis, city-funded agencies were required to actively engage these very difficult individuals who had a history of rejecting traditional services. This policy shift was formally adopted by Council in 2008 as the Santa Monica Program Participant Definition of Homeless for the purpose of determining eligibility for city-funded services, or SMPP. This idea of prioritizing people by name has become widely used now as a policy. It's adopted countywide and was even adopted by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as the basis for the National Coordinated Entry System approach to service delivery and housing prioritization. Serving this population, however, means higher costs for programs that require highly trained, certified professionals in mental health and substance use disorder, and lower program capacities to allow staff to focus and spend time on these high-need clients. It also means that we have to have flexibility in how funding is used to support individuals who have unique needs and to be able to respond with different approaches. And in a system that is under-resourced, it sometimes means that low acuity people often do not qualify for available services and housing or face indefinitely long waits for those services. So this definition of SMPP is key in the Human Services Grants Program. The HSGP is very narrowly designed to ensure that these local funds are being used to serve local needs. In this way, especially as it's regarding people experiencing homelessness in our homeless programs, the HSGP is, by design, not intended to serve every person who is homeless in Santa Monica. However, HSGP funds alone are insufficient to meet all of the local needs, even for the SMPP. As part of the county, Santa Monica also expects local agencies to utilize regional resources to serve Santa Monica program participants. City funding ensures that SMPP are prioritized for these regional programs, creating set-aside slots in programs just for our eligible households. And it also allows more flexibility in services where county funding is often more restrictive. Broadening the eligibility for HSGP-funded programs would reduce access to these vital services for people who live and work in Santa Monica. Maintaining a clear criterion for city-funded services helps us define our city's fair share of this regional problem. And it provides a clear line for service providers to determine who to prioritize for resources to meet our local needs and who should be referred into regional services. As one of 88 cities in LA County, the work that we do locally to address homelessness must be considered within this context of a regional system. We must recognize how these systems forces impact our ability to bring down our local homeless count numbers and make visible change in this community. So one of the challenges facing us locally is being felt countywide in the form of intense competition to recruit and maintain qualified staff. As best practices have shifted to more clinical capacity and more trauma-informed care, the need for this qualified staff is becoming a barrier to scaling up needed services. The impacts of the pandemic on workforce has been widely reported. In homeless services, the high turnover impacts the ability of agencies to provide consistent care to high-need clients. And the trust that's built with these vulnerable clients over many, many sessions is broken with each subsequent change in staffing. Higher salaries are being required to retain qualified employees, and shifting life priorities are making it very difficult to find staff who are willing to work untraditional hours on the nights and weekends, as we have seen in the delays in the rollout of the Department of Mental Health therapeutic transport vans. So as council considers expanding services as funding is available, it is important to note that these services may come at a higher cost and may take longer than anticipated to implement. As council considers new investments, another key concept to weigh is system optimization. So in 2020, the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority issued a report that looked at system capacity across the continuum of care, from street outreach to interim housing to permanent housing, and found that the system is deeply under-resourced in permanent housing, which is causing a backup throughout the rest of the system. So people in the system are homeless until they are placed in permanent housing. So a lack of available permanent housing options is resulting in long stays in interim shelters, and the majority of the participants are leaving those programs still homeless. The backup in the shelter system also means fewer people from the streets are able to utilize the existing shelter capacity. This means that more beds alone without permanent housing means more people are stuck in these beds, costing more dollars to operate these programs. So this is the endless money cycle that New York, with its right to shelter, finds itself in, spending billions annually to provide shelter only to 45,000 people who are still homeless at the end of the day. So LAHSA's recommendation for a balanced system is 5 permanent housing options for every 1 shelter bed. Currently, LA County operates at about a 1-to-1 ratio, which drops lower as interim housing comes online faster than permanent housing. In Santa Monica, our ratio is just below 2-to-1. So while our system is not currently optimized, we have our effective prioritization and coordination coupled with this consistent engagement our commitment to affordable housing has resulted in better outcomes for people in our city-funded interim housing programs. So as the report notes, countywide, across all interim housing programs, only about 17% of people who exit to permanent housing. City-funded local interim housing programs far exceed that average, with 44% of exits being to permanent housing. However, in a truly well-balanced, optimized system, we would see over 60% of people getting out into permanent housing. An optimized system is not just about housing. It's also about ensuring the right mix of services so that people can get off the streets and exit homelessness and retain their housing. An optimal system must also have the capacity to respond to and serve people in crisis. So going back to this greater need for access to both mental health and substance use treatment, collectively referred to as behavioral health care, the city is taking steps to build capacity to bring new treatment modalities and deliver new services to people who to voluntarily engage in these literally life-saving services, while we're also supporting county and state efforts to better support people who are unable to make those kind of healthcare decisions on their own. The city is working to develop a comprehensive behavioral health plan in order to support both housed and unhoused community members with a variety of client-centered treatment options, including inpatient and outpatient services and integrated mental health and substance use disorder care. The city has a current open request for proposals seeking an expert team that can engage the community, including consumers of behavioral health services and their families, to identify the needs and develop program interventions that are accessible and affordable for anyone who needs it, regardless of insurance, documentation status, or housing status. The team will use the input from this community process to develop a comprehensive plan that with short and long-term steps that will identify and prioritize these specific needs and appropriate interventions. Staff will return to council later this year to award the project and begin the planning and community engagement process. We will return to council again in 2023 to review the recommended plan that comes out of that work. This work will also inform how the $10 million contribution from Providence St. John's development agreement can be best utilized for maximum local impacts. We recognize that antisocial behavior in public spaces contributes to the sense of fear and disruption experienced by the community, and gaps in available treatment and services means fire and police carry the weight of responding to these people in crisis. However, major system constraints in regional and national policies related to the justice system impacts the effectiveness of using the legal system to up. Ding, ding, ding. Where's the hook? Constraints in our national and regional policies related to the justice system impact our ability to the effectiveness of using the legal system to address criminal behaviors, especially when they're related to untreated mental illness and substance use disorder. So at this time, I'd like to take a break and invite our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Jenna Grisby, to the podium to outline these constraints and efforts to provide alternatives to connecting offenders to services.
I felt like I was at the homeless count.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for giving us the opportunity to introduce you to some of the challenges that we face as misdemeanor prosecutors. Misdemeanor enforcement and prosecution has faced three major challenges over the last several years, not only in Santa Monica, but throughout the region. Martin versus City of Boise, the emergency bail schedule, and the changes in misdemeanor sentencing. The first is the constitutional legal precedent, which makes enforcement of local quality of life ordinances more difficult. In Martin, the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit held that the Eighth Amendment of the United States of the Constitution, Boise's anti-camping ordinance against individuals with no home or other available shelter, noting that the record established that this ordinance was, quote, frequently enforced against homeless individuals with some elementary vetting, whether or not any of the other listed indicity of camping, the erection of temporary shelters, the activity of cooking or making a fire, or the storage of personal property are present, end quote. The court found that this statute was being utilized to criminalize the simple act of sleeping outside on public property, whether bare or with a blanket or other basic bedding. Would be issuing a citation to someone sleeping on the bench in Reed Park with only a blanket or a backpack as a pillow, or someone on the beach with just a blanket or one or two small grocery bags. The court in Boise held that, quote, so long as there is a greater number of homeless individuals than the number of available beds in a shelter, the jurisdiction cannot prosecute homelessness individuals for voluntarily sitting, lying, or sleeping in public. That is, as long as there is no option of sleeping indoors, the government cannot criminalize indigent homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property on the false pretense that they had a choice in the matter, end quote. However, the court did emphasize that the holding was a narrow one, and noted that even with shelters, even where shelter is unavailable or ordinances prohibiting sitting, lying, or sleeping outside at particular times or in particular occasions, or barring the obstruction of public right for any way or the erection of certain structures may be constitutionally permissible. What this means as a practical matter is that the city can and does enforce its anti-camping ordinances and prohibits the sitting, lying in doorways. However, it must be discerning in its enforcement to avoid instigating a civil rights lawsuit similar to the ones recently settled by the City of Los Angeles, the County of Sonoma, and the County of Orange. We are fortunate that the current Santa Monica Municipal Code defines a camping facility in line with the Boise ruling. For example, in order to be in a violation of the Santa Monica Municipal Code for camping, there must be evidence of some type of camp facility, which can include a tent or tent-like structure, large amounts of personal property, cooking stoves, trash, other articulable facts that demonstrate the person is using that location for the purpose of a living accommodation, not just a place to sleep for the night. To continue to satisfy the city has worked with not only the help team officers, but also patrol to make sure they are properly trained on the nuances of the city's quality of life municipal code. We have also worked with the help team to reinforce the importance of the continued use of the long-established Santa Monica practice of issuing 2 advisals of the law, as well as advising on available resources, then a citation, then an arrest. This practice demonstrates to the court the city's willingness to not only comply with Boise's holding, but also that our strong need to enforce public safety. We believe this practice allows the city to continuously enforce our quality of life citations, notwithstanding the Boise decision. The second challenge, which is post-enforcement and outside of the city's control, is the continued use of the county's emergency bail schedule, which mandates 0 bail for low-level misdemeanors like camping, lying in a doorway, urinating in public, being in a park after closure, and trespassing. This makes it very difficult to keep perpetrators of low-level misdemeanors in custody after arrest and ensure that they are transported to court for sentencing, probation conditions, and stay-away orders. In order to limit the impacts of this challenge, I'm currently working with Chief Batista on training for both jail staff and patrol officers to the 2 limited exceptions which may be used to hold someone in custody a little while longer. The emergency order allows for individuals to be held in custody if they are repeat offenders or those that pose a substantial risk to public safety. Our hope is that once jails fully understand how to use these exceptions, we'll be able to transport more chronic offenders to court. The third challenge becomes apparent once a defendant gets to court. The recent movement towards social and justice reform have prompted changes in misdemeanor sentencing laws, including AB 1950, which limits misdemeanor prosecution to 1 year, with exceptions including domestic violence or driving under the influence, and limits most nonviolent felonies to 2 years of probation. Convictions of drug possession and drug use alone do not typically result in incarceration, especially as the higher emphasis is placed on treatment, not jail. Additionally, the new Penal Code Section 1001.95 created judicial diversion for most misdemeanors. This allows the court to determine punishment without a defendant having to enter a plea and over the prosecutor's objection. Although these changes to misdemeanor sentencing have created roadblocks to justice, the criminal division continues to aggressively prosecute not only quality of life misdemeanors, but all the misdemeanors to the fullest extent possible. To overcome some of these challenges, the City Attorney's Office has created 2 pre-filing diversion programs. Working with Santa Monica Police Department as well as the Community Service Division, we've developed a new opportunity to connect justice-involved individuals to regional services. The quarterly People Outreach Providers, known as POP, citation clearing events, offer services to people who have recently received certain qualifying nonviolent misdemeanor citations. In return for their meaningful participation in the services, the City Attorney's Office agrees not to file their charge. The event, held in Santa Monica, brings representatives from various local and regional service providers into the community to help address the underlying individuals' involvement with law enforcement through connecting to mainstream benefits and the court service system. This event focuses on individuals who are new to Santa Monica and have limited contacts with law enforcement. The goal is to connect these participants to regional services outside of the city so that they can begin the process of removing barriers to housing. In 2021, the Santa Monica Police Department issued approximately 120 POP-eligible citations, and more than 40 citations were dismissed from 40 participants. The City's Attorney's Office, in collaboration with SMPD as well as Exodus Recovery, launched its second pre-filing program, the Santa Monica location of Alternatives to Incarceration, also known as ATI, which is fully funded by the Los Angeles County Measure J. Building off of nearly 2 decades of collaborative therapeutic justice initiatives, the city's ATI program connects those arrested who self-report experiencing homelessness, substance use disorder, or mental health issues with an alternative to a criminal filing by immediately connecting them with an on-site service provider. The Exodus Recovery staff are embedded in the Santa Monica jail 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to screen those who are booked to determine eligibility. Some charges and criminal history do disqualify participants in the program. Based on the assessed needs, Exodus describes the program including housing or treatment options available to the candidate. Once a candidate accepts the program, Exodus arranges for immediate transport from the jail to the housing or treatment location. A case manager is assigned to the participant and a care plan is created. If the participant follows the care plan after 90 days, their criminal case will not be filed. If the participant rejects the program or refuses to participate in the care plan, their criminal case will be filed. The Santa Monica ATI pre-filing diversion program launched in September of 2021. To date, there have been over 200 arrestees screened by the Santa Monica Police Department. Of those, 53 qualified for ATI. There are currently 28 people enrolled in the ATI program, and 7 have successfully graduated. The 7 individuals that successfully completed the program have not been rearrested in Santa Monica. The criminal division of the City Attorney's Office continues to work not only with traditional prosecution models, but also with the innovations brought on by the pandemic to work with individuals experiencing homelessness to try and craft creative solutions through the intersection of justice system and compassionate care. Even with the challenges I've just described, the City Attorney's Office continues to file about 70% of the cases it receives from the Santa Monica Police Department, with a successful resolution rate of about 95%, which includes guilty verdicts at trial, guilty pleas, and successful diversion cases. Thank you, and now I will turn it over back to Maggie.
Thank you, Jenna. So despite these system constraints, the city remains focused and determined to deliver meaningful solutions to people and this community in need. In order to evaluate the status of our current practices and identify areas for improvement that will bring us closer to an optimized system, the city has engaged Moss Adams to conduct a third-party independent audit of the city's current approach to addressing homelessness. So the audit is starting with a review of relevant information and documents on current city operations and city-funded programs, staffing allocations, and contracts related to homelessness, as well as interviews with key staff. Moss Adams will also conduct interviews with key partners and stakeholders and review program materials, outcomes, and policies for local and regional entities. The audit will conclude with recommendations for ways to improve how the city tracks progress, costs, and outcomes, as well as an assessment of the efficacy and appropriateness of current investments in local service infrastructure, and suggestions on clarifying the role of the city within the context of the regional homeless system. So staff anticipates a report on this by the end of the calendar year. These regional constraints and challenges continue to impact how many people we can successfully move off the streets, which leads to the results of our 2022 homeless count. So before I jump into those results, though, I want to express our deep, deep appreciation to the mayor, to Mayor Pro Tem McGowan, and to council members Davis, Parra, and Negrete as well, for coming out with the 250 members of our community who came out braving a pandemic and incredibly cold weather to count every census tract in our city. So once again, this community heard our pleas for help, answered our calls, and we thank them. I also want to recognize at this point that this point in time count is overnight. It happens in the middle of the night, and it does not necessarily reflect what people experience in our community during the day. Just like our daytime population surges during the day, we suspect the same is true with our unhoused population. There are probably more people here in our city than that bed down overnight here. And lastly, we want to recognize that numbers are only part of this story. It doesn't reflect the level of need behind these numbers, and it certainly doesn't represent the behaviors of people who are counted and how those behaviors impact the community's perception of homelessness. So while the deployment and training, you may have noticed, looked very different this year, the count methodology stayed the same. So we are able to reasonably compare this year's results to our previous counts. As a reminder, the 2021 count was canceled, so we are looking at comparisons between 2020 and 2022. And now, drumroll please, here is the results of our homeless count. In 2022, Santa Monica's overall homeless count was down by 11% from 907 to 807. My big asterisk on that is that this is entirely due to a reduction in our shelter and institution count. So this is directly due to a reduction in the number of beds available in this community due to public health orders that required a reduced capacity. So despite losing a significant number of beds, due to public health orders, what we didn't see was a corresponding spike in our street count. So we believe that the coordinated efforts of our first responders and our outreach teams, along with a significant increase in the regional capacity and availability of shelter outside of Santa Monica, prevented a local spike in our number of people on our streets. So this illustrates the benefits of building regional capacity and demonstrates that adding shelter outside of Santa Monica still has a positive local impact for us. So here are our homeless count breakouts, and it's important to note that although the total number of people counted unsheltered did not significantly change, you'll see it went from 601 to 608. What did change was that number of people who were sleeping in cars, makeshift shelters, and tents. So the number of people in tents and makeshift shelters alone doubled from 20 in 2020 to 41 in 2022. And this change may contribute to the disconnect that we have between the numbers and the perception of homelessness in this community. It could be that because there are these people, more tents and shelters, makeshift shelters in the community, it's more visible, and it feels much more like homelessness has just exploded. So this rise in tents and encampments is a direct result of public health guidance and responses meant to reduce the spread of COVID-19. So while people were sheltering in place in their homes, public health guidelines discouraged displacement of unsheltered people in order to prevent the unnecessary movement of people, reduce the spread and the chance of transmission, and facilitate contact tracing and vaccinations. So LA County even went as far as handing out tents throughout the pandemic to help people be able to shelter in place. So this graph shows the ebb and flow of our homeless population over time. The increases we saw in 2017 and 2019 correspond to large increases in the county count. So in 2020, we achieved a decrease while the county numbers continued to rise above 65,000 people. Another shift this year in the population was where people were observed. In 2019 and 2020, strategic and coordinated efforts focused on the downtown and beach area, including the introduction of the two multidisciplinary C3 teams, produced double-digit reductions in the downtown and beach areas for those 2 years in a row. 2022 saw a return of people back to the downtown and beach areas, with the number of people identified in those areas increasing by 14% from 216 in 2020 to 246 in 2022. So this too could be correlated and maybe a byproduct of the pandemic as things closed in other parts of town, as retail and other places where people spent the day and nights might have closed. You know, the people might have naturally returned to the downtown area for things like restroom access and hand washing stations. Public restrooms in downtown and the beach opened quickly. And we did follow public health guidelines and recommendations and set up additional public toilets and hand washing stations in and around the downtown area. And then at the same time that was happening, the C3 teams had to shift their focus to support both a local Project Room Key Motel program that we implemented here for high-risk COVID individuals, and they also shifted to support public health in distributing in our emergency operations centers to distribute PPEs and food and other life-saving interventions. So as we continue to open things to the public, as our services return to capacity, and as we work towards C3 being back in the field and returning their focus to getting people access to services and housing. So now we'll move to the updates on the 4-pillar strategy and the interdepartmental efforts to advance those key goals. Rather than repeat everything that's in the staff report, we'll just highlight some key activities and invite our departmental partners to share the work that they do. So at this time, I'd like to invite Andy Egel, Community Services Director, to share with you the efforts around Pillar 1, keeping how Santa Monicans housed and expanding affordable housing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. It's a pleasure to be here talking about Pillar 1. And as you know, this has been a top city priority for many decades, and that priority is really evidenced, I think, in what we actually see here in Santa Monica. So, for example, we've got over 4,700 deed-restricted affordable residences in our town, which is pretty amazing. We're getting to the point that almost 1 in 10 homes in Santa Monica is deed-restricted affordable. We also administer over 1,600 housing vouchers, all of which help our lowest income, most vulnerable residents get housed and stay housed. We've also got the Senior Housing Task Force, as well as the Preserving Our Diversity program, both of which work to help our vulnerable seniors stay housed. And then we've got the outstanding work of the City Attorney's Office Consumer Affairs Group that works very hard every day to help people stay housed, as well as our local Office of Legal Aid, which does similar work and is doing amazing work right now with the Right to Counsel program that you all authorized in 2021. Since the pandemic began, we've upped our efforts in a variety of ways. We, in 2020, soon after the pandemic began, we were able to use community development block grants as well as repurposed general funds to provide rental assistance to 640 Santa Monica households that had been impacted by COVID. And in 2021, when the state deployed its rental assistance program, the city heavily promoted the program and provided technical assistance. And when the program closed at the end of March this year, approximately 1,800 Santa Monica households had received assistance of over $31 million. And then I also want to mention that since the pandemic started, the city has financed the opening of 134 new permanent affordable residents, and we've got almost 200 more in the pipeline right now. Last, I want to talk about a couple of recommended actions that relate to Pillar 1, and the first relates to the emergency housing vouchers that Maggie mentioned. So we were thrilled last year to get an allocation of over 100 of these vouchers, which are directly serving people experiencing homelessness to get into permanent housing. One of the first things we did, knowing that having 100 vouchers in Santa Monica at the same time, given our small market, be very difficult to find housing. So we entered into a memorandum of understanding with the City of LA that would allow our vouchers also to find apartments in the City of LA. We're super excited about that. And then I think the reality has sunk in over the last few months that the City of LA has a huge allocation of these emergency housing vouchers. The county does, and it's tough out there. So you've got a lot of these vouchers. Folks are looking for apartments. We, at this point, so we got 104. All of those aren't on the street now. They're working through the process. 6 people have leased up. So we've got maybe a 6% rate of success thus far, which sounds horrible, except we're doing much better than anyone else in the region. However, we really want to make sure that these voucher holders who right now are experiencing homelessness get into permanent housing. And so what we're proposing is a policy change that would allow those voucher holders to have priority on the below market housing list. So this is the list that the city manages. It provides referrals to deed restricted housing. It's about over 2,600 apartments in Santa Monica. So it's a good group of apartments, both inclusionary housing as well as nonprofit housing. And we think by giving these folks that priority, it'll give us a much better success rate in getting them housed. And frankly, if we can do that, it'll provide long-term benefits, because every one of those that we get housed within the initial period, we actually keep the voucher. So that means long-term future households will benefit from the vouchers. The second recommendation I want to talk about relates to residents facing eviction. So what we've seen with the end of the eviction moratoria, as well as the end of the state programs, is that there's an uptick in evictions. And just to give you a sense of the numbers, in the last 6 months of 2021, our local legal aid office reported 9 housing-related cases. And in the first 3 months of 2022, they've already seen 28 of those cases. And that was before everything's ended. So everyone's seeing this going through the roof. So what we're proposing is taking money that you've already set aside from the American Rescue Plan Act for these types of purposes and entering into a contract with our local legal aid office to allow them to manage more of these eviction cases that we're seeing right now and help more of our local residents stay housed. And with that, I'm going to end Pillar 1, turn it over to Fire Chief Danny Alvarez to talk about Pillar 2, access to behavioral health.
Mayor Hemorrhage, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, Council, good evening. Danny Alvarez Fire Department, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of the programs that we have in place and are looking forward to put in place in the near future. As first responders, we see the impacts of untreated mental illness and substance use disorders every day, as do members of our community. While the city embarks on a strategic planning process for a comprehensive behavioral health plan to address these critical needs, we have been implementing smaller pilots and expanding on some proven programs to help fill that gap now. Specifically, I'm here this evening to share the success of the Fire Department's Community Response Unit, also known as the CRU. The CRU was placed in service last September as an alternative response to 911 calls. This two-person team is trained to handle mental health emergencies, crisis communications, de-escalation, substance use disorders, and has a unique distinction of being able to transport people experiencing behavioral health emergencies to a psychiatric urgent care center rather than to an emergency room. This has proven to be an effective response model, particularly for those individuals that may have different needs than what the emergency room provides. So when a 911 call is less urgent or the solution is not necessarily the emergency room, the CRU has the latitude to spend more time on scene to help connect those in need with the appropriate resources. The CRU team also works in collaboration with other city departments, regional partners, and nonprofits to help bridge the gap for housing and other support services. This response model allows us to keep our paramedics and emergency room resources available for higher acuity patients. Within the first 6 months of operation, the CRU has responded to over 300 calls for service. Nearly 200 of those calls were related to people experiencing homelessness. They've provided 143 referrals and transported 10 patients to psychiatric urgent care centers. They've also allowed us to free up engine companies on 164 different incidents. This has been an extremely valuable resource to the fire department and to our community. Another new and innovative multidisciplinary program that will launch this summer is a therapeutic transport van that will be integrated into our 911 response system. The van will be staffed with behavioral health professionals and people with lived experiences who offer supportive resources for nonviolent mental health related calls for service. This program is a partnership between the LA County Department of Mental Health and the City of Santa Monica, and we're one of only 3 jurisdictions within the county to have this resource, the others being Los Angeles Fire Department and the County of Los Angeles. While this service will be available to the entire community, I know that it will make an impact on those experiencing homelessness, suffering from mental health trauma, and we're looking forward to expanding our resources to best meet community needs and the challenges in front of us. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Maggie to continue. Over to you.
Thank you, Chief. So in addition to these new resources that will be hitting our streets, as Jenna mentioned, the Alternatives to Incarceration program has been shared with you already, is diverting people with underlying behavioral health issues into treatment, with successful graduates seeing no new arrests in Santa Monica. And as we look to the future, and new ways to continue to meet the immediate and long-term needs for treatment. As I mentioned earlier, we do have the current request for proposals that is seeking a behavioral health team to develop a comprehensive strategy with specific recommendations based on community input and an operational plan for a 24/7 behavioral health center. The plan will be supported, as I mentioned, by the $10 million contribution and community benefits from Providence St. John's. This new resource will complement the existing teams in the field, such as the city-funded multidisciplinary street teams. As you can see from this slide, the city's current multidisciplinary teams are outperforming similar teams in delivering medical and behavioral health care directly to people experiencing homelessness and getting them into housing. So while 24 folks have been housed by our 3 street teams, doesn't sound like much, but again, when you look at that county number, that is 8 county-funded teams working on the west side. We're able to place 12 people in permanent housing. So this slide shows the current distribution of city-funded outreach teams in the city of Santa Monica. So these are the areas where there are dedicated resources, and we have intentionally placed these teams based on where there have been the highest volume of calls for service, as well as where we see the highest concentrations of people in our homeless count. So at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Coley King from Venice Family Clinic to share his experience as a pioneer of street medicine and a key partner in the city-funded multidisciplinary teams.
Hi. Thanks, everybody. I wanted to put a more interesting slide up there. That's Valerie. She's our PA that's doing street medicine for HMST. That's one of our patients. So I'm Dr. Coley King from Venice Family Clinic. I've been doing street medicine for about 15 years. I'm also the director of homeless services at Venice Clinic. My first street outreach and street medicine gig was with Isaiah, with the People Concern, driving around Santa Monica and the Promenade and learning what street medicine meant. We learned a lot of this street medicine from our mentors, who are Jim O'Connell in Boston, Boston Healthcare for the Homeless, and Jim Withers in Pittsburgh. He's somebody that I can still call up and describe the ethical dilemmas I'm going through, and he can empathize with me and make me feel better. Venice Family Clinic, obviously we've been around for quite some time, I think 50 plus years. We see 29,000 plus patients per year. We've merged with South Bay, so we're expanding into SPA 8, but in SPA 5, among that, we see around 4,500 homeless patients a year. So that's why I care about this, because I think a lot of these folks are our patients. And a lot of them are my patients because I recognize them. In outreach, in our street medicine and our outreach and our access centers, we see about 1,500 patients per year. So we're able to reach out to a lot of these folks. We have 12 different teams that we send clinicians out to see patients at. We go to the Access Center. We're with the C3 team and the HMST team, but we have collaborations with PATH and SPY and St. Joseph Centers, obviously. I think 12 different clinicians we have out there doing street medicine and kind of learning what it is to do street medicine and how to see these patients where they're at in the field. I'm going to remind you again why I care so much about these patients. It's kind of, you've heard it a lot, you've seen it in the papers, but they're very ill and they die about the age of 50. We keep doing these coroner reports and they look bad and they do die about the age of 50. One of my favorite patients who's on the cover of all my slideshows that I do, she died last week in Malibu. She was lucky she made it to the age of 70, and that's with one of our programs we do with the People Concern. They're this sick because they are trimorbid. We use this terminology, trimorbidity, instead of comorbidity. They do carry a serious medical illness, and usually that's after I get to know them a little bit. On the surface, we realize that they have addiction, substance abuse, substance dependence, and very overtly on the surface, we recognize that they have serious mental illness. And in our neighborhoods, that serious mental illness seems to be so much more overt. So many more people are in the middle of Lincoln when we're trying to drive. It's out there, and that's why we need to take care of these folks. And they just die with such frequency. They are the sickest patients we take care of, and Venice Clinic wants to be there for them. There is a question of why don't they just come into the building, and there are real barriers to coming in. Obviously, patients who's disorganized, who suffers from schizophrenia or has their stuff, but there is also an emotional barrier to coming in where they don't feel welcome, and that's such a necessary part of the outreach to meet them where they're at, both physically and emotionally and addiction-wise and psychiatrically wise. And we can welcome them in, and then they do come into the OPCC Access Center, and they do come into our regular Venice Clinic buildings, and they do go into housing. They get welcomed in by seeing a friendly face. There's Valerie out there, seeing Steve, and I'd like to think we played a little small part in being part of welcoming Steve into housing and supporting that by welcoming him into the medical system. The model that Venice Clinic has is I look cool and do street medicine. The multidisciplinary team does a lot of hard work and does housing. That's as simple as it gets. They do the housing, I do the street medicine. We like that model. There are other places, there are other cities where those entities do it together, but our partners are so strong, and the People Concern the people concern is so strong that we're going to stick with them in that model. I don't want to do housing. I don't want to do outreach. But I do want to show up on Wednesday and like Valerie's doing here and see my patient, because the outreach team has been out there all week long getting to know these folks, and it makes that relationship happen. I do want to say that the professionalization of the outreach teams and the MDTs and having more licensed professionals on these teams, look, I'm very expensive, they're very expensive, but the value is there to have licensed professionals along with case managers and the peers. We need that balance in the team, but the licensed professionals on those teams are really important. The training and potentially the experience they bring. This slide of this kind of supply and demand of housing versus services, this is so important to me. And I saw how important this was when we had Project Room Keys during the pandemic very quickly. These teams, LASA teams, St. Joe's teams, they move people in fast. You give them a little raw materials and they've got a lot to work with. And holy cow, we moved people indoors really quickly. If you don't have a lot to work with, that's the real difficulty. And again, I want to show some pride in the fact that the team was out there during the pandemic and face to face. I want to thank all these folks for being out there with me. So that I think that's the plug, is to say the MDTs are important. We want to stay out there. I thank you very much from sending me out there in some support with Isaiah 15 years ago. And this ongoing support of these teams to see who are my patients, to help me see my patients. And let's look at the balance of how we can get more housing out of this. That's the difficult part of the equation. But that's it. Thanks for the support of all that. And thanks to Valerie. She's out on maternity again. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. King. This leads to the recommendations and next steps related to Pillar 2, addressing community behavioral health needs. So to bring the important services that Dr. King just referred to more people experiencing homelessness, one of the staff recommendations is to consider, should there be funding available, to expand the C3 multidisciplinary team to create a new team that would cover the rest of the city. So in addition to the current teams covering the downtown and the beach. So if funding were to be available in the city budget, this team would operate Monday through Friday, but would provide dedicated coverage now citywide. These teams we would have full city coverage. And that would reduce our reliance on the regional teams, which are only able to spend about 25% of their time in Santa Monica. And staff will be back to you, as I mentioned, this summer to award that behavioral health contract. I'm now pleased to introduce Chief Ramon Batista of the Santa Monica Police Department.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City staff. I'm Ramon Batista, Police Chief of the City of Santa Monica. I've got Pillar 3, which may be the most important pillar to our community. Maintaining a safe, fun, and healthy public space for everyone requires tremendous coordination across many departments. Our police officers are tremendous. The work that they're doing out there every day in order to ensure public safety is noteworthy. Our interim city attorney, Susan Cola, has been engaged, reacts quickly to our requests. Jenna and I work really well together. She works really well with our police department in giving us advice. Public Works, there can't be enough good words said about the work that our employees in Public Works do every single morning to ensure that our city is safe and clean at the start of the day. And of course, Andy's great team in community services and Erica's team at the library. The many constraints and challenges we discussed earlier have not prevented us from taking action to ensure a safe and healthy community. In the last year, the 2 Department of Mental Health clinicians embedded with the police department made 284 crisis evaluations and 170 linkages to psychiatric urgent care and hospitalization. Untreated mental illness and substance abuse can lead to disruptive antisocial behaviors that result in calls for the police department, many of which involve people experiencing homelessness. The staff report highlights the statistics from one sample week. I wanted to add more context, so I've combined 2 weeks of calls for the most recent period ending in April. In that time frame, we responded to over 4,000 calls for service as a whole. Out of those 4,000 calls, we responded to over 800 calls for service that involved the homelessness. In that same time frame, we responded to over 100 calls for encampments, and we made over 80 arrests. 43 of those arrests were related to folks that were unhoused or homeless. In that same time frame, our Santa Monica Homeless Liaison Program, which, by the way, was started over 30 years ago and has been operating with an embedded clinician for 11 years. In that same time frame, they conducted 53 interviews, field interviews, made 2 arrests, 72 advisals. I think the advisals are really important in this conversation because it lends towards what Ms. Grigsby spoke about earlier in allowing for the foundation for us to be able to move forward in a case where we are going to make an arrest and we have established the fact that we've made contact, and then that allows for the successful prosecution of these cases. I want to add that for the moment, the help team is staffed with 9 officers, a sergeant, but more currently, because of staffing shortages, we're operating with 6 officers and 1 acting sergeant. Because of an injury, a couple of injuries that occurred while the officers were dealing with somebody in the downtown area, we're right now operating with 3 officers and 1 acting. So the plan is, and what we'd like to do in the future, if the finance and the allocation is possible in the future, is to expand the help team in order to cover 7 days a week. We're currently covering roughly Monday through Thursday with a clinician working with them directly. Another clinician is embedded with patrol responding to calls for service, which allows for greater flexibility as a majority of the calls that we deal with that involve the homeless that require the assistance of a clinician is then right there on the spot working Monday through Thursday. And now I'll hand it back over to Maggie. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Batista. As the chief mentioned, Pillar 3 is supported by much more than just the police department. The works of our partners in the city attorney's office, the library, as well as the DTSM ambassadors also contribute to maintaining a healthy public space for everyone. So enforcement that is coupled with available and accessible services can have a positive impact on, can have a positive impact on both the offender and the community. So one example is this story of a young man we will call Joe. So Joe is a 25-year-old man who was actually born and raised in Santa Monica, who has just moved into his own apartment this March with help from the People Concerns C3 multidisciplinary team and the Santa Monica Help Team. So his story highlights this power of the incredible motivation that happens when we have this coordination between our police department and our service providers, as well as the city's longstanding commitment of prioritizing local affordable housing and services for people who are residents of Santa Monica. So Joe became homeless 4 years ago due to substance use disorders and conflicts with his family. During the first peak of the pandemic, he started sleeping in a tent on the beach, where he was engaged by the C3 team. The C3 team psychiatrists and medical providers from Venice Family Clinic, whom you met, brought specialized treatment and care to him while he was there. And the C3 case managers worked to get his documentation and the things that he would need in order to apply for housing. However, while the team was doing all of this work, Joe was repeatedly contacted by SMPD. Over the years, Joe had over 60 contacts with first responders. Given his high use of city emergency services, the next time Joe was in custody, SMPD coordinated with the C3 team to visit him in the jail. C3 used this opportunity to get him those final signatures on the paperwork so that he could submit his application to the Housing Authority and helped get him on the city's below market housing wait list. So Joe received his housing voucher in October, but it took him and his team over 5 months to find a unit that would where he could use his voucher. He eventually did move into an apartment in a community corporation affordable housing building where he is imagining new possibilities for his young life. Joe hasn't had any encounters with SMPD in the last 6 months, and he is an active participant in his medical and behavioral health care. Without this consistent engagement and without the coordination between C3 and HELP, and without the availability of that key affordable housing, Joe would likely still be chronically homeless and would be experiencing homelessness for many years in our community. So to advance the efforts under Pillar 3, staff has 2 recommendations for council to consider as part of the budget process for fiscal year 2022-23 should funding be available. As the chief highlighted, one is the expansion of the HELP team that would allow HELP to be available 7 days a week. Staff is also recommending the redesign of Samoshell to enhance staffing that would allow for 24/7 intakes. So currently there are no year-round shelters in the county that accept referrals or drop-offs overnight. This would allow us to do a pilot to see if we can navigate the barriers that exist to these 24/7 intake process. And this 24/7 operation would be a key factor and a key component of a behavioral health center. So we would like to take this opportunity to see if we can work out some of the kinks. So after decades of investments, our residents expect to see tangible results from our community's commitment to addressing homelessness. And while our service providers, first responders, business, faith, and other community stakeholders have worked hard to address homelessness, these efforts have not produced the sustained reductions in homelessness that this community demands. Over the past decade, this struggle over these issues in Santa Monica has left us divided and defensive. Homelessness, as we all know, knows no boundaries, and Santa Monica cannot go it alone. If all 87 cities of the other 87 cities in LA County were as committed as Santa Monica and were actively engaged in this issue beyond just the handful that are, we would see dramatic reductions in homelessness in our region. So we must continue to work hard to engage and activate regional partnerships and relationships. And there are promising signs that these kind of relationships are going to yield results. Things like the DMH van, the ATI program, and the Providence St. John Development Agreement. As the homeless count results illustrate, regional capacity helps us manage our local impacts of homelessness. So regional efforts like the West Side Coalition of Governments Homeless Regional Strategy allows us opportunities to support our neighbors to increase the system's capacity to provide services and housing. Santa Monica has a long history of partnering to bring added capacity to other jurisdictions. We've committed to projects for veterans and homeless shelter for families that were built outside of Santa Monica. We've helped to finance permanent supportive housing in Venice to house SMPP. Santa Monica cannot address this issue alone. For decades, the West Side has relied on our local infrastructure and services that are located here in Santa Monica. We need everyone to do their fair share so people don't need to come to Santa Monica for services. And so outreach teams have more places for people to go, places that are in their home communities. When neighbors choose to ignore the problem in their own backyard and expect others to solve this problem for them, our local infrastructure becomes a regional excuse to do less. So imagine, on the other hand, how different this conversation would be if every 8 square miles of LA County had over 300 beds for people experiencing homelessness and hundreds of units of affordable housing. More services in communities is the right thing for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Families shouldn't have to leave their communities. They shouldn't have to leave their doctors and their houses of worship and their friends in order to get services and housing. We think it's really important for you in your discussions and on this topic and for staff to really think through how our approaches to local planning in Santa Monica take into account this regional aspect of this problem, and specifically how we can make the reality of visible, appreciable progress in addressing homelessness is closely linked to leadership, policy, and funding decisions that happen outside of our jurisdiction. So as we continue to look at potential investments and new ways to address local needs, we need to continue to advocate and build relationships with regional elected officials and new leadership at key county entities to bridge these complex partnerships and priorities and find synergy and collaboration that recognize local needs and seeks to honor them because we are part of LA County. Staff will continue to track how the evolving new county entity, recently approved by the Board of Supervisors based on the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness, will address gaps in governance that have historically left local jurisdictions out of policy discussions. The county and state have heard loud and clear that cities need more direct access to funding to support local solutions. So staff will return to council as needed as these opportunities arise. And as we continue to advocate and participate in the West Side Council of Governments, we will continue to support efforts to add capacity and improve cross-jurisdictional coordination on the West Side. And we ask you as council to actively engage elected official to elected official with key regional and state representatives to remind people that Santa Monica is part of LA County and we should be able to utilize county resources to meet our local needs. And with that, I will now introduce Aaron Taylor to provide an update on the city's communication efforts, followed by Deputy City Manager Anuj Gupta, who will share the proposed new format on the homelessness work plan.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be with everybody in person, especially to talk about this very important community priority. Very briefly, I want to just share an update on efforts that we're doing to keep the entire community informed from a communications and outreach point of view to raise awareness about the work happening related to homelessness. So in the last quarter, hopefully everyone here received this, but we provided the latest updates and information about our work in Seascape. This is delivered and produced in English and Spanish and delivered onto 60,000 Santa Monica addresses. Content in this edition addressed, who is experiencing homelessness in Santa Monica, what is Measure H, an overview of outreach teams and how they work, information about city funding for local nonprofits, a recap of some of the affordable housing opportunities that are in progress, and much, much more. It was probably the biggest article we've ever done, just showing the different parts and pieces of this important community priority. There's a few copies on the back table if anyone hasn't received that and would like a copy. We've also been sharing this information via social media, providing regular updates. Thank you. With a focus on what the public needs to know. So everything from, homeless count results to how outreach programs work to housing opportunities and using the vouchers and many more topics, which are shown in the next screen. Another big piece that has been very important for people is who to contact for what. And this was a big feature in Seascape, but also in our social media as well. And the 4 pillars, kind of broadening more awareness around the 4 pillars as well as the outreach teams and those new experts that we're adding to the field through the CRU team and more. Efforts to share count results with local media over the past week have resulted in stories about count results and our programs and services happening citywide to address this important community priority. We've had over 20,000 unique page views on santamonica.gov for content related to homelessness in the past year, and over 900 media mentions about homelessness in Santa Monica, which I think speaks to the importance of this community priority. Of course, we continue to share information through our e-newsletters as well, which is the next slide. Thank you. Our Santa Monica SAMO news list has over 47,000 contacts, and our business newsletter has over 9,000 contacts. And we're regularly sharing information about how we're working to address homelessness through those channels as well. On the next slide, you'll see information about who to contact, and this is a big, big focus. We need to make sure we increase awareness and visibility on who to contact for what. We know everybody's sort of looking for this type of information. So some key contacts, of course, 911 if you're experiencing a medical emergency or if there's an immediate threat to someone's life or safety. 211 is the best contact to submit a request for homelessness outreach and assistance. That's obviously the county connection. The next number is who to contact for the Department of Mental Health. So that is obviously a key number as well. And then our non-emergency line for police. And then finally, 311, if you're submitting a Santa Monica specific request for service. So just wanted to kind of recap, because I think we'll be continuing to raise awareness on these key numbers over the next couple of months as well. Finally, as we look ahead, we are planning a few immediate activities this summer, including significant website updates based on the information presented tonight. Also, we'll be doing a mailer to all 60,000 Santa Monica addresses, providing information and latest information on this community priority. We will also continue to do the weekly updates. So whether it's through our email newsletter or our social media, we'll be continuing to raise awareness on the work happening related to homelessness. And then we'll also plan a printed update for our printed resources this summer as well. So those are just some of the things that we'll be planning this summer to bring awareness to both the immediate quality of life issues and the response, and the longer term resources like the permanent housing and behavioral health that are very important as well. So with that, we know that communicating progress in addressing homelessness is important for this council and of course our community. So with that, I'll invite Anuj Gupta, Deputy City Manager, to share the proposed homelessness work plan.
Thanks, Erin.
Thank you, Erin. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So you have heard from many colleagues across a number of departments this evening about the tremendous array of projects and activities that are aimed at preventing or addressing homelessness across the 4 pillars of our work with which you have become familiar in recent years. But having said that, we have heard the Council and the community's desire for a clearer way to organize, demonstrate, and report on all of these efforts. And we have prepared the 2022 Homelessness Work Plan document, which is attached to the staff report as Attachment N, with these goals in mind. Each program or project is listed, organized by pillar, and what we have on the slide here is just a sample, one of the 4 tabs in the work plan, the behavioral health pillar. And you see each program or project listed on the left with the lead department in the second column, any other partner departments in the next column, and this would also potentially include partner service providers in the community. And then, importantly, key metrics for each program or activity listed to the right to measure progress. What we have included in the attachment and on the slide is a set of metrics for the fiscal year to date, and what we intend to do going forward, if we use this format and have support of the council, update it with any feedback tonight, and then regularly use this format, this work plan format, as a way to share our work with the community and the council and report on our investments and activities on a regular basis with updated metrics, month to month or quarter to quarter, depending on the appropriate format. So this is, after this long and winding road, this is the conclusion of the staff presentation, and I wanted to just review on behalf of the full team the 4 recommended actions for council's consideration this evening. So as noted, we would welcome the council's review and feedback on the draft homelessness work plan, format and content, along with all of the other items, of course, that we went through this evening in our report. Second, we are asking for the council's endorsement of 3 key investments, which would come back to council to consider as part of the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. These recommendations evolved through an interdepartmental process that reviewed over a dozen suggestions from staff across departments involved in our work on homelessness that were weighed against those expected available funds and feasibility with current staff capacity. The 3 recommendations that we presented this evening are what rose to the top as being the most responsive to community and council priorities, feasible within a limited budget if funding is available, and of course, the most impactful within the regional constraints that have been discussed tonight. Third, we're asking council to direct staff to return with an action item to revise the below market housing wait list priorities to prioritize households with those emergency housing vouchers that Andy Eagle shared more about earlier this evening. And finally, we are asking for approval to award funding to the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles with an exception to the competitive bid process to meet the immediate needs of residents facing eviction using the American Rescue Plan allocated funds that have already been allocated for this purpose by the council. So with that, the full staff team is available for any council questions or feedback. Thank you again for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, and thank you to all of you who are here. This is really quite an amazing collection of knowledge and work skills and efforts, and I think that it's really a remarkable display for this little city to have this kind of forces deployed to do this problem. I don't think we would see this anywhere else in this region, maybe in the country. Council, it's time for our usual questions. Shall we hear questions from the public first, and then we'll move on to our questions? Everyone is yes on that? Everyone is... And one is leaving, so there we go. I guess everyone is yes on that. So let's start with this. I will call 3 names, and you can line up against the wall, and we will hear you in the order in which I call you. The first 3 names are Jerry Rubin, Denise Barton, and Zach Coyle.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, honorable fire chief and police chief and fellow Santa Monicans. It was an excellent city staff report. So thoughtful and comprehensive. In the more than 40 years that I've been coming to these council meetings, homelessness has been a priority and will have to remain a priority. So there's more of a need now for us to work together, to support the police, to support our city staff and our fellow council members and commissioners, to get it done. As an aside, I'd like to say I know during election years it gets controversial and you get flyers in the mail, but we can't scapegoat the homelessness during this election. And I urge everyone that's running to make sure that that's not done. It had been done in the past, and it set the city back tremendously. I want to acknowledge a few people that come to mind. One of our city staff, Julie Rusk, the good work she did. John Masseri, who's here today. Our former Santa Monica Mayor Bobby Shriver, trying to help homeless veterans get housing. And the late Judith Meister that worked at St. Joseph's and dedicated virtually her life to helping the homeless. I know it's a rough issue. I had rough times myself when I was on drugs and in hospitals, suicide attempts. People told me to pick myself up by the bootstraps. I couldn't do it. But I'm here today because of support.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. And I'll call the next three names. Thank you, Ms. Barton. Just hold off 1 minute. Genevieve Rutort, Katie, let's try Zapansky, and Barry Snell will be the next three after that. Thank you, Ms. Barton. I see that, and hold on, it should be on.
Good evening. Just to make sure I have this right, tonight the City Council wants to spend an additional $3 million for services for the homeless, including the $2,000 for eviction services from legal aid. Yet for many of these organizations you want to give more money to, cannot present data for how the money was spent and results. Considering the people concerned didn't fill out all the forms necessary for reporting purposes previously, I believe that calls into question any number submitted by that organization. But let's use them anyways, since you feel that throwing more money at a situation that doesn't work is somehow going to make it better. So if 24 homeless people get permanent housing in the last year, for the $6 million spent on homeless services last year equals $250,000 to permanently house each of those people, to show what a money-making system homeless services has become, with the homeless being the ones that are getting less while the organizations take more funding. Or to be nice, if you add the 57 temporarily housed, it equals over $74,000 to house each person. Yet by your actions tonight, you seem to think increasing that cost is acceptable. I also have to question the city after-hours referrals, considering how little information was in the staff report. But here I have to ask, if beds that could be used by the homeless is going to be left open for this purpose, is that the best use? And will it be a nightly revolving door situation? Then if legal aid is unable to get or refuses to follow through on reasonable accommodation requests for affordable housing tenants, to the point where I and others have had to move, really makes you wonder who legal aid is representing. Oh yeah, lawyers represent who pays them, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Coyle.
Hi, I'm Zach Coyle. I'm the Director of Westside Outreach at the People Concern, and I oversee the multidisciplinary teams, HMST and C3. I just wanted to I'm also a resident of Santa Monica. My kids go to Santa Monica schools. I'm a very grateful rent control recipient and a registered voter, so mind your P's and Q's. I wanted to just endorse the idea of adding extra outreach team to cover the rest of the city of Santa Monica. As a resident, I'm constantly going by people and wishing that my teams were able to connect with all the people within the boundaries. I think many people consider the People Concern responsible for all the people who are on the streets in Santa Monica, and we'd be happy to be actually responsible and have that responsibility. We'd gladly take that. I'm very grateful for the last 5 years of work that we've done here in Santa Monica. I think that outreach is a critical part of what we do in the city. I'm sad that Dr. Sharon wasn't here tonight. I've heard him say very eloquently before, what kind of community do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a community that turns its back on the people who are suffering the most, or do you want to live in a community that embraces the people who are suffering the most? And that's the kind of community I want to live in. That's why I do the work and live here for the last 13 years. It's really important. Dr. King spoke very eloquently about this. He's a good friend of mine for many years. And outreach is only successful if we have something to connect people to. So every single time in the last 5 years that we've been given a resource to connect people to, whether it was Project Room Key, the emergency housing vouchers, any expansion of affordable housing, we've been able to fill it rapidly. And we still have tons and tons of people on the street. Outreach is not, you can't outreach your way out. And you can't police your way out of this crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. Welcome to Santa Monica. And Ms. Rutort, and let me call three more names while we're at it. James Fleming, Tanya Pemberton, and Jonathan Foster. If you can line up behind Mr. Snell on the wall, please. Or at least know where your place is. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Katie Sapansky. I'm a staff attorney with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles in the Santa Monica office. I handle exclusively housing cases in my position. I'm here tonight to address the Santa Monica City Council in support of the proposed addition of funding for LAFLA that would add paralegal and case manager support to our local Santa Monica office. Since September, we have seen a 24% increase in housing cases from the same time last year, including a marked increase in unlawful detainer cases. With state rental protections have ended, the eviction wave, while long discussed, is happening right now. To identify the most pressing and unmet needs of our low-income residents, it's clear that additional support for administrative and social services work would have the most immediate and meaningful impact. LAFLA strives to provide a holistic representation to our clients. We defend against improper eviction actions to keep vulnerable tenants from falling into homelessness. As you can imagine, many clients present with both legal and non-legal needs. Several local organizations take on vital case management work, and we continue to coordinate with them for the benefit of our clients. Non-legal issues are, however, still monitored and addressed by the attorneys with LAFLA. These time-consuming issues prevent attorneys from focusing fully on the legal representation. Additional case management would provide a clear and centralized point of reference for social services in our office, as well as address legal adjacent work, such as voucher applications, expanding available resources, and freeing up time to attend to the current eviction crisis. Further, the attorneys in the Santa Monica office have no substantive paralegal support. Other LAFLA work groups have made very effective use of paralegals to support ongoing housing cases, which again frees up attorneys' focus for the legal representation. Paralegal support improves our client intake in Santa Monica, as well as speeds up initial advice and diagnosis of cases, which greatly benefits residents. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zapansky, and I'm hoping the next person is Ms. Rutort, since, oh, good, okay, so you worked that out yourselves.
Yes,
thank you.
Rutort, and I'm currently the Deputy Director at Westside Food Bank, where I've worked for 18 years. In about a week and a half, I will become the CEO when our longtime and beloved Executive Director, Bruce Rankin, retires. When I came to Westside Food Bank 18 years ago, I was a single mother of 3 children, and it was my job that rescued me from the housing and food insecurity that I was suffering at the time. So I know firsthand what it feels like to need services and to be at risk of homelessness with children. And I often think that my work is so meaningful to me because I know that our provision of food helps families stay housed and use those resources. And, you know, I know how difficult it is with childcare. I remember bringing my daughter to work, and I had a little desk that she would sit next to with me. I'm so moved by what I heard tonight. I'm so impressed by the work of the city staff in putting together this report. I really support the recommendations put forward in the report, and I just want to say that I think it's so important that we live in a community and a city that cares so much about people. I see many partners and friends. Westside Food Bank supports, you know, over 60 food programs, many of them in Santa Monica. And I know that as these service providers are doing their work, it's our food that's helping to nourish people along the way. And I'm really proud of that. And I just want to say that I'm greatly appreciative of the care and the support of this council and the staff and all of the people that work to make this work happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the work you do. And let me just call, I think, Jonathan Foster, and then after that, Brian Stedge, Arthur Gian, and John Alley.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. My name is Barry Snell, Interim Chairman of the Board of Downtown Santa Monica and Interim CEO of Downtown Santa Monica and Chairman of the Board. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I know I submitted a letter to you expressing our support for this project. I mean, the amount of work that staff has done on this is amazing and gives us really a lot of hope as to what we're trying to do with our downtown. The reason I thought it was necessary for me to come tonight, in addition to my letter, was that the urgency of the issue with homelessness in downtown Santa Monica has got to a point for my constituency where we believe that in addition to the plan, we should look at some short-term initiatives that could support downtown with our homelessness, along with the long-term plan. Our ambassador program that my staff and our board is looking at over the last month and a half will also bring forth some initiatives to support what the city has done. It's really important to understand that our ambassador program is to enhance what the city is doing. What we have seen over the last couple of weeks with the help of our police department and the deployment of our police department downtown has been very effective to supporting us on our homeless problem. And I want to thank the chief for that, with that support, and also our city manager. Our focus in downtown Santa Monica is to support the city, support you in what we can do with our homeless problem. It is difficult for us as a board to be the frontline individual for homelessness without the support from the city. So I encourage you. The plan that's submitted by staff today is amazing, but I would hope that as we go through this, we will engage our ambassador program, engage downtown Santa Monica as a partner with the city. So those are my comments. I'd just like to give.
So let me, before you go, I should say that I spoke to Mr. Snell about this yesterday or early today. My time is bleeding into each other. But we will be reaching out to all of the stakeholders together.
Thank you.
And starting next week, I had a little setback with COVID, but I think I'm back in circulation again. So there we go.
So thanks again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I think I'm up. Lieutenant James?
Let's see. Yeah, James Fleming. Are you James? Good.
I got 2 minutes up here. I only need one. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Lieutenant James Fleming. I'm with the Salvation Army on 4th Street. One of my constituents over here, she runs the Salvation Army on 11th Street. We're 2 different identities, but we're the same. She's going to speak in a moment. Basically, I really do support Maggie. Great work. I love that. I read through it. I love the recommendations and the ideas that some things aren't going to work, so let's not do that. I just wanted to do what Brian just did and just say that we are here to fully support the city in their efforts to help with homelessness. It's a huge issue. We're on the ground. We're right there dealing with this on a daily basis, and we want to make a big difference. We are opening our doors for meals many times, but I don't know if you guys know, but there's about a 500-bed facility that LASA gets people into over in Bell Shelter, and we have access to that as a part of the Salvation Army. That's not in your city, and it's a great resource to have to help get people over there. So I just told the help team recently, and I had a conversation with them, and we definitely need more resources and help, though, to be able to facilitate getting people over there, because they're just right there, and they're kind of broken, and they need a little bit more help to get to that space where they want to go to that shelter, because it's outside of their comfort zone. I think there's some programs we could do that would really help with that. I'd love to keep communicating with the city in this regard. And I just want to introduce ourselves and say hello. And we love what you're doing. And we definitely need to be at the table with all this because we're right there in the middle of it. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. And now we have Tanya Pemberton. So there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to come tonight to homelessness is what we do at the Salvation Army on 11th Street. We've been here in Santa Monica for almost a little over 70 years, and not many people know what we do. So I can take people from homelessness into my program. They do not have to have a drug or alcohol problem or issue. They just need to be suffering and need help. I can take them into my program. It doesn't cost the city. It doesn't cost Medi-Cal. We don't take insurance of any kind. We sell things at our thrift store to pay for these services. I take somebody into my program. They're there for 6 months to a year. In that 6 months to a year, we really dig down and we help them treat their problems. We have from
May 1st to April 30th, May 1st last year to April 30th this year, we did 208 intakes into our program. Of those 208 intakes, 86 of them made it to the 6-month mark. At 6 months, what happens is they graduate our program and then they can go back into the community. We've then dealt with everything from how to help them get a job, how to help them do everything that they need to do. Where we get stuck is housing. And I get my guys on the below market housing list. I do make them wait till the 3-month mark to make sure they're going to stick around. And but even now I have people that have been on that list for 2 years. And sometimes, right, they're not really good with email or what have you. But I really hope that I can get help housing these people, because then what happens is after a year of doing all that hard work, they end up back on the streets again. So
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Gian, before you, I believe it's Jonathan Foster and then Brian Stedge. Sorry. You're up.
Is it working?
It is.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. The under-resourced problem is kind of not true. And there's a category concept I haven't heard. It's lifetime wards of the state. That's the mentally ill. So there are billionaires in all wars or bankers' wars, right? So there is a lot of money, but the recipients, the homeless, are on drugs. And so the rich don't want to help. I do completely blame them. You know, the concept of open party condoned by the city of Santa Monica is part of the problem. So balance a dollar is an emotional issue in a homeless person. They don't line up with how to properly utilize money. People have been homeless for 20 to 30 years. If they saved a little bit per day, and that was their focus per day, this ends the issue. I've seen people, they've saved till they got out of homeless, and they are mentally and emotionally sound enough to do so, right? So there's two options: people who are able to do what I'm going to recommend, and the lifetime wards of the state who are emotionally ill and mentally ill. They're never going to get off of this, right? So the recommendation is a bank account with way less restrictions, where they can do a voice print, fingerprint, PIN number, and an iris scan so we know who they are. And they must be taught how to emotionally properly utilize money. This takes all the weight off the taxpayer. And right now, the people who are lifetime wards of the state, they're emotionally broke. They're never going to be able to be healed or mentally broke. They're always going to be broken. So the people who can do a bank account, right? What do? I've talked about this before. They sell in drugs, stolen property, whatever they can do to make money, right? And it needs to go into an account that's about them. It's about their hard work. And then they get to see the money and make a decision in their mind. Oh, I'm going to spend it on this. That gives them upliftness. That's my money. That's my work. And I get to make this decision. That's what would help.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Brian Stedge, and then Arthur Gian, then John Alley, and then Erica Leslie.
Hi, Mayor and Council. The Santa Monica Social Service Commission ad hoc on behavioral health is submitting our comment to Council since the full commission could not meet in time between the release of this report and Council's May 11th special meeting today. The ad hoc wishes to convey our deep appreciation to city staff, police, firefighters, the multidisciplinary teams, and service partners who have tirelessly worked to help get our unhoused neighbors off our streets and back on their feet. The ad hoc recognizes your incredible work in the face of our city's lack of new housing and growing income inequality. The ad hoc strongly supports staff's recommendation actions for the council and is encouraged that staff is looking at expanding the city's focus on keeping renters at risk housed. We would also like to point out that the Human Services Grants Program has remained at the same funding level since 2015, with significant cuts during COVID. This despite massive rising need within the city's homeless population, skyrocketing rents, rising childcare costs, and a great need for increased mental health services. We strongly recommend increasing the funding to the Human Services Grant Program. Finally, the ad hoc urges the City of Santa Monica to advocate at the county level for a stronger regional approach to homelessness that has teeth. If cities within Los Angeles County would rather pass the buck on homelessness, they should be penalized financially, similar to how the state has weaponized funding to punish cities who fail to build new housing. As soon-to-be commissioners in exile, the ad hoc wishes to once again thank the dedicated staff in the city of Santa Monica who have done incredible work to save lives and deliver exceptional city services. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for all the work you've done on that commission. I remember when you went on it, so thank you. Yes, Mr. Gian, you are up.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I just thought I'd come by and put a face with a name. I've been writing you for years, so just wanted to prove I don't have a devil's tail and horns, and just would like to speak on behalf of the residents. I've heard an incredible amount of work, and 100% of what's been said has been geared towards how we can help the people that wander into Santa Monica and kind of game the system to get help. And so I just want to talk a little bit about what it's like to be a resident in Santa Monica. I've lived here 30 years. I love this city. 23 of those years I've lived within 2 blocks of Reed Park. The faces changed, but the names changed, but the faces remain the same, except for one thing. What's happened over the last 4 years is a change in the nature of the people that are coming into Reed Park. It used to be kind of just sort of down and out and very depressed and homeless and people that needed help. Now what we're seeing are a very aggressive, highly addicted crack addicts and meth addicts that are using in the park. And what happens in that park just doesn't stay in the park. It comes out into our neighborhoods. So 2 weeks ago, I had an encounter with somebody who was breaking windows with a lead pipe. And when I asked him what he was doing, he came after me with a lead pipe. The police came, they were there very quickly. They did their job. I think Jenna's probably going to do her job in terms of, pushing the prosecution. He's now in downtown somewhere awaiting a mental health kind of evaluation. But I think John is going to give me.
Thank you.
So I think
John, did you donate?
He would.
Okay.
He's seating me.
Yeah,
He's
he
going to
did.
have to put up with me for another minute.
Go ahead. You have 2 more minutes,
2
actually.
more minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Time is flying by. I feel like I could stand here for at least an hour and talk. But part of the issue that I'm seeing is all this incredible hard work, all these resources are going into this pot to try to make this thing better. And I see no changes. And I have to just say, it feels like a failure from a resident's point of view. There's no change. All I see is more instability on the streets. I see more people lying in their own urine. I see more people smoking crack every time I walk by Reed Park, and I do it daily with my dog. My wife will not leave the house alone. She won't go to the library. She gave that up 2 years ago. And so I see us kind of ceding our commons to the people that are drifting into town, as you have all acknowledged, from other parts of LA County who are not doing their job. And I'm wondering, the thing that I just really want to ask is, what is the vision here? What does success look like? Because to me, it would look like 0 people on the streets. Stepping over 0 bodies, not having to look over my shoulder for anybody coming at me with a lead pipe. But nothing has changed in the 30 years that I've been here. So I guess I'm imploring you to like really tear up the playbook a little bit, get out on the street, and I'll show you exactly the intersection between Reed Park and the 7-Eleven and our backyards and alleys, and how that cycles around to make a basically untenable living situation. Come out and see it from the ground. I'm meeting with David this week, Phil. Mayor, I'd like to meet with you and walk you around the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Gian. Erica Leslie, please.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm just coming to say that I'm out in support of this measure, as our unhoused neighbors are in desperate need of help. As you walk around the city, and I'm sure each one of you have, I'm not going to come out here and say that nobody walks the streets, because I know that we all do, from commissioners to city council members, because we are concerned and we love our city. I walk the streets on a daily basis myself, just to see the change of the homeless people that are out there. I do care, and I do want to help as well. We all want to help. We just don't all know how. We're doing the best that we can, and I just think that this may be it. But we also need somebody, if I can just suggest as well, someone to back up and make sure what type of treatment each one of these housing people that need the help get, to make sure they're not abused and nobody misuses them, so they are getting properly housed. Those are my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie, and I agree with you, and I hope we have safeguards in place. I feel certain we do. That was our last speaker, unless I'm not reading this correctly. Madam Clerk, is that right? So I'm closing the public comment, and we're now ready for council member comments. And I do just want to note that I personally have walked the streets of this city myself with members of this council. I've seen members of this council walking the streets. The implication that we don't walk on the promenade, on the streets, in all of the parks is really pretty incredible to me and pretty unfair. I'm guessing that all of us who live and work here are walking all the time and are aware of the conditions out there. And let me just say that I agree with Ms. Leslie. I think that it is a tragic situation, and I'm really proud of the visioning that we've done here in terms of mental health services, in terms of getting more teams out there, in terms of finding different alternatives for people, and understanding that as many different people as there are require as many different solutions. So I'm really appreciative to all of you. This is not a problem that took a year or 2 years or a pandemic to create. It's been here since I've lived here. I'm guessing it's been here since even Phil has lived here. All 69 years of it, right? So, I'm sorry, I'm 69 and Phil is only 68. So, yeah. Well, it has always been, I mean, ever since. And it's been, look, in my lifetime, and I understand that it may seem different to people who are coming from rural areas, but this has been true of life in the cities for a long time. And on that note, I think we're ready for questions, but I'd like to ask a question that I asked our city manager today and hasn't been asked. And I'd like to talk about in the course of this discussion, because as long as I've been here, San Michelle has been at the corner of 5th and Colorado. It's always been there. And there's been no real discussion over whether that's the right location to be delivering our homeless services. And I think that that if we're talking about pivoting from the kinds of services that are being delivered, we also need to maybe think about whether there is a better location, because in 2022, it seems to me that delivering all of our homeless or the vast majority of our homeless services a block away from our downtown business district may not be the best way for us to be going about this. So just food for thought. And on that note, does anyone else have any questions? Yeah, I guess everybody does. So let's start with, oh yeah, Christine, out of sight, out of mind. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're going to go first with you because then I can only forget you at the beginning of every conversation, okay?
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to begin by my apologies for not being there. As you can tell, I'm homesick. But it was really important for me to participate in this meeting tonight because it's such an important topic to all of us. And really, I wanted to begin by thanking staff for such a thorough presentation and update on efforts that is being conducted citywide. I really appreciate that, the report and all the feedback that we've received. You've really given a lot of food for thought. I also want to thank all the speakers that came forward today as well. So I know it's question time, so I'm sorry. I'm going to go right into my questions. I also have the same question as the mayor did about access and location, better location for San Michelle, because as you know, one of the more newer council members, I haven't been around for any discussions about San Michelle because my understanding is that it's a temporary location. And so has there been any conversations whatsoever about, in the last couple years about potentially moving San Michelle elsewhere? And if so, any sites have been designated?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Para. You don't see me laughing, but I'm giggling because, San Michelle was supposed to be temporary in 1994. So anytime I hear people nowadays talking about, oh no, this is just a temporary spot for this thing, I have to giggle. But yes, it has been there. It has been a key component of our service infrastructure. And before COVID, we did do a competitive bid process in order to secure a design team to reimagine San Michelle and relocate it. And then the pandemic hit, and then we had no money. And we were so close to executing this vision that I had worked for 10 years to try to get us to, because I have nightmares about that tent blowing into the ocean at some point. It does need to be at some point considered to either have a permanent site and to really be able to think strategically about how we can redesign that resource. So yes, please put it on the list of things to consider as our economy recovers and as we have other resources coming in. It should be something that we consider.
Great. Thank you, Maggie, for that answer. And then one of my other questions, too, is we're talking about a potential 24/7 behavioral health center. And I know this is all, it's conceptual, and you're asking, for that RFP. So I understanding all of that, but I just kind of wanted to ask some questions in terms of your vision and with the resources that we currently have in terms of, size of San Michelle and sharing the sheltering capacity along with, the potential intake center. How many people do you anticipate that the center could accommodate at any given time?
So to clarify, the budget consideration that we've recommended for consideration in the next year's budget is to reimagine San Michelle, not specifically as a 24/7 behavioral health center, but as a lower barrier 24/7 emergency shelter crisis triage type of facility. So it's not, I don't want to confuse those two things. We're not proposing to turn San Michelle into a full service licensed behavioral health center at this point. So with that, what we are hoping to do, and if this is approved, we will work with the people concerned to develop an operational plan to sort of nail down these details. But what we are considering is keeping the capacity low. It is currently at around 25 individuals in that program. We would keep that program low so that we could have a better opportunity to triage people, give them a little more space in that facility, and also make sure it's not disruptive when people are coming in the middle of the night. So right now, that's what we're planning, is something that's very low capacity in order to test out this concept.
Okay, thank you. And then, well, I understood what it was. I understood that. Maybe I didn't say it right, but I understood that it was kind of a interim location. And so my next question would be, being that it is an interim location until placement somewhere, correct? Like, what is, and again, I know this is all hypothetical, but how long would someone technically be there in the interim capacity?
I think, again, that is going to be an operational question, and it's part of why we want to test this out. So currently there are, for example, we have models that we can look to. So things like the urgent care, psychiatric urgent care centers that are operated by the county. Those have 9 to 12 beds in them, and they are able to move people out successfully after 23 hours. We would imagine that the re-envisioned San Michelle would be able to keep people a little longer, and maybe, something less than 30 days. But it would really depend on those interim resources being available and sufficient to move people out.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel of what this vision is. And then, will this intake center be only for Santa Monica unhoused populations, is that correct?
That's correct. We would keep it a narrow catchment area.
Okay, so then surrounding jurisdictions would not be able to utilize this asset or this resource, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was a little bit of my concern because of what had been touched on earlier. And then also, as indicated, the Moss Adams report is anticipated to be released at the end of this year. And I understand that there's some urgent needs being asked right now, or for this budget, I guess this budget year. Some of my concerns here is, has to do with what is being asked right now and what potentially comes out in that report. And so, in terms of time frame, this RFP is going out. I saw that it will be, I think, ends in end of this month. And what is your time frame in terms of visioning for how this can potentially move forward?
For the behavioral health strategy?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that's what it is.
Sure. So our anticipation is that we'll be able to come back to council towards the end of this summer with the award, and then we'll be able to negotiate an agreement and start community input in the early fall, and be able to do that, and then hopefully be able to process some feedback, work with the team to prioritize those needs, identify what the priorities are, start to develop a plan, work with our stakeholders and our other subject matter experts in the community, including the local hospitals and our service partners, to start to flesh out some of those plans and come back to this council in the calendar year 2023 with what that plan looks like and get council feedback.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question just had to do with, there was mention a few times about utilizing the $10 million that St. John's has given us for some of this work. And so that confused me a little bit, because my understanding is that we were thinking about potentially putting some money into a pot to have like a little bit more of a regional approach. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So part of the conversation and the planning that will happen with this team of experts will be talking to the community, talking to our county partners, and weighing the pros and cons of whether investments should be made exclusively locally or whether we should partner into a more larger term regional solution. There's pros and cons to both those things, and we will flesh those options out and bring those to council for your feedback.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Maggie. I appreciate it. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you.
I can go either way. I started with, yeah, so let's.
Just doing questions here?
Yeah, we're just doing questions and we'll move to discussion.
You can start at that end.
Fine.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and really love the recommendations being made. I think those are spot on. I just have a question, and really the one of the problems that has been discussed, and I've talked to many residents that feel that because Santa Monica has been a leader, for so many years, some people feel that we are attracting more of the problems sometimes than solutions, because not because well, mainly because other cities aren't doing what their fair share, right? So a lot of the services we end up funding it. So one question that I have is, in terms of our approach, how is our approach incentivizing other cities to do their fair share?
So part of that is the very intentional way that we draw that circle around our Santa Monica priority population, right? So the fact that we don't use city services to serve every single person who sets foot in the city, I think starts to push some of that responsibility back on communities of origin where these folks are coming from, and as well as the county system. So I think part of those kind of policies that intentionally draw the circle are very helpful in doing that.
Okay. And do you know, have you heard of anything, one suggestion that I heard someone make, and I thought it was interesting, I just don't know if there's a model where, for example, like, someone's in our city from, let's say, Austin, Texas, which a lot of people that are homeless in our city are not from Santa Monica. It's a very small percentage. And then a very small percentage of people that are from Los Angeles, even in the city of Santa Monica. There's a lot of people from out of state. And someone suggested, well, what if there was like a national registry of homelessness where we would be able to sort of send a bill, to the city of Austin. It's like, hey, we have someone here. Here is the individual. We would expect some type of support, to support the services that this individual in our city is going to take on. And I thought it was an interesting idea. I just don't know if there's anything similar. Have you heard a model like that? Anything, even a citywide registry? We're doing a homeless count, but we don't. There's no mandatory or no obligation for people to register in our city if they're homeless, correct?
No, sir, we do not have a mandatory registry of people experiencing homelessness in this community. We do have a by name service registry of very high vulnerability, people who meet our Santa Monica priority definition that we use in order to prioritize services. But no, we don't have a mandatory registration process.
Mm-hmm.
I have not heard of a program like that anywhere in the country.
And it just makes me think, in terms of the usefulness of, there's people obviously that are homeless for various reasons, right? They not one individual is similar to another, but there are individuals in our city who are homeless, who are within the homeless population, that also have other issues that maybe we should be concerned about. We've had. I've just, just in the newspapers, read about, horrific incidents of, a person who killed people in one state, came to our city, killed an individual actually that was sleeping under the pier, who was not homeless. He was just resting because he was fishing late night. And it bothers me, to think that can occur. And I was thinking that maybe some type of registration system would be able to find out, if we have individuals that have serious conditions, prone to violence, that might be able to protect some of our residents here in our city.
And I would remind the council member that housed individuals commit equally heinous crimes in this community and elsewhere. So I think anything that would try to discriminate against people who are unsheltered would probably run afoul of constitutional law. But I'll leave that to our city attorney.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, I'm just asking, from a resident's perspective, people that give me feedback, and just wanted to ask those questions. But you would think that it would be illegal for us to find out if somebody, for example, is being wanted in another state for homicide or child molestation, for example, or rape. Would it be illegal to try to find out if that individual has that type of, situation or circumstance?
Well, I'm not sure how you'd find that out. I mean, there may be privacy implications, and I would agree with her to the extent that unless you can differentiate between populations, you'd have to have some at least rational basis for making that kind of inquiry. But I don't know if the chief may want to weigh in on that as far as any kind of background checks there. But yeah, I mean, I think we'd have to look into that.
We have to look into it.
I have to say, it's unbelievable. We can't register apartment units in this city. Everybody's bitching about that. And the idea that we could register everybody who came here, Oscar, think about that. You'd have to have like a border patrol for the city to take a census of everybody who came in. I mean, is this really something you think is doable?
No, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just asking a question that was asked, and I didn't know the answer, so I want to get that question answered. So I think it's just important to ask that question because these are real concerns that residents have, and I think I have an obligation to ask the question.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's, but I do think that people need to think about the next issue after they ask that question. I mean, can we register people, and anybody who comes here, can we check and see if they're a criminal, right? I mean, and I can't, it would be against everything that our society stands for to do that.
No, I think that's the right answer. I'm just I wanted to publicly get that asked and answered so that people understand that these are not easy things to address. You know, there's constitutional rights that we have to abide by. The other question that I had was in regards to family engagement. People that are struggling with substance abuse, mental health issues, many of them have family. And I didn't hear much about what strategies we have to try to connect those individuals to their families to get some more support so that we can, just find a way to engage families in those circumstances where we might be able to make some inroads and provide more support and more sustainability to keep people off of drugs, substance abuse, and out of jail and so forth.
Absolutely. That's an excellent point. Thank you for bringing it up. We do a lot of work to try to connect people to their existing support networks, because we know that without that kind of support, people cannot be successful living independently. And so we do a lot of things. So, for example, I know that when our outreach teams engage with people on the streets, one of the first things they do is, ask them about their family, ask them if they have friends, and we try to see if there's people who are available to take that person in and give them housing and support. And so we do maintain a project called Project Homecoming that is used to help provide transportation to people back to their families in order to help them have housing much more quickly than if they were to try to wait for housing here in LA County. We also know that when you're talking about people experiencing substance use disorder and mental illness, that a lot of times they have fractured those family relationships. And so part of the treatment plan sometimes is to see if we can reconnect and rebuild those relationships, especially when it comes to creating public guardianships. If there are family members that are willing to do that guardianship work in order to provide support and care throughout the treatment for that individual, that is always a better option than using the public guardian process.
And the last question that I wanted to ask from a conversation that I had, we heard from a single mother with children who benefited from the support that we provide, and I thought that, to me, that would be a big priority in terms of criteria, where we invest services. And is in terms of the services that we provide here in the city of Santa Monica, do we prioritize residents or former residents of the city of Santa Monica, and do we prioritize also individuals like single moms, for example, with children for those types of services?
So we don't prioritize based on family configuration, but our Santa Monica program participant definition does prioritize people who live and work in Santa Monica. And so if you were living here and became homeless here, you would be prioritized for services. If you're living here and you're low income and you're in need of services, you would be prioritized for services.
Okay, thank you.
So it's been suggested I go back and forth, so I'm sorry you don't get to go now. Gleam goes, and then you go, and then blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm just doing what you want.
I mean, do I go now?
You're
okay,
on.
and we're just doing questions, right? I want to clarify.
Yeah.
I don't want to verge into comments. I'm going to try not
You
to
mean
verge
you
into.
got confused by it?
I'm easily confused. So, Ms. Willis, I want to ask you a couple of questions because, and maybe I'm looking at bad information, and I know some of this is a little dated because COVID interfered with homeless. But I remember back maybe 2 or 3 years ago, LASA did a study that showed, and I pulled it up here, 72% of adults experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles County have lived in the county for more than 20 years, and that 87% have lived here more than 5 years. So there were some implications in some of the questions we've heard that people from other parts of the country are somehow saying, I want to be homeless and I'm going to go to Santa Monica to do it. And I don't want to say Santa Monica because I don't think, as you've frequently pointed out in your presentation, that somehow homelessness says, oh, there's the jurisdictional boundary. But sort of on a regional basis, are people, my impression is most of the people who are homeless in Los Angeles County lived in Los Angeles County and became homeless in Los Angeles County, and they stay here, as you have pointed out, because this is where some of their support systems are, whether it's their doctors or where their kids go to school or where they have friends, even if they're also friends are also homeless. So can you sort of address that issue, because I think there's a mythology that Santa Monica is filled with people from other parts of the country who somehow get bus fare from Birmingham, Alabama to come to Los Angeles and be homeless.
So yes, it's a little different in Santa Monica than it is for the rest of the county. We do have, based on some of the anecdotal surveying we have done in the past, not scientific, this is all self-reported, but we do see a significant number of people who come from out of state. But there are a significant number of people in our community that have been residents of LA County for many, many years, for their whole lives, that became homeless in LA County. And I think that is why we have stressed, especially in this report, the idea of regional solutions. Because if those other cities and those other communities where those people lived and have lived had services available in their community, that would be where people could get help.
Great, thanks. And also the Los Angeles Times recently reported that there had been a study done where people had done outreach with homeless folks throughout the county. And one of the things that showed was that people experiencing homelessness were reluctant to move into congregate shelters because they didn't feel safe, they didn't have a place for their belongings, or maybe they couldn't bring their pet. There were a lot of institutional barriers. So how do we address that, given sort of our 4 pillars, and what are we doing? I mean, I know temporary shelter is obviously a key, getting people off the street is key, but how do we break down some of those barriers to getting people into congregate housing as a stepping stone, hopefully, to permanent housing?
So thank you for that. I think one thing is we do support and encourage our local programs to remain very low barrier for entry. And so unlike other programs that may require, sobriety, or they may not allow you to have your animals with you, our local interim programs are all very low barrier. You do not have to be, it's all focused on behaviors and being able to live in a community, but they don't discriminate based on mental health conditions or substance use disorder, and they all welcome service animals and emotional support animals. And so we try to remove those barriers. I think that report also called out that the acceptance rate for congregate housing was higher if the facility had, kind of cubicle style, which is what our programs all are, except for San Michelle. Another of the reasons we want to convert San Michelle into a lower capacity is San Michelle has the old school bunk beds and nobody wants the top bunk. And so it's just, they go unused. People with disabilities can't get up into them. And so it's not a practical configuration. So we do recognize that, and we are taking steps to try to mitigate that. And that is also why the outreach and MDTs are so critical, because we don't require people to enter the interim housing in order to get to the permanent housing, right? We bypass that. We work with people while they're unhoused, and we get them directly into permanent housing. And so we sort of don't need that interim step. It doesn't become that barrier for people.
Well, great. And actually, that was one of my next questions, because one of the things we didn't talk a lot about in your presentation, by the way, I want to add my thanks to everyone else's, is the success rate of permanent supportive housing. It's my understanding from the folks at Step Up on Second and other providers that if we can get people into permanent supportive housing, the success rate is in excess of 85%, meaning 85% of them remain housed for some long period of time. They become essentially housed. Is that true?
Yes. Our programs are very, very good at providing the necessary support services to keep people housed. And because the city is committed to homeless prevention, once those people are in their housing, we work very hard to make sure if something happens, we're partnering with the agencies, we're partnering with legal aid, we're partnering with our city attorney's consumer protection unit to make sure those people don't return to homelessness. Our housing retention rates vary between programs between 87% and 93%. And so we have a very high retention rate here in Santa Monica.
So it would seem to me, given that very high retention rate, that building more permanent supportive housing, I mean, I understand that's not one of your recommendations, but thinking in terms of our long-term strategy for addressing homelessness, if we could literally get 87 to 92% of homeless individuals off the streets, and then if we had the permanent supporting house slots available, that would be ideal, I would think.
The only thing that ends homelessness is at home. And
Thank
so
you.
the more we can do for that would be great.
One of the other issues I have, and I see that our representative from the city attorney's office left, but maybe you can just address this, is that it's my understanding that one of the things that has been happening actually pre-pandemic, but has been exacerbated by the pandemic, is, this cycle of incarceration, which is that people get arrested for crimes, often for lifestyle crimes, as someone said, urinating in public or, yelling at people or whatever in a threatening manner. The problem is, of course, once they get arrested, they now have a record. And then whether they're incarcerated or not, now it becomes more difficult for them to get employment because I work in the private sector, and I guarantee you every private employer, the first thing they do is a criminal record search. And typically homeless persons get convicted because they can't get back to court for their date. I mean, there's a whole bunch of barriers to entry, and I know that some of that is hopefully will be addressed by our work with LAFLA. But I think there's a perception that somehow if we just arrested everyone, for the perceived crimes, and look, defecating in public technically is a crime, that would sort of solve the problem. But I wonder if you can address that issue. I know it's a big issue.
Susan, do you mind me winging this, or do you want to
step in?
I just remember from, as Jenna said, right? I mean, the low-level crimes, they're getting released. But there is diversion, and she mentioned that too. So there is the possibility for diversion. But yes, I mean, if they can't make it back to court, yes, that's problematic for them. And it could be problematic if there is a background check. Yeah.
This is really why we look at.
I'm sorry, we don't take any comments from the gallery, and will you remove him, please? Will you remove him, please?
So it is important. This is part of why we do and focus on diversion programs and why we have maintained the homeless community court. And there, I know it's like it's like the Oscars.
Yeah,
you know, you should have known your award was being called.
Bad timing on my part. I apologize.
So that is part of why we still maintain our homeless community court as well, because it gives offenders an opportunity to participate in services, follow their care plan, get treatment, get housing, and then those cases are dismissed. And so it does help to prevent that kind of buildup of a criminal background.
Okay, great. I just have a couple more questions. And one, Chief Batista? There you go. Thank you. So some of the information you gave us is that in the 2 weeks period that you studied, 53% of your arrests were for homeless persons. Do you have some further breakdown maybe of were serious versus misdemeanors, that were your felonies versus misdemeanors? I should use my words carefully for that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Yes, ma'am. So here's an estimate. In 2018, we made about 3,700 arrests. That year, the number of homeless related arrests, people that were homeless that were arrested for these crimes, amounted to 2,564 of the 3,700. So that was about 68%. So when I look at the statistics from 2018, 2019, 2021, and 2022, we're averaging about 65% across the board. And where in 2018 we had 3,700 total arrests, in 2019 we had 3,800. So that gives you an idea of like the volume of arrests that we had. 2019 dropped significantly down to 1,600, and I'm guessing, the pressures of the pandemic and the calls for social justice really changed the scope of how officers were looking at their work in that period. And right now, to date, we've made 382 arrests, and we're at 62%. And those are related to homelessness. And, I've got a breakdown of part 1 crime, part 2 crime, and in each of those categories, our homelessness related arrests outnumber the other.
Okay. So, I mean, because while I think it's important to know that a significant portion of crimes are related to homeless persons, it's also important to know that not all crimes are related to homeless persons. I mean, we just recently had that unfortunate incident in the park where the homeless person was the victim, not the perpetrator of the crime, at least initially, and had their phone stolen. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So you would say the 62% is seems like a steady average in terms of
65.
Number of arrests related to homeless persons.
65% of total.
65%. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then my last question is Mr. Gupta with the work plan. So obviously there are metrics included within that work plan, and I'm assuming it'll be a living document updated almost probably on a daily basis given the amount of work going on. Is there some plan or thought about, though, how often we should sort of, for lack of a better term, do an information item or report to the community, as on a quarterly basis, biannual basis, and then how do we evaluate? So if we say, okay, we're not making our numbers in this metric, what's the process then? So that's sort of a two-part question. I apologize.
Sure. Thanks, Councilmember. So I think part of it in terms of the rhythm for the updates and the reporting depends on the incoming data. So I think in the case, for example, of outreach team contacts, and I think our CSD colleagues probably could speak to the specifics, but we get in many cases monthly reports, I believe, from the outreach teams with regards to contacts and placements and engagement. The help team data from the police department, depending on the specific category, again, is either often weekly or monthly. CRU, again, they track their data. So I think internally it can be used in more of that living way, although we don't want the population of a work plan to take up a whole lot more time in addition to all the other tasks that the team is working on. I think in terms of the reporting for the council and the public, what we've talked about, although we are certainly open to the feedback, I think is a quarterly rhythm potentially to share the updates, share the progress. And with regards to your second question on the baselining and the measuring, it's a good question. I think it's something that, you may recall prior to the pandemic, we had invested a lot of time and energy around the SAMOstat and the homeless stat process and program in particular for performance management. And I think of all the different areas where we were trying to apply that philosophy and those principles, we were by far, I think, the most advanced down that road with our homelessness work. We had monthly actually by the end, I think, twice a month meetings on different projects, on measuring the progress across different departments, baseline data, and sort of, the distinction between some of the input data versus actual measuring of outcomes and the impact we were having. So I think we have a lot of foundation to build on in that regard. We don't have the same staff capacity dedicated to performance management, unfortunately, that we did at the time, but we do have a lot of that infrastructure and a lot of that knowledge that we could certainly, dust off and revive to be able to actually, reestablish some of that baselining and measure. But I think we want to make sure that the tool is useful and meaningful to the council and the community, get the feedback, and then be able to sort of march forward with a more consistent mechanism for the reporting and the evaluation of the progress.
Okay, great. And I lied. I do have one more question, but it's for Ms. Willis, so you're off the hook. And I know this is sort of this thread runs throughout the work you do. But one of the things that always I think is a challenge in addressing the question of people experiencing homelessness is that people experiencing homelessness aren't connected into the system. So can you, it seems to me that to have effective programs, you have to have programs that people experiencing homelessness are willing to utilize. And that was a little bit of the shelter bed issue. So how are we reaching out to the people? I know we're reaching out and trying to get them connected to services, but are we also sort of reaching out and going, what can we do better to help you? I mean, I know that sounds like kind of a basic question, but it seems to me that the people who we're trying to help might have some input into how we could really help.
Yeah, and in, I think, gosh, how long ago was it? 2019, before COVID, we did a series of community meetings around how to develop measures of success for our programs. And that involved, we did intentional meetings with people who were experiencing homelessness. We went to the shelter and got feedback from people. So we have sought out that kind of feedback. The library was also doing a lot of work engaging their people, their unsheltered patrons, to see what kinds of services and activities they would be interested in doing. And then, as we move forward with behavioral health, working with the consumer community is going to be key. Because to your point, if we can't find the right fit, if we can't create an environment that is based on hospitality and as Dr. King was saying, a welcoming environment, then the facility will be useless. The point is going to be to try to make programs that people want to use.
Great, thank you, and I appreciate your patience with all my questions.
Not at all, thank you.
Now, Councilmember Brock.
First, to our staff, very comprehensive report. Thank you. I hope members of the community will read this report, or at least excerpts from the report, since it was 50 pages, but I think it showed the level of commitment, the level of work our city is doing, and I don't always say thanks, so thank you to all of you. Can you put the map back up of homeless coverage, homeless street outreach in downtown? I have a couple of questions, and some of these questions are going to be repeat questions that I've asked before. Sorry. So you can just play a tape if you want. But I note that, as I've said often, our area of intense coverage is the downtown and beach area. But yet, you've heard me say before, you know what I'm going to say, what about the rest of our city? I have people at Clover Park. We have people at 26th and Olympic. We have people at Berkeley and Santa Monica. We have people who are homeless behind 10th and Pico. I can name probably 20 places where I can find homeless people on an almost daily basis. How often are we outreaching to those people? Because you and I have talked, other people have talked about that comprehensive contacts that have to be made in order to get someone to go into rehab, to go into housing, to think about going home. So what I heard that there's part of one of the pages said that we may try and start another outreach team. But tell me where we are and why did we make a decision just to hit the CBD when it appears that the problem in the CBD is almost insurmountable? So talk to me about the rest of the city for a second, please.
Sure, absolutely. As you noted, one of the recommendations from staff, should funding be available, would be to add an additional C3 team in order to cover the rest of the city. And while that sounds like a big area, because if you look at this map, you know, there's so much other space that's not being covered by the other C3 teams right now, but it's a matter of sort of a scale. We believe that one more C3 team could realistically be able to provide consistent engagements with people on the balance of the city. And we do rely on those regional resources, and I will say, I don't want to spike the ball on this, but we did have the person in Clover Park was picked up by a regional service provider today, and hopefully is being engaged into services. So it does take time, but those services do work. And I do want to say, if we can add that additional C3 team, I think we would start to see that consistent engagement that you're looking for across the rest of the city.
Kev, I know Santa Monica historically has not reached out for public-private partnerships on some of these things, but are we starting to consider public-private partnerships to help fund some of the street teams that we need to make sure that we're making contact? Or are we still saying absolutely not?
I would welcome any private donations in order to support our teams. And
Oh,
if we'd like to
wait.
make a plug for that right now, I'll
Maggie,
do
can you repeat that, please?
it. We would absolutely welcome any private support for any of the programs that are operating in this city. And keep in mind, we do have a very generous community, and our service providers do receive significant private funding to support their programs that support the ancillary work of the outreach teams. But yes, if there's any corporations listening right now that would like to donate, please email humanservices@santamonica.gov.
We are SantaMonica.org. We are Santa Monica.
Then, because that's been a concern for residents, and I know that, for instance, I'm a trustee of Elks, and they've had people climb over into the trash enclosures, set up tents, decide they're going to live there. There are people in the alley behind it. And the frustration I hear from residents a lot of times is, what are we doing about the numerous locations where, you know, whether fairly or unfairly, residents feel fear? And I'm not saying it's justified, but it is something that's real to residents. It's real to the gentleman who shouted out of turn in here a few minutes ago, who got maybe attacked by a pipe, attacked by something. They're concerned. I know that's both a police issue, but I would rather it not be a police issue first. I would much rather we be making peaceful contact with unarmed people who can help those people get into services, to get off the streets, to try and get them into rehab at the Salvation Army, wherever it may be. So let me continue. Thank you for that answer, because that chart, I think, is crucial. What are the hours? So let's go back to that pink, lavender, magenta, red chart. What are the hours that people concern is the prime coverage for that area?
Correct. The C3 teams are operated by the people concerned. They operate Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
And are they, so I have seen them a couple of times over the last year with the radio flyer type carts. That's not this, that's a C3 team.
I believe those might be Salvation Army folks
No.
with the carts? No?
No.
I will look to, is Zach, do you guys?
People Concern has two different teams. Well, they may be like radio. There are carts where you're carrying water and things like that. The wagons. So maybe I should, can I ask him?
Zach, would you like to come?
Zach,
And answer
how often, because there's been a concern about the concentration of homelessness on and around the promenade parking garages downtown in that area, how often are your people there and how many meaningful contacts are they making each day? In other words, I guess, and I know it's a difficult job. I know that.
So we're there daily, Monday through Friday?
You are.
Yeah.
And they're hitting the promenade, hitting parking garages.
The areas that are within the red boundary.
And how many people do you have? Is it one team of two people? Is it two teams
It's
of?
two different teams of 4 to 5. And then we also partner with Venice Family Clinic, and we have a psychiatrist part-time.
Right, that's in the hamster van, right?
No.
No.
No, the C3.
I know, you took me out on all this, and now I'm confused.
I know, I thought you would remember.
I need mental health myself.
You don't remember everything I told you?
There you go.
So the C3 team and the HMST team both partner with Venice Family Clinic for street medicine work. And we also have contracted psychiatry several hours a week.
Again, though, on the promenade,
Okay.
do you have a team that's dedicated to that area Monday
The
through
downtown
Friday?
area. To the downtown area, the
Okay.
entire.
Well, no, there's a reason I'm asking, Council.
Between Lincoln and Palisades Park and Wilshire, including Reed Park and Pico.
And two teams are out every day.
Yes. Well, Monday through Friday.
Well, okay. I'm just concerned because I know on the promenade, everybody's been seeing so many people passed out, laying around in distress, or at least for a layperson, I think, it feels like they're in distress. And you guys are contacting them, trying to get them off the street, trying to get
Yes.
them into rehab.
Yes.
Okay. What's your success rate? What would you guess? I'm not asking for an exact figure.
How do you define success?
Getting them off the street, into services, getting them off the street to go home, getting them into housing, getting them to recover their lives. That's how I would define success.
Okay, so the data that we provided about housing for interim housing and permanent supportive housing was on one of the slides. In terms of getting them to go home, I can't remember what the Project Homecoming data is for the year. I think it's about 200 to 300 total. Is that right?
Over all the agencies, yes.
Yeah.
About 200 people a year.
Yeah.
How often in that downtown area, how often do you see turnover? Are there new people daily? Is it the same people month after month?
I would say
And I have a follow-up to that. Sorry. I get enthusiastic. How many?
multi-part questions.
Yes. How
Very
many
challenging.
people? I have to make sure they're essay answers, not
Okay.
just A, B, and C. The question is, see, now you're making me forget the follow-up. The follow-up was, how often do you see turnover downtown? And how many contacts do you think it takes to get someone to accept help?
Okay, these are really hard questions to answer.
I know.
Just so I can riff, but
Yeah,
please don't hold me
that's
to
all
it.
I'm asking.
Okay. So we do see significant turnover of people. And don't quote me on this, there's people who you will see, and if I've lived here for 13 years, there's people that you'll see continuously. Many of you who walk around downtown know the certain people, the guy who wears the rice paddy hat. Like, we know these people. We consider those anchors of the community, and we really try to focus on those people. These are the SMPPs that Maggie has been referring to. The rest, maybe that's 20, 25%. I don't know. That's just tossing that out there. The rest of it is a bit of a flux. And it's much harder to actually help the people who are flexing in and out because it takes multiple contacts to try to build trust and move people along. A lot of the work we do consists of getting people involved in case management, which is getting an ID, getting Social Security, establishing identity. So that's a flux. How many contacts it really depends. I mean, I have stories of finding somebody with no shoes, lost, sitting on a bench on Palisades Park, And within a day, we found out that he had eloped from a board and care in Bakersfield. And the next, we put him in a motel, and the next day we drove him back to Bakersfield. So that was one time, but there's people we've contacted. Steve, our friend Steve, we contacted 130, 140 times before he got back into housing.
Okay.
So there's no easy answer.
Thank you for riffing. What are there special challenges separate from downtown in Reed Park or Tongva or Palisades Park? Or are they really the same?
Geographical challenges?
Just challenges in getting people help.
Sure. I mean, one of the major challenges that you have is that people who are on the street have significant amounts of trauma in their history. They have trauma dating back to early childhood, but every day they spend on the streets, every night they spend on the streets is compounding the trauma they've experienced. So the biggest barrier we have is building trust with people. And that's why it takes so many contacts sometimes. That's why it's important to have really trusting, trained staff that take it so seriously. Like the staff that work for me do really, really hard work, and they go back for more despite being treated not always the nicest, because they find a place inside of them where they just really want to help the person.
Okay, thank you. Maggie, I have, oh, there you are.
Sir.
I've asked this before, and I've stressed this before. We have no bathroom open in downtown overnight. No bathroom open, I believe, after 10 p.m. in the city, public restroom. I may be off by an hour. I asked last May, I asked in October, I'm asking again, how do we, in spite of the challenges of having an overnight restroom, our custodial staff, the merchants, property owners, residents downtown have all said to me over and over again, I know our custodial staff call it brown emergencies. And they blame the homeless people who are down there.
I see.
And honestly, I don't believe we can blame homeless people when we don't have any facility. Can we finally, a year after I started asking, get a restroom available somewhere in the downtown area and staff it and secure it, but make sure that people, it's a human need. I think that's a basic human need. How do we solve that?
Andy's behind you. I don't know if he's going to help you with this.
Are you lurking, Andy? I will start, and you can jump in if I go astray. Ultimately, it's a couple things. It's a resourcing issue because keeping a bathroom open 24 hours is incredibly expensive to maintain and to staff, and to keep it safe for users overnight. We've had experience with, for example, many years ago, there were showers under the pier. I don't know how many of you, if you remember that, Phil, when there were showers under the pier and some of the negative impacts that had on the community and on the people that were trying to use that resource. And ultimately, the city decided that it was much too high of a cost and a liability, and those showers were shut down. So we have a history. We kind of know what to expect. So it's a resourcing issue. And then I think, given the concerns we have heard about the concentration of services in the downtown area, I think where you would have 24-hour restrooms would become a contentious question in the community.
I still urge staff to find a way to provide something, whether there becomes a separate restroom open at.
Can I add to that? Because
open at the downtown service facility or Samuel Shell or the Salvation Army or somewhere. I think we are providing, we're neglecting that basic need. And as much as I understand, I heard what happened in the porta potties at Tongva. I know all that, but I'm concerned that we do something.
Answer? He's here.
I will get an answer when I finish my question, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, Andy.
So Early in the presentation, we mentioned that we looked at a range of potential options. One of them was a 24/7 restroom. The Public Works Department priced it out between $180,000 and $200,000 a year. And also, I'll tell you this, for all the departments that looked at it, said, do not do it. And the reason is it ends up being a huge problem. Prostitution, drug use, violence, something that I don't think any neighborhood is going to say, please put that in our neighborhood. I don't think the downtown's going to say, put it in our neighborhood. I think it's going to create more challenges based on we've actually had experience in its will. That said, this is a policy decision. Staff can't just come up with $200,000. If the council said, we really want to do it, we want to allocate money, tell this neighborhood you're going to get the 24/7, then that's your policy decision.
May I ask a follow-on on that?
Sure.
So we know that there are roving buses that are restrooms and showers and, Lava May buses, and I'm sure there are others now in that space. But how much is one of those a year? But
I don't know.
right, right, because they do now. Look, I don't think it solves the problems. I think the restroom problem is really a terrible, terrible problem. And I haven't seen anybody come up with a good solution to it. But this isn't a solution to that particular problem, but it is a solution to some of the sanitation issues around that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well,
I think I have seen the portable restroom area in other areas, including the movie restrooms, right? Those trailers that they
right.
the movie sets
I haven't
with.
seen them, but I've seen that the Amundsen, like those.
Right. Yeah. I would ask once again. This is my semi-annual ask. I think it is a terrible thing for merchants, for residents, for everyone to complain every morning, and yet we aren't doing anything. And I think that's a basic need, whether you're in Paris, you're in San Francisco, you're in Portland, anywhere. And we have several hundred people in downtown who are unhoused every night. So I would ask that you at least consider that and come back to us possibly. Three or four more questions and I'll be done. I'm sorry it takes so long. In Tongva, in Palisades, in Reed Park, we've continued to have issues. Is there any new solutions, any other solutions to make sure that residents also feel safe, and especially those three parks? Is there anything else we can do to concentrate on those three parks, again, without having SMPD officers standing there all day? Is there any other solutions? Do other cities have anything that we haven't tried?
Again, I'm sorry, Dave.
If I may, the one item that we're eager.
Your microphone.
Oh, good, great.
There you're on.
I was like, didn't know if there was mass. The one item that we talked about earlier that we are eager to deploy is a therapeutic van, which we hope will provide a mobile resource throughout the community to be responsive to folks who are having mental health and behavioral health type issues. So that's one new solution that we're eager to get out on the street, and we're hoping it'll be out there this summer when the county staffs it up. So, Maggie, if there's anything else you want to add, please do. But
No. Again, I think it's a question of resourcing and how this council would like to dedicate resources.
I'll move on then. A question, at least I've stated that. When we're talking about San Michelle has temporary, are we also talking about the Homeless Service Center? I know they're two separate facilities. Are we talking about both of them as temporary, and both of them has the possibility of adjusting purpose?
The Access Center is a separate program, and it is a more permanent structure that was intentionally built for that use. It's not a temporary structure in the way that San Michelle is.
So you're not thinking of adjusting the services there right now?
Not right now. that will take longer conversations with our community, with our county partners, because unlike San Michelle, which is almost 100% funded by the city and it's on city land, we can control it. The Access Center is largely funded by the LA County. And so there would have to be conversations, and the city would have to find other resources, were the county to not approve of the repurposing. We would have to find other funding to operate that center.
I second Councilmember Davis in asking for more frequent feedback to the residents on our progress. I think they're eager to know, and when they don't hear anything and they feel the same pressures on the street, they feel disconnected, and we need to do everything we can to make sure. I think if they listen to this meeting tonight, they'll know that the city is committed to doing things, and it has been doing an immense amount, more than any other city in LA County probably. Tiny homes. I know I mentioned this once, and I know for the most part that's not a good thing, but I know that I think Councilmember Delatorre mentioned last year, someone else may have mentioned, and I think Mayor Himmelrich, may have mentioned, no?
Yeah, I did. I've been to a few.
Tiny homes in even a small amount in a parking lot at the airport, or a congregate shipping container section. But I heard earlier from you, I did listen, and I heard congregate homes are a problem. But tiny homes are being used right now at the VA. Tiny homes are used on Hoover and Wilshire. They're used in several places throughout the valley. The question is, and I don't know the answer to this, would that alleviate the problems in Santa Monica, or would the amount of people keep coming even if we filled a tiny home set? If we were able to do that with public-private partnerships, county help, state help, whatever.
Sure, and I think we are interested in seeing how those tiny home villages now operate after a certain period of time, to see if they're able to move people out of those programs. So, for example, I'm having a moment. Was it Redondo Beach that recently did, or it might have been Huntington Beach, Redondo, that did a tiny home village that was, again, meant to be temporary, and it was supposed to have wound down or moved, and it has been extended in the location that it is in because they have not been able to identify a new site. And so I think, the challenge of tiny home villages is that what we talked about, the system optimization constraints, right? You are putting people into what should be a short-term housing situation, but if there is not an appropriate place for them to exit, you just end up with more people stuck.
That's what I'm concerned about. Does it just perpetuate versus actually clearing people off the street and getting them on the road to recovery?
Sure, I'm sure it's helpful for some folks.
And I visited one such shelter in Wilmington, and I realized in that case it was in what was probably a factory warehouse district. And in Santa Monica, our major problem is we are so dense that we don't have that vacant land anywhere.
And it's a very expensive intervention because it takes a lot of land space in order to house a small number of people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now Lana, and then Kristen, and then me. Okay, and then I'm going
Maggie, do you need a break to have a glass of water?
I'm okay right now, but thank you for asking.
Got a restroom break after all the restroom talk. I think my question might be for Anuj or you, Maggie, or you seem to have all the answers, Maggie, so we'll see how it goes. I'll start with the work plan that you had listed. I just wanted to confirm, are all the agencies that we partner with on there? Because it didn't seem like they were.
No, this work plan is largely based around city activities, and the exception to that is really like West Coast Care and the C3 teams and the HMST teams focusing on the outreach. The other city-funded services are through the Human Services Grants Program, and so those report out on a different basis. They report out twice a year, and those program reports are available on the city website for people to review.
Right.
And those reports do include the outcomes and the progress of those programs. So we didn't include it into this work plan.
It would be nice if we had one work plan with everything in one place. And again, echoing the idea that those entities are reporting more regularly, I think it would help them as well, as opposed to reporting just once a year, twice a year. But because it's all these reports are everywhere, and it would be better to see it in one place. And then the other question was the map that shows where the homeless concentration is, and then that other map. Like, I wish that if those two maps could be combined to show the services that are being offered in those areas, it would visually that we've been talking about. And then again, coupled with the dollar amounts being spent, it just gives a real visual, simple term as opposed to having to sift through reports everywhere where you can, I mean, a 10-year-old would be able to kind of figure out what money we're spending and where the need is.
Sure. So if you look at this map, the outreach overlay is really in this. You see the red lines there around this large concentration of homelessness in the downtown area, and that is really where the outreach teams are concentrated right now.
I know, but in the legend, it's just talking about the one thing. You know what I mean?
Right. So we could do an overlay.
Like a Merriam, yeah. Okay, I wanted to ask some voucher questions because I work closely with people experiencing homelessness, especially in the 18 to 24-year-old range. But one thing, and I don't understand it fully, but I've dealt with it 3 times since January with other individuals, is the voucher transfers. So 2-part question. One is, my understanding is that if you are experiencing homelessness in Santa Monica for 4 years, 5 years, then you're considered, because we were talking about whether people are from out of state or out of county. How do we measure that if we're saying that if you're here for 5 years and homeless, you're now considered homeless in Santa Monica?
So it's what we refer to as our Santa Monica program participant eligibility. So that eligibility is 5 years or more of homelessness in Santa Monica. We document that through either service contacts. So we have a homeless management information system that all of our agencies use where they document the services that they provide to individuals. So we can look people up to see if they've been service connected for 5 years or more. We look at police and fire contacts to see if people have been contacted locally here. And then so that's one criteria. If you live or work in Santa Monica and you became homeless here, you can be eligible. And then if you're a high user of first responders.
I get the last two. The first one is a little complicated because if you're homeless in a vehicle and you're sleeping inside Santa Monica, outside Santa Monica, then do you just go by where you're receiving services?
It depends on what we look at is your service connectedness in Santa Monica. So have you actively been engaged in services here in Santa Monica, or have you had any police and fire contacts in the community over the course of 5 years?
And then we talked about the 100 vouchers that Santa Monica gives out, and I can't remember the number, but in comparison to the neighboring counties, it seemed like it was more, we're giving out more vouchers, is that?
It's not a matter of we're giving out more vouchers, but we are being able to lease them up at a higher percentage rate than other jurisdictions, even though it's only 6 out of 61.
Right. And I'll get to that question. The voucher question I had was a person I was working with, and this was multiple times it came up. They had a lot of trouble. They had to transfer their voucher. So they're receiving services here, but got a voucher from LA, and are very capable and willing to show up and go to meetings, and are a person who would is going to be successful in permanent housing, and yet it's very complicated for them because of the way the voucher system works. And I was trying to understand, like, of those vouchers, how do we, if this person's considered Santa Monica because they're receiving services here, but they're vouchers from LA, like, are they not going to be priority on this list? Do we look at these things to really work? These are the internal issues that I hear people who are actively looking for housing are having. Oftentimes I know we're looking at what's happening out there, but there's people who are holding these vouchers and there's actually units available and they're not getting access to them because of the stuff going on.
So I am not the housing authority expert.
Yeah.
Let me just say that right now. My understanding is that there is a process for porting in a voucher from another jurisdictions into the Santa Monica Housing Authority. That process is regulated by the federal government and you have to navigate 2 housing authorities, right? It's not easy. So I cannot speak to that process. I'm unfortunately not able to give you any insight.
And we don't know what the percentage of those transferred housing vouchers are. Okay. My other question, since we're on vouchers, is it possible to allocate any sort of funds to incentivize landlords to accept these vouchers? I know this is a problem. It's been on the news. There's many articles written more recently about it. The mayor's saying we've tried it and it was unsuccessful.
Yeah, so sorry, I was going to say the same thing. So we did this may be about 5 years ago, we did a pilot program where we offered property owners who would take them, we offered them $5,000, super excited. The council set aside a big fund, and I think we had 2 or 3 people take us up on it. We thought about what if we made it much bigger. Mm-hmm. I think one of the challenges, it's the long-term commitment. So it's sort of like, here's the little bonus you get, but especially in Santa Monica where everyone's protected, that person could be there for a very long time. So it's a great idea. We were super excited about it. It didn't pan out for us.
Before we walk away from it, is it worth exploring a survey or investing some time in talking to landlords to really understand the fears and possibly dispel them? Because if people are holding onto vouchers and spaces are available and we're not getting them in there, if $5,000 doesn't work, maybe it's more about a conversation and educating people.
Yeah, and that was, as part of that process, one of the things we did, and council helped us with the funding, was we actually created a landlord liaison. I don't like that word landlord, so a property owner liaison. And that was a lot of what they were doing, is trying to sort of figure out what's going on. And I think one of the challenges is, in a place like Santa Monica, the market is so tight that we're maybe not as competitive as we could be.
And that liaison no longer
breaks my
exists.
heart to say that, but it's tough. I mean, which is why something like you're considering tonight, giving some priority, because we do have reference authority over a large number of homes in Santa Monica, and giving that direct access, especially when we've got this large number of vouchers on the street. That's my recommendation, is something we can do right now to make a difference.
It seems like more, not a one-time incentive, but continuous incentive seems to be something that would need to be baked into some sort of budget for that. Because like you said, we want people to have a forever home, but then the fear is that this is going to become a forever home on a private property. I'm just curious how, and I don't know who this question's for, our current situation with the state and building housing, this is all relates to getting people with a roof over their head, right? I personally think that there's this middle piece of mental health. We talked about the gentleman who had 124 touch points, then got a home, then left the home. I personally know people who they get there, it's a process. I helped somebody get an apartment and that person slept in their car continuously after, and it was a lot of coaxing to stay. That's a mental health piece. I think they say if you spend 3 nights out on the street, you've got PTSD that can last more than 3 years. So I'm curious as to how, we're talking about the housing element, and I think that's so important. We've talked about some temporary housing thing, but how much are we reaching out to all the partners in the city, not leaning on just one, not just St. John's, but like UCLA and the other hospitals and agencies about 24-hour care and beds that are more than just 24-hour long-term beds. I know there's some talk about programs and we have to lean on them, and hospitals don't want to be responsible, nor should they be, one singular hospital who's already doing a lot in the community. But are we leaning on the other entities that are here?
Maggie should, I think, first talk about the support that goes into keeping people housed, and then we can talk about the broader.
Sure. So it does take an enormous amount of resources to support people once they're in housing, as you were mentioning. Sometimes it takes a lot just to get them in the door. And so we do work closely with our county partners to fund those kind of services. The city funds some of those programs directly, but for example, with the emergency housing voucher program, we went to the county and asked for dedicated slots within their intensive care management program that the Department of Health Services operates, and we were able to get 104 slots So one for every one of those emergency housing vouchers, and that is lifetime support for the people that need it. And so we do have those, we do pull in those other resources in order to make that happen. I think you were speaking about how we could incentivize landlords on a more permanent basis, which would be, I think that is a huge gap, because we had a conversation recently with one of our HUD representatives about that, about the gap between what a federal housing subsidy will pay and what the market will bear. And so, those conversations continue to happen with our federal partners.
And what about with the partners like UCLA and other hospitals that are, in terms of mental health care and psychiatric care and beds that are not just, you're checked in for a few hours and back out on the street?
Sure. And so those conversations are ongoing. I think the Providence St. John's DA commitment has really driven home the value and the role that hospitals locally can play, and there are conversations that are happening with those other hospitals to bring them to the table as well.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I think, is is Chief Bautista still here? Hi. Before we started, I wanted to point out that all of the money that I know as a community member, because we are community members first, that all of the time and effort and the people power, people energy, the brains, the back end that it takes to just put one person into continuous support, whether that be mental, behavioral, drug support, or housing, the numbers sometimes don't show the success rate. It looks very small, and then people go, oh, we're spending so much money. But I understand why. We're hearing it here. It's multiple touch points in most cases, and vehicles and police and fire and outreach teams and nonprofits. So it takes a lot. I'm curious on as it pertains to the police department and crime that we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you have this answer map-wise, but it would be interesting to understand where the crime, the small, property crime, bikes being stolen, we hear a lot about, property crime now, people going into people's private property, breaking in. Do you have any idea where that's concentrated and where that tends to happen if we were to look at a map?
Yeah, if we could put up the map that shows the downtown section where the services are provided. Looks like a hat. Yeah. There it is.
Oh, it does look like a hat. Yeah. I didn't think of that before. It's the Mad Hatter.
So what I've noticed in the last 6 months, and my staff as well, have told me that this is what they've been seeing, is that the majority of, about 25% of our crime is in that pink zone, that the top of the hat. And what I'm seeing is that the neighborhoods surrounding it are being encroached by property crimes. And they're not sophisticated property crimes. They're the kinds of things that somebody picks up a brick, puts it through a window, and tries to get in to a car, what have you. And it's just kind of happening all around that downtown area. And so in the times that I've met with residents and walked in their neighborhoods, they tell me, it feels as though in the evening, as you guys are doing your work of kind of moving them out of downtown, they start to kind of seep into the neighborhoods, and so we see it as they start to kind of make their way around. And the kinds of cases and calls that we respond to and the arrests that we've made are, for example, a couple comes home and finds a homeless individual that has taken up residence in their apartment and refuses to leave, right? When they show up, they're like, get out, and he refuses to leave. And so they call the police, and of course we go, we make the arrest, get him out. Other cases, a woman's taking a shower, and a homeless man starts to try to break in through the bathroom window. So in all of these situations, the reasons why we're able to get there and make a difference in those cases has been because either a resident calls us, a neighbor calls us that's witnessing it, they stay on the phone with us, they give us direction as to what they're seeing, and then of course, nowadays we're employing better technology to get there while they're still in the area and make the arrest. And so it's those types of situations that I'm beginning to draw the conclusion as to what's occurring in those neighborhoods surrounding downtown.
Is it fair to say that most of those crimes are happening in, say, apartment buildings, or do you notice them in, like, the really nice homes and other neighborhoods?
So it's a combination of things. Cars are getting broken into on the street. They're making their way into the parking garages below. Mail thievery is occurring. So we're seeing those kinds of things. Like I said, none of this stuff is sophisticated. Like, they're not using sophisticated tools, so that tells us it's, just brute force.
Right. And would you say that most of those crimes are mostly related to drug use, people who are on the street and they're stealing quick items for that reason, or mental, or both, a combination probably?
Yeah. So, I mean, traditionally we know that those types of low-level crimes, which are persistent, it's to fuel the drug habit.
So my commentary to add to that is I live in a rent-controlled apartment building. We are not a fancy building by any means. I think most children are scared to pass by it on Halloween, but it doesn't seem to scare away people who come and break in and steal bikes because we don't have any gates. So the nicer, more expensive, updated buildings have gates, have security, condos have security. Certain neighborhoods have patrol going around. I just want to point out that I think a lot of the people who suffer the impacts of these happen to be people who are living and potentially rent burdened, and that bike being stolen might be their mode of transportation to work. So while they might seem like a petty crime, that's not that important maybe to the community, and it's not worth, we're not going to go around arresting everybody who steals a bike. It's impacting the community in a big way, because I feel like it tends to impact those that might need that bike more or might be financially impacted more in the community. That's just my assessment. I also think the small business community is impacted largely because we don't have a corporate office to call to help us with these problems. Your department knows I have to call every day, multiple times a day. We had an issue this morning. I could not safely walk into my building because we have a new gentleman there that meets me with his pocket knife and his drug paraphernalia every morning. So for those reasons, what I wanted to say was, I think, my question is, what are we doing? And this might be, I don't know who this question is for. Maybe it's Maggie, maybe it's Jenna, I'm not sure. But at the state level, like, what are we doing as a city to help lobby? Because I think the reality is a lot of these diversion programs, I jotted down some quick numbers. There's like 2 to 3% success rate on some of these numbers because, again, these are people who are suffering from addiction and other mental health issues. So if we're exciting them, hopefully we get a name and an ID so you're getting a correct name. And by the time you get somebody to the court system so that you can prosecute, they've committed multiple crimes. And then some of these numbers that we were hearing about, whether or not they go into these programs. And by the way, I just want to point out that is no fault of our attorney's office here. These are human beings, and we're trying to use the laws that we did not create, but that the voters put in. And we're trying to use those laws to the best of our ability to mitigate what's happening in our city. But I do think it's time to recognize that there's some laws that go above and beyond what we can do here as policymakers in Santa Monica, but what are we doing to help support that movement? Because that diversion idea clearly isn't working and has created and exacerbated this problem. And here we are coupled with, where do we get the money to help these people? And it's impacting all the different departments, fire, PD, the community, the, mental health and wellness of people who are living in the city. It's impacting all of us. So what are we doing to lobby at the state level and say, we need more diversion, and it might look differently. Maybe the diversion, it's not about arresting our way out of it, but the reality is, if you're at least making contact in that form and you have to show up to court or you are arrested, maybe that's the opportunity where we look at it differently. And that's when the outreach team comes in and really helps get that person the help that they need. But just allowing people to continue to go back on the streets and commit more crime, we're here talking about this, and
So I'll hand it over to Jenna really quickly, but I just want to say that in the 6 months that I've been here, I have really paid attention to what the residents are saying to me, what the business owners are telling me, and the experiences for folks that don't know each other really all match up to the same feeling of desperateness in some way, of just wanting peace. And to address this issue that I described, one of the things that we're doing while we're working in that downtown area, our patrol officers are being asked to focus in those surrounding neighborhoods so that we're present, because the visible presence of an officer, even for the folks that are experiencing a crisis at the moment, for many, it makes it so that they're like, okay, kind of straighten up for at least this moment and keep it together. And it's that kind of rotation in and around that area where I feel as though we have to have a presence, because our residents should be able to walk out of their apartment or get in their car, in their carport, without fear of the unknown of waking somebody up that's sitting behind or sleeping behind their wheels. And they're afraid to even just wake them up. And these are the stories that I've heard over and over, and we have to have a presence in that. We have to be able to respond to those things and give the guy an advisal, wake him up, move him over if we can't arrest him, so that the resident can pull out of their driveway. I mean, that's the space that I think that we in public safety in Santa Monica should be occupying, so that folks feel like they can live in peace.
But may I ask a follow-on before you step down, because I think I may be connecting what you're going to do. But so you talked before about getting a call from the couple who comes home or the woman in the shower, and then you show up, the person that they're calling about is there, you arrest that person, right? And I think it's interesting. I think there's a difference between today and 5 years ago. I'm not sure between 2 years ago and 5 years ago and 10 years ago, it might not look different, but I'm curious to know what happens after they steal the bike or on the people are freaked out. What happens to that person after you arrest them in that apartment or you catch them with that bike?
they leave. She's asking you. Right?
Yes, you.
Oh.
Yeah, no, the reason I'm asking is because, I think that there is a difference in the system and the way the system deals and what the results are. And I think that it would be interesting.
Don't go too far.
To know.
There certainly has been a pendulum swing. I've been here in the city almost 12 years. And when I started as a baby prosecutor, everything was jail and probation. That was your marching orders, jail and probation. And as we've gotten through the pandemic and social justice, it is very much more diversion. But I think the reason why I've kind of grown into these diversion programs is because at least we've tried. And then when I go to the court and say, this person has flamed out of pretrial or pre-filing diversion, they flamed out of ATI, they have flamed out to a placement in a, Project 180 or these different programs that have been developed, then the court understands why I'm asking for jail. Then they understand why I'm asking for a residential treatment program. And so it gives us a basis to ask for those higher level misdemeanor consequences. And it doesn't make us look like we're just the big bad people of Santa Monica who want to throw every homeless person in jail. So it gives us a little more credibility. And I think because of that, we do have such successful rates when we get to prosecution, because we have this long-standing ability to say we have tried and knocked down every door and made 120 contacts and really put that human element to it, where now they need to be held responsible because they're not answering to any other program.
But I have a direct follow-up to that, because I believe that your job has become so much more difficult in what you do in the last few years because of that pendulum swing. So here we are as a city spending you just talked about how many times you got to go to court for one person. That's got to cost a lot of money in attorney's fees. And just, well, I know you know, the attorney's department, but, you know, just the workload that you have that you can't get to other things, correct? I mean,
all we do is misdemeanors. So in a way, it is actually more beneficial to say, Your Honor, we have tried all of these things, and I don't think it's problematic for the court. That's what they're there for. We have stacked cases to be able to keep people in custody, to sober them up for 2 weeks, to get them a placement. You know, it really is more of, you know, how well can we work the system so that this person at the end of the day is getting what they need? And it may be 60 days in jail. You know, it may be that that's where we're at. And again, I think it gives us that credibility to be able to get those kind of long-term results that other locations don't get.
I totally get that you're following the law and you're working the system to get those results. I hear you, and I want to just point that out. You're saying, here's the law that I didn't create that I have to work under, but I see the problem and we need to get this person help. But where it is now, which is not jail and probation, I have to do all these things before I get there. And what I'm saying, that is not helpful to our community or to the society. It's not working. And so not everybody may agree with that, but I'm saying up here that that's not working. And what are we doing to lobby above to say, what are we doing as a city of Santa Monica? What are we doing to say this is impacting our community in so many ways that we're sitting here talking about it? It's impacting what we're talking about. Those numbers, I think we said over 75, 80% have drug addiction problems. This is not the family that just had a job last week that's just, you know, looking for a house. I think the majority of the people we are dealing with have psychiatric problems, behavioral mental health problems that are closely related to drugs in more cases than not, and have drug addiction problems. And so this idea that we're going to build housing and everyone's going to move into it and live a happy ending is just not real. It's not that we don't want to house people. It's that we just heard stories. They're not going to stay there. It takes a lot of people to make a person stay there. And I want those people to have success. So what are we doing in terms of this diversion stuff is taking hundreds of hours of people's time, and you're having to work the system, and it's amazing what you do, and thank you, because I know I'm always asking the tough questions of your department, but I respect everything you do, and I think, how do we make your job a little bit easier, and we also help that person get the help? It's not about arresting everyone. It's about getting them that help 7 court appearances sooner, not having them hurt 3 more community members. I mean, we dealt with an individual who attacked my store member, kicked an 80-year-old woman into the street, was back 7 days later swinging a machete outside at someone at the bus stop. How do we get that person help before he swings a machete and hits someone in the head?
You know, that is a little bit above, you know, my pay grade. I don't legislate, I don't policy, I just follow the law. But what I can say is that it definitely has a time and its place. You know, in that particular person, the system actually worked exactly what it was supposed to do. When he was, you know, arrested for hitting that elderly woman, he was held in custody, he went before the court, he pled and got 60 days of jail.
But he got out a week
What
later.
I can't control is what the county does, because we don't run the county jail system.
That's my point.
So the county made the decision to release this person, but the system here in, you know, the Santa Monica misdemeanor prosecutors, the Santa Monica Police Department, our system worked to provide a resolution for that victim and to contact that victim and let them know what was happening and how to engage. You know, even though we don't have an advocate, our attorneys make that extra effort because we think it's important to be responsive to the community. So that's just an example of how that system at that moment worked. Of course, we have many more examples where it doesn't work, but we should still take pride in the fact that at least at some point we can offer justice to the victims out there.
And you guys did call the victim and you did let them know, and I was privy to that, and I appreciate that. But who can answer the question, what were you doing to lobby?
Yeah, I mean, we can also talk about and be interested in learning about things like care court, because I think there is some potential there to have, an effect on those that are most vulnerable. You know, there are voids in the system where folks have individual choice and they have constitutional rights to say, thanks, but no thanks. Or, you know what, take me to jail because I know I'm going to be out in 24 hours. They have those individual rights. So backing and listening to and understanding the governor's proposal when it comes comes to care court, I think could really be advantageous, especially for small communities like this who can't house and can't afford to do the treatment and those constant contacts. But if we're working from a regional perspective and now a statewide perspective to say, hey, take your fair share, everybody needs to establish these court systems and make sure that folks like SMPD and the neighbors and the family members can make these representations to the court to say this person needs help. It's a step in the right direction. You know, is it the solution to end all homelessness and mental health? No, but at least it's a door that hasn't been opened yet that I think we should all try to listen to those proposals and see what's out there and what's available, because it's an avenue.
You're saying that's one of the things, is looking into care court.
Yeah, I think care court has some potential because it brings kind of the best of what we who are in this profession and work with these folks all the time. It's the best of that in a judicial system. One of the reasons I think homeless court works so well is because there's something called the black robe effect. I can say it to this person, Santa Monica police can say it, Maggie's department can say it, but until there is somebody sitting with the seal of California behind them in a black robe, raised on a podium saying, go to DMV and get your driver's license. Hey, just stay in the shelter one night. Until you get that effect, I think it's completely different. So I think if we've seen it on this small level in homeless court, the impact that it could have on a state and a regional level could really be interesting.
Do you have anything to say about that, Chief Bautista? Do you know anything about care court? No, you don't have to comment on it. My last question is about housing, and then I promise I'm done. So I was just curious if we're talking about housing and the need, but we're also gifted with, from the state to build a certain amount of housing by a certain time, right? And what we've been seeing are these by right projects that serve a very small percentage of people who need housing, affordable housing. And I'm just curious how we also speak to the state and talk about our space, our resources. And when I say resources, I mean water, public safety, meaning, you know, as we bring in more people and build more buildings, we need more roadways, we need more police, we need more fire, we need all of those things, all the things that go into making a city work. How is that housing element affecting our ability to use some of our resources to put in these temporary houses or put roofs over the heads of the people we're talking about tonight, the unhoused?
You know, I may be able to help with that because we had a conversation today with HCD, and there is a dichotomy, meaning that, frankly, they're not interested in understanding that part of it. They're interested in the city providing the plan to provide, you know, the zoning that's required to have the housing. As far as the impacts, the environmental impacts, water supply and all of that, that's really pursuant to CEQA, and it's a separate track as far as they're concerned. So, you know, they think we are going to do our analysis. They're not really interested in that. They're not going to look at that because that is something that we have said to them, which is, you know, we have to do this analysis because we have to understand the impacts of the plan. And they, you know, they sort of brushed it off as this is not our issue. We're just here to look at your policy document, which is your housing element. So it is interesting in that it's very segmented, and that's part of the problem that we're having here. There's so many diverse conflicting interests, like the Boise case, right? That's basically saying cruel and unusual punishment to punish people for the state of being homeless. On the other hand, that prevents sort of a very efficient enforcement to get people from not camping or not sleeping in the public parks. But unfortunately, that is just the way the laws are. We have to deal with them, and same thing at the state, even though care court is something that's considered, it's very controversial, right? So it's just, you know, we if you guys want to take a position on that, so be it. But the point is that it is not an easy endeavor, even for the governor.
Do you discuss how is market rate housing in these by right projects going to help house the people we're talking about? I'm just curious how a $6,600 a month apartment's going to help.
They don't care.
Well, this is my point. So we were talking about housing these people, and it's like we're having two conversations, but how we're supposed to build all of this housing, but only a few units per these projects we're seeing are going to people who have an income. They're not voucher necessarily. These aren't units that are going to the people we're talking about tonight, the people who have 100 vouchers and the hundreds of people that are on the street.
Yeah, the key though is to get the funding, and I do think that the state is opening up more funding because there has been a push to, do redevelopment,
Crisis?
number 2, right? But the taxing entities are resistant to redevelopment because it means they have to give up part of their property tax. So instead of that, the state, and to their credit, they are putting out more grant money. And so, unfortunately, this is another conflict, right? We are asking for the money, but they're saying, well, if you don't have a conforming housing element, we can withhold the money. And of course, we said today, well, we have actually asked for the money. We've actually spent and committed the money. We are one of the few that are good, and we're using the money, and it's counterproductive. But again, because they are compartmentalized, right? HCD will only look at your housing element plan. They're really not. They're not looking at it holistically, and there's that solution is way above my pay grade and everybody's pay grade, really, because it is a solution that we're going to have to figure out as a state. But I think, as Jenna said, the best we can do is the best we can do locally, which I think that's what.
How can our
we're
housing
showing.
element address the people we're talking about?
So can I try to be a little more positive? So in the housing element, you recall that you've designated city-owned sites to be places where we could build affordable housing. And when you take the cost of land out of the equation, it becomes much more affordable for us to fill that gap. And it's going to be important that as we create that affordable housing, that a portion of that is the permanent supportive housing that you're talking about now. And I got to say, you're already doing this. So 1318 4th Street, you put out the RFP, you said, we want a major component of permanent supportive housing there. You select a developer, that project's moving forward. And I anticipate that we'll continue to do that on city-owned sites. Let's say, I don't anticipate, I really hope we will continue to make that a priority on city-owned sites.
I continue to hope that we push the state to also provide more funds so that we can expand not just city-owned land, so we can have incentives, to be able to provide this housing we're talking about in other areas. Because also, we need to point out that where city-owned land is always not always the ideal space for it in terms of resources and access to hospitals and things like that. So thank you. I know I took up a lot of time. Thank everybody for this report and your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Negrete, just real quick, the other area of advocacy where we are spending time is our deputy city manager is working with a few other cities of similar size. And we are advocating strongly that a city such as Santa Monica that has a significant homeless population receive direct funding to address homelessness. And so that is something that we have been fighting for. We haven't gotten support yet, but we believe very strongly that we should get that. So we're going to continue to advocate for that as well.
Hi, Maggie.
That's what we can't.
So what?
Because that's why you can't. They say they can't hear you.
Why? Because I'm back here? Yeah. Oh, okay. It just, there's so much feedback. The minute I get closer, all I hear is like an echo.
I think it's okay.
Okay. So, Maggie, I have a question. And can we go back to the homeless count map? Okay. So, if we're looking at 702300, is that a census tract, or how are these broken down?
Yes, these are census tracts.
Okay. And so multiple folks went out in one census tract, and that's how we did the homeless count.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. And then all of these little dots represent what the key says. And this is presumably accurate and to scale. This represents the 807. Okay, so in years past, what is the average undercount in the homeless count?
Sorry, the average?
Undercount. Do you guys experience an undercount, or is it?
How would you know?
We don't have
we
don't have a methodology for that.
So has it ever come up as maybe, here's the reason I ask. So in looking at this map, I am able to point to some specific places where, and I'll use my street as an example. Easy to count, and having done the count, I know, sometimes if people are lying down, do I count it as one person? Do I count it as two people? There are places here where I know every night 3 people live. They don't appear on the map at all. So I'm just trying to understand how that kind of happens and if that's something we've encountered. So when we do the homeless count, then we get the feedback. Does it really line up with what we think the situation on the ground is? Or do we feel like maybe there was an undercount?
There's always room for human error. These are human people doing this count. They are volunteers from the community.
Yeah.
And so we don't have a way of, verifying, did you really see people? Did you really check? Did you beat the bushes?
Totally
Or did you just drive by in your car with the music on? We don't have a way of knowing. We have to trust that our volunteers are out there and they're committed to doing the best job that they can. What I will say is our count methodology has been very consistent since 2009. Okay. So if there is that room for human error, it would have been something that is sort of factored in. So I think you can look comparison to comparison. Okay. Those numbers are comparable. To your point specifically about specific places where people are that may not be reflected on this map, I'm happy to double check the tally sheets to make sure they're appropriately the addresses were appropriately captured. But again, this is a single point in time, right? In a very cold night in January where it was windy, it was cold. So people that normally would have been maybe in your neighborhood, they might have sought shelter somewhere else. They might have used a winter shelter. They might have decided to bed down in a parking structure or another place to seek protection from the wind. They might have moved. So they might be reflected somewhere else in the city.
Yeah, and I get that, and I don't ask the question to be argumentative in any way or to imply that. I can point to a few spots here where I know people live every single night without question, regardless of the temperature or the inclement factors. And so it's a little worrisome that they're not on this map. So that's why I just wanted to clarify that the map is in fact what the data showed, because it leads to my next question, which has to do with the expansion of the C3 teams east of downtown. What the map also doesn't really show, because there's no way to show it because it's outside of our city boundary, is the impact of some encampments on the eastern part of the city. Probably the southern part of the city as well, and the northern part of the city. And this data was a moment in time at night, so you also wouldn't have counted it because it's a daytime increase, whether it's in petty theft or just people desperately in need of services. So I support all the recommendations. Let's just start there. But I fully support expanding C3 teams, help teams, anything east of downtown into our communities because there are people truly suffering. But I'm curious about the expanding the workforce and the 40-hour week during the day versus the 24/7. I think the 40-hour work week during the daytime is probably the best option, but I want to understand kind of how you all landed there and why you think that's the most effective way to implement right now, as opposed to just a resource-wise, it's the best thing to do right now. I'm just curious if you have the data to show that that's when people need the support the most, is during those daytime hours.
So a couple of things. One, we want to be responsive to what people are experiencing during the day. Mm-hmm. And so we want to have those teams out during the day. I think the other piece that's important is the availability of resources. 24 hours a day, right? At this point, as we talked about, we don't have a lot of options to take someone somewhere at 2 a.m. So we could invest in overnight outreach teams, but the efficacy and the outcomes we would see from those teams may not be the type of outcomes that this council would want. And we want to be cognizant of that sort of return on investment. We also are eagerly awaiting our DMH therapeutic transport vans that will, when those are able to be 24/7, we will be able to see sort of what the need is like, and it will help us inform if multidisciplinary teams or other kinds of interventions overnight would be impactful. And again, if we're able to implement this 24/7 intake at San Michelle, it will also give us more information about who's out there and what people need in order to determine what the best kind of overnight interventions might be.
Okay. With regard to the proposal for the below market housing, I'm just curious, given this is something that I feel like has been sort of socialized and talked about for a little while, why we anticipate it taking another 30 to 60 days before a proposal can come to us, allowing us to be able to move forward with it.
Andy, would you be able to talk about that, the below market waitlist process?
Yeah, we just need to write a staff report, and unfortunately in Santa Monica, that staff report is due about 2 months before it makes it to you.
Okay.
So we already allow vouchers in below market rate units, just not on these priority vouchers, and not, they don't go to the top of the list. Is that the problem?
How about this?
What?
How about this? If you would make the express direction to us to change the priorities, let me see if we can avoid bringing the staff report back.
Yeah.
I don't, because we already do it,
Yeah,
so it
right.
doesn't make any sense that if, and you know I hate this policy, by the way.
I'll talk to the city attorney tomorrow, but I think we might be able to do it if you can be very clear that give us the direction to do it.
So I'm
We
glad I asked the
explain why
question.
it's a
So if
bad
Susan, by
policy.
the end of tonight, when we get to that point, if someone can give us the right language, and I'm sure Councilmember Davis can come up with it, or to say just the right thing, because I feel like that's something we can move a little bit faster given the urgency, and, you know, we want to keep our rate high, the rate at which we utilize these. We're doing such a
Right, so
good
we keep
job.
getting more, right?
I know, in comparison to the rest of the county. So while I think Anuj, this one might be for you.
Can we talk about why the policy is bad to do this before we move on?
Why the policy is bad to do what?
To double up on vouchers and deed restricted housing. Because you're using two sources of affordable housing for one person, and what that means is basically you're taking double the number of affordable housing opportunities and turning it into half. In other words, in an ideal world, your Section 8 vouchers would be usable not in deed restricted housing.
I understand.
But in regular apartments.
And that's why some people don't want it on the below market housing.
Well, the real reason is just because, look, it's bad policy to do it, but when you have these emergency vouchers, it's not bad policy to use them.
Right.
So there are times where sometimes one policy consideration gives way to another, and this is one of those cases, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's just a unique emergency situation.
But in general, it's not if we could avoid doing this.
Right, and
we
I
should.
think you could do sort of it could apply strictly to these 100 vouchers or to this specific
It could, although I would say that anytime we have a voucher that's at risk of being lost, we should, because this happens all the time, because they only have we should use it if we have to on deed restricted housing, if only to keep the voucher in our jurisdiction.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, but this
It's
is a
easier
different
for them to
discussion.
accept
It's the same
it.
reason I hate text amendments.
Right. It actually gives them an extra subsidy, which is why it's easier for a deed restricted owner to accept a voucher versus Yes. But I think it's very easy here. Instead, the recommended action would be a very slight modification, and it would just say direct staff to revise the below-market housing waitlist priorities to prioritize households with emergency vouchers, housing vouchers. So basically, instead of saying to return on an action item, it would just X that out.
Staff to revise the below, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Got it, that was
Thank
easy.
you. That's easy. Hi, Anush, Mr. Gupta.
Hello.
So in the matrix, and I love Councilmember Negrete's obvious suggestion that we try to eventually get to the point where all of it is in one place. I think it's so good that we have the other stuff online, but so specifically, is there a way to go, you know what, you may not have put it up there, actually, the matrix on public, the public and clean spaces. It's okay if you don't have
Yeah,
that
so
one.
this is a screenshot.
But, yeah, this is just a
of the
screenshot.
one tab, but
yeah.
we
So-
can talk about it anyway.
Okay, so quick question. I just was curious when we're looking at some of the data in this, are these unduplicated individuals? They're duplicated.
There's no way.
Okay.
It depends.
Okay.
It will specifically say if it's a duplicated number, like a lot of the contacts will be duplicated from the outreach teams, whereas the placements will be unique individuals.
Okay, so just so I understand, if, say, because I'm always so blown away by the work at the libraries and just how much they have to take on in order to operate and provide that service in the community. And it really is remarkable what they've had to do to adapt over time, given the circumstance. But when we hear when we see 180 incidents involving people experiencing homelessness, my assumption from that is those 180 are also in the 1,063 documented contacts under sort of the help team, or is that not the case?
No, they would be not necessarily the same people.
Okay, but they could be some of
There could be overlap, but it's not necessarily the same.
Okay. I just think sometimes with some of these spreadsheets, it's hard to get a really clear sense. And I know that's an almost impossible thing to separate out, to not have duplicates. But to the extent possible, I think whatever we can do to try to break out the information as clearly as possible so that people really have a clearer sense of what the resource intensity is, where we're seeing, because what we're hoping with like the county van, whenever it comes, right, is that we might see a reduction in some of like the PD resources that are expended on something like this and an increase in that. And so just hoping that we can get there eventually. And I had a question about San Michelle. I think it's kind of been asked and answered, but I wanted to spin it a slightly different way, which when San Michelle came to be in 1994, and knowing that the concentration of a lot of our unhoused resources go into the downtown area, it was that, because I don't recall, I was only 14 then, but was the reason, and I just say that just to bother some of my colleagues. Lana and I are on the same. Was the reason that location was chosen because at that time we also had the largest concentration in that area? Was it was the goal to bring services to an area in need, or was there another reason?
I do not have the history on that.
You know what? I was thinking about that this morning because, and Glean can maybe, but I was remembering the Greyhound bus station. It's right up the street there, right? And so I had an office around that area in, I guess, the mid-90s. And I would say that it was that my office was on 4th Street, the bus station, right, I mean, but I would say it was on 5th, right? Was on 4th Street, yeah.
I actually remember the discussion about San Michelle, and yes, the Greyhound bus station was on Fifth Street. I also think that one of the reasons that site was selected was because it wasn't adjacent to any residences. That there was serious, consideration, and you all have to remember that that was really before the Craig Jones housing boom happened in downtown Santa Monica as well. So there really wasn't a ton of housing in downtown, and so the idea was to place that somewhere where it wouldn't have an immediate adjacent impact on residents, but also because the Greyhound bus station was there, and I think at that time, even then, the
And 520 Colorado, was that the number 502, that
No,
place in Colorado? And
no, that's the Gwynn Pugh building, but in any of,
No, I'm
oh,
talking
you
about the community court building on the corner.
yeah, that's the Gwynn Pugh
was that
building, he
around-
designed
Was
that.
that before or after?
Ooh, I think it was after. That was after. But in any event, yeah, I think it was because the idea was to not put San Michelle in a residential neighborhood, and because that way there would be an ability to capture people who were using the bus to travel into Santa Monica.
Okay, yeah, I was just asking because as we're thinking about sort of a longer-term behavioral health, permanent supportive housing facility, 24/7 type situation and where it might go, it's kind of like a chicken or the egg. I mean, and this is why sometimes people say, oh, I don't want it placed here, I don't want, and so to the extent that we can really have a sort of city that provides services throughout the entire city, I think it would really just serve us a lot better. And again, that's why I'm really, really excited to expand the C3 teams east a little bit. But thank you. And I just want to say to, and I know we're going to go into comments, but Maggie, Chief Batista, Chief Alvarez, Jenna, Andy, Aaron, Anuj, Zach, for the work that and Zach just left, and then Dr. King, who left. It was just, this is fantastic work, and I hope you guys are all really proud of what you're doing for our city.
Thank you.
Okay, well, so as you can imagine, I don't have much left, but I do. And one thing that I would like to talk about before we leave tonight, because you and I have talked about it, we just talked about it yesterday, but I think that, so we have our homeless count, which is 800, we have our, various numbers of various things, but people are always saying, and particularly in response to some of the things that I say, right, that if you build it, they will come, right? If you make it too friendly, they will come. But can you talk to us about who really we consider to be Santa Monicans among our homeless population?
Sure. So as we talked about, we have a very clear definition that has been adopted by this council that really draws that circle around who the city is going to dedicate 110% of our resources to serve and support. And that population, again, is people who've long-term been homeless in this community with ties to service providers in this community. It is people who are part of our workforce. It is people who have lived in Santa Monica and lost their housing. And it is people who are the highest users of our city emergency services. So that is our definition of our fair share. When you look at per capita comparisons, for example, of how our homeless population in comparison to our per capita, or if you look at that across the county, there is a way to estimate sort of what our ideal capacity should be and what our proportion should be, and it's a little lower than what we currently serve, right? It's if we looked at it and we looked at the per capita of our population, and we looked at it as part of our homeless population, you could estimate a fair share of about 598 people at any point in time. It's not an annualized number, but it would be like at any point in time, that would be sort of what would be appropriate for a city of our size.
And the other day when we were talking, you said that you thought that there were about, on our part of the registry, kind of the ones that they're about, I thought you said 400, am I crazy? And
No, yeah, we do have our by name service registry of vulnerable Santa Monicans, and that number, it fluctuates because people are added to it and people come off of it. But it hovers around 400, 425 people at any given time.
And 200 are housed.
And about 200 are housed.
And so these other people, right, who constitute our count, right, these are probably people who are coming and going from Santa Monica?
Because we don't do demographic surveys in conjunction with the count, I can't really speak to, the specifics of who is represented by that point in time count. When we, again, have done anecdotal surveys of people, there's a significant number of people who are here for a short time and then leave. So as Zach mentioned, it is difficult to engage those people in services, and they sometimes will leave the city for periods of time. We won't see them for 6 months or a year, and then they will come back. So yes, there is a significant portion of our population that is not here in Santa Monica all the time.
But we've had people on our dais, I mean, people who who are on our council who have friends who are living homeless on the streets of Santa Monica. So this is not a different concept.
Oh yes, there are many, many people here who have long-term ties to this community.
So I think that when we are designing our programs, is the primary focus on those folks?
When we're designing our interventions?
Our homelessness interventions.
It is, and it is part of why a lot of our programs, come with a little bit of a higher price tag, because they are about providing very deep services to a very specific group of people, rather than sort of the light touch, fairy dust, serve a little bit to everybody approach. And so, yes, our programs are very intentionally designed to meet the needs of very, very vulnerable people.
And so, Jenna, let me ask you, because, I'm always bothered when these conversations about homelessness and crime sound like they're all one conversation and not another conversation. So you aren't in charge of the homelessness division, you're in charge of the criminal division, right?
Correct.
Okay, so can you discuss a little the demographics of what you see?
Sure, and again, we don't track that type of data either. But what we do see is consistent with, a small tourist city compared to, Los Angeles or some of the other big cities. A lot of our cases are quality of life, but we do a surprising number of domestic violence. We do a surprising number of DUIs, both first-time DUIs as well as repeat offenders. The other thing that we are seeing more and more, given the new DA's policy, are these what we call DA rejects. So cases that they are no longer filing for whatever reason, those are usually considered our most violent misdemeanors. So there'll be cases where somebody is arrested on a felony, but for some reason the DA is not going to file it. We filed everything from, again, domestic violence with injury, black eyes, broken noses, to assault with deadly weapons. We are also increasingly, unfortunately, getting a lot of weapons cases, brandishing both knives and fake guns, replica guns, as well as these ghost guns, which are becoming really popular and easy to get. So we really run the gamut when it comes to misdemeanor prosecutors. What I jokingly tell people is being a DA is easy. I can convince 12 people why murder is wrong and why you should convict this person. It is a lot harder to convict 12 people that camping in a park is wrong. It's hard to convict someone that, there's a domestic violence that's one-on-one, no independent witness. That is a much harder case than some of the felony cases. So we really do run the gamut.
I've seen a couple of those that have been lost recently,
yes.
Right? So, not here, but I mean, those cases are commonly lost. Yeah. So of the people, I just want a sense, so of the people you see, how many are Santa Monica residents?
I would say few. We don't, A lot of the crime that we get that Santa Monica residents are going to be like true Santa Monica residents, not necessarily your homeless population, are going to be your, bar fights, drunken publics. We get a lot of DVs from Santa Monica residents.
Yeah, I worked in the courthouse.
Yeah, but
I remember those.
There's no real consistency.
Yeah, right.
It is very varying. The summertime brings in a very different type of crime than we see in the winter because we get so many tourists. That leads to crimes of opportunity, but you also have a lot more of your DUIs, drunken publics, those kind of things, because there's just a larger population. So the weather can fluctuate it, the time of year can fluctuate it. So there's really no typical Santa Monica misdemeanor, but we get a wide variety, and those 5 attorneys that we have really are doing a lot of work.
And are a lot of them first offenses? I mean, are they?
If you exclude our homeless population,
Yes.
then we have a much higher rate of first-time offenders. And I think, as to Councilwoman Negretti's point, that's where the diversions actually are really helpful, because you specifically in that age group, the 18 to 24, those are the folks you want to keep from becoming felony repeat offenders. And so if you can touch point now when they're just doing these petty crimes, shoplifting, getting into bar fights, things like that, where you really can say, hey, what can we do now that you've intersected with the criminal justice system? I think that's where misdemeanor prosecutors can make a difference with their diversion programs. A lot of the first-time offenders, too, we still do the driving offenses, so driving without a license, driving on a suspended license, registrations, things like that, which are also places where I think diversion is really impactful, because a lot of that can just be a finance issue. It's staggering what the fines are that are mandated by the state. So when it comes to those type of diversions, I think it's really helpful.
Right, and that's so we get down into the rabbit hole of what our personal experiences have been, and we forget that that's a very small fraction of what you're doing every day. Right?
Correct. Yeah, it really is. I think that why we are so good, and I think we're well respected within the criminal society, if you will, of the airport courthouse and plus the mental health court, is because the attorneys that you do have prosecuting misdemeanors have all been really doing it for a while, doing it in Santa Monica for a while, and understanding which are the cases where it's really time to go to bat for the victim and time to go to bat in some particular cases for the defendant to say enough is enough, you need to change the behavior or you need to step it up and figure it out. And I think why we work so closely with SMPD and community services is that we are all trying to affect behavior change. And we want to use all the tools in our tool belt to affect behavior change. And if that means we have to do 5 advisals from help team before they write a cite, before we get to prosecution, it is, again, using all those tools to try to affect behavior change to help move this person along or get them into a rehab or do whatever else we can do to help make the constituents of Santa Monica feel safer.
So, and I know people have done ride-alongs and stuff, but would you be willing to let people come in and spend a day with you or
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah, I know they would love that. But, so.
I think it's very eye-opening to witness a misdemeanor courtroom. It's not Law and Order. Nothing gets solved in misdemeanors in 7 days. So it is interesting what's going on in the courts right now, specifically when you have new judges, and every judge is kind of a ruler of his or her own kingdom. So every judge in every courtroom is a little bit different, but it's Santa Monica is a good place to come and watch and see what happens. And now that we're doing more and more trials, it's just a really, really busy time. So of course, anybody who's interested, we'd be happy to have you.
And you're talking about going to the airport, right?
Yes, airport court. That's the interesting thing about Santa Monica. We cannot just walk across the street. We have to get in our cars and drive anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour to get to court every day.
No, I thought people might be interested because it's yeah. So go ahead after she
on that.
goes.
I just wanted to first of all state I have a nonprofit and I work with diversion youth kids. I work closely with PD here, Watts, LA. So I've actually been to plenty of those cases, and I'm currently working with over 16 kids right now in that age range. So I have programs that actually serve the youth you're talking about. I get referred youth from our school district here in our programs to help them find passions that turn into career paths. So that's not what I was talking about in terms of this system. I believe that's exactly what it's designed for. And I'm not talking about that. Those numbers that we were talking about with the cases and whatnot, we were specifically talking about the population we're talking about tonight. So I just want to make that clear. That's what I was discussing, and I would be interested to know, my question to you is, if you have, and you might not have it right here, is what percentage of these misdemeanor cases you're talking about are of that 18 to 24 range and are actually of the population we're talking about tonight, the unhoused?
Yeah, those aren't really numbers that we track. Unfortunately, our data management system isn't just designed to do that. We are in RFP to get a new system, so if that's something that's important to council for us to look into, we certainly can, but it's currently not some numbers that we track.
I mean, I think it is only because the comment was made to imply that, like, that's a small percentage of your day, but we're here spending hours tonight talking about all of this, and I think we were also talking about homeless court, care court. Those are all very important things, and it kind of separates out of that other court system a very specific issue with repeat offenders, and these are aggressive crimes, some more aggressive than others, some possibly, petty theft crimes, but the repeat offender issue, you said that's how you're stacking cases, and so we were talking about that here. So that's what I just wanted to point out is, in reference to diversion programs, I'm speaking specifically about people who need more substance abuse help, mental health help, right? So a lot of times this telling someone if they've figured it out, they have enough wherewithal or none at all to know that I can just keep doing this and nothing's going to happen, or they don't even realize it. So they need different help. A diversion program for them is not going to help the same way it does for someone who's 18 or 19 and has made a wrong choice and still has their whole life ahead of them and the mental capacity to figure out what to do next, and they're going to receive services and accept them. I think it's two different things we're talking about.
And I think it just depends on the diversion. All diversion programs are not created equal. And, one of the reasons we really like ATI is because it's the only service in the city that can pick you up 24 hours a day and transport you to housing. That we don't have that in the city, and it's county funded. So it may not be our biggest program, but the fact that we're not paying for it and we're transporting individuals to a service provider at any time of the day or night, I think that has some advantages, even though you're right. I don't know if the repeat offenders are going to bite at that apple, but at least it's an option. So I think it's worth, exploring and helping to push people into that program as much as we can.
And again, you're doing your best with the laws that other people voted in. I totally get it. Thank you.
Phil?
So I had a couple of follow-up questions, and most of them were spurred by Councilmember DeGretti a little while ago. So you talked about behavior change in people and talked about giving them several chances to make those changes. My question might be, if you were giving the person the chance to be warned, to get a citation, et cetera, during that time, how many of those are repeating crimes before they get actually taken in?
I think it depends on what the...
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question, but I think it really depends on what you mean by crime. So when we do our Advisal Site program, it is specifically directed towards quality of life programs or quality of life municipal codes, for which Boise and other court decisions make it difficult to go straight to enforcement. That's when these type of procedures and policies are really helpful so that we can become impactful when we actually do prosecute. Because if we are just bringing the court citation after citation without that backup, without that documentation, I think it makes it a little easier. We leave the door open to have a Boise type situation where there's challenges to the municipal codes that we have on the books.
So for residents who are looking for aid regarding the crimes that, for instance, Councilmember DeGretti mentioned, there's really no hope.
Well, again, I'm not quite sure which crimes you're referring to. So
well, she mentioned this morning, Councilmember.
Brandishing the knives and doing it.
Those that are just
and look, there was a lady who was 89 earlier who had a homeless person ranting and raving on her porch. She wanted to take out her dog. She's legally blind. She was scared to death. And it's a trespass. It's on her property. What do we do about those things?
And again, anytime anyone feels unsafe or that there's an emergency, their first call should be to the police department. I mean, I don't respond to any of those calls. That's the police.
But I'm asking if that person had been, I don't know if they could be arrested for trespass. It would just be a cite and release?
Again, there are so many factors. If that person is actually on her physical property, then that is a trespass. If she calls 911, if she is there, if they're able to arrest the perpetrator, if they're able, to write a report and to find him and she's willing to participate in the prosecution, it could be a trespass. It's hard with a fact pattern to just make determinations,
Right.
but that absolutely could be a trespass.
And there's a reason I'm asking that, because I realize I had sort of been neglectful earlier because I was looking at the report and looking at all the ways, hopefully, to affect positive change with the population we have in our streets. But the fear that residents have, the reason they tell me they won't walk downtown anymore, or they won't take the dog out at night, or they won't take the food waste out to the new green bins at night, is because either they've had a friend who's had something happen, they've had something happen to them, and now there's this general fear in the city. How has the CA in charge of criminal prosecution, what can you do to reassure them that our department is listening, that our police department, our civil departments, that we're all hearing what they're saying?
So when I talk to community members, what I'm trying to encourage everyone to do is obviously see something, say something, call 911, make a report. There's a very different process if you just call 911 and say, hey, I want to tell you this is happening, as opposed to saying, I want a police report. I want a person to come out and respond to the situation. So now the officer responds to the situation, and with misdemeanors, if the offense is not committed in front of the officer, the person has to give all of their information, be willing to.
But even if that person does that, sorry to interrupt you, even if that person does that, here, we'll use an example that happened in Lana's store, and you guys talked about a little bit earlier. The woman who was pushed at Arizona and 20th was my mother's best friend. So the person was out of jail 7 days later, 14 days later?
I don't know when he was released.
I heard he was released on Valentine's Day. So it was 15 days, 14 days, 10 days after the issue, he was back in the streets and threatened someone else.
He was given 60 days.
Is that a result of our district attorney and county DA policies, or was that happening under other DAs?
So that's a result of county jail. The county jail, the
Is
sheriff's
two-packed?
department, the sheriff's department controls the jails, and they are, I still believe, under a federal decree to reduce capacity. So they set the limits and they decide when to release someone. All we can do is ask for the jail time and receive the sentence.
So it's not all on the DA.
That portion of it in that specific incident had to do with the jail. So
Is-
I can't speak to, yeah,
Well,
to
no,
the
that's what
sheriffs.
I'm trying to make sure that we don't blame people unnecessarily either. So, but let me do one more follow-up though. Because so many people in the county are buzzing about the DA, and I don't necessarily, this is not a tribunal for whether he's a great DA, bad DA, whatever. Is the policies of the county impacting your ability and the police department's ability to get crimes prosecuted and I guess arrests being made? I don't know which I should be saying.
What I can say is the city is very fortunate to have its own misdemeanor prosecutorial department because we are in charge of our own misdemeanors. So the DA's policies and what they will and will not file, that's on the district attorney's office, but I know that what we file and we prosecute is a direct reflection of what the city council and what the city is concerned about. What I will say is that we have seen an increase in the DA rejects, the cases that the DA is not filing, that then we have jurisdiction over. And so with that increase, we are filing more violent misdemeanor cases. That is a direct reflection of what he or his office has decided to do with their cases. So that has impacted us by increasing the amount of work that we have to do.
Does it also, because they're misdemeanors, would they have been felonies if the DA, so the one I can think of this last week was a comedian who was on the stage at the Hollywood Bowl. The person who tackled him evidently had a knife, and the DA refused to prosecute. I can't go in the merits of that, but even with the 4 misdemeanors, was that a lower charge?
So some things are called wobblers, which means by law, they can either be a felony, which means they can have substantial jail time, more than a year, or they can be a misdemeanor, so less than a year in jail. And if it's a wobbler, the DA gets first crack at the apple. They have to reject it and bring it to us, or there's some criteria that the detectives who takes cases to the DA's office can say, this isn't going to meet felony filing criteria. Here you go, city attorney's office. You guys review it and you decide to prosecute. So those are longstanding legal issues. That's not a policy issue. That's just the way that the penal code is written, and it's going to depend on whether or not it's a wobbler.
Okay, 2 more questions. I understand. I think for residents, I want them to understand that you're doing your best.
100%,
and that the police
110%.
I'm not, so I just want you to know that. I want everyone to hear that you are trying to uphold people's right to safety and security as much as you can.
Yes, when it comes to misdemeanor prosecution, our office is aggressively prosecuting and has been for years quality of life crimes. But the way that our office works, I cannot file something out of my own accord. I have to receive a police report, a citation. It can't just be what we call an FI card. It can't just be a citizen saying, I think there's this person here doing X, Y, and Z. It has to be a documented police report for which I can present to a jury or to the next steps, whatever that is on the criminal filing. So it's whatever I get is what I can file.
I guess the follow-up would be, are those misdemeanor filings even doing any good?
I think they're doing
for some of the quality of life for some of the misdemeanor crimes. Are they helping? Or do we, even if you prosecute, do you still have the ability to send them into diversion or do something else to try and help them?
I think we have the laws on the books for a reason, and I think you can look to a lot of surrounding cities and see where those laws aren't prosecuted and where aren't enforced.
Okay.
So as much as the residents are impacted by our quality of life crimes and our population that's unhoused, there is a predominant difference between what Santa Monica looks like and what some of our neighboring cities looks like. And I think a lot of that can be attributed to the work that Santa Monica Police Department does and then the work that we do.
Why can't we get Santa Monica Municipal Court a hop, skip, and jump from our jail opened?
That is another question for the LA County Sheriff's Department because they operate all of the lockups, and there's no lockup for which you can keep custody defendants in the Santa Monica courthouse. And so when they discontinued the lockup, is my understanding, when they built Airport Court, and that's when we had to go to Airport.
So in other words, they would have to go from a sheriff's jail bus right in the court and right back to the bus?
The Sheriff's Department actually no longer does our transports. They did not renew that contract several years ago, so SMPD now transports.
But that means our officers are out of the city.
That is a question, again, that I cannot answer.
Oh, I'm hearing because, that means our officers are having to go to Inglewood or Airport Court. You guys are having to go to Airport Court constantly, and then you're saying we have to transport down to the main jail?
I believe that SMPD does have to transport to IRC, but again, that's not my purview.
It's time for you and Phil to spend a day together.
I'm happy to do it.
I think you need to understand, too, what's happened with the court system.
Right.
They made a decision that because they needed more space, they took the lockups out of courthouses that were designated civil courthouses. Santa Monica was designated a civil courthouse because lockups take a lot of space because you have to be able to put prisoners in cells. They can't, it's not like you see on TV where you put 45 folks in one cell and then they all beat each other up and one comes out, right? They each have to have individual cells. So they built Airport Courthouse specifically to be a criminal courthouse because it has the full panoply of facilities that are designed to, for lack of a better term, contain people who are charged with crimes. And that then freed up space at the Santa Monica courthouse to try civil cases, more civil cases there. And the idea was it would help move civil cases more quickly through the system. So there's no lobbying that's going to bring criminal cases back to Santa Monica.
No, that's fine. That's I just wanted, because some people have asked me that. And I heard that, I think, from Jenna at a gathering north of Montana a week ago. Last question. This is for Maggie. Jenna, thank you so much. All right. Maggie, I know that, and I'm on the audit committee that's has had Moss Adams start to conduct an audit of our homeless services to make sure that the funds are going to the right place, that we're seeing results, et cetera. And I know that that's a long, drawn-out process. What is your estimated time right now that you can, I know I'm supposed to know this, I know, but I just got a couple of questions over the last few days from residents asking, is there any way to speed that up?
That audit is not happening under my purview, so I'm not able to answer that question.
I know it's under yours and my purview and
What's
Christine.
your question?
When do we anticipate the audit, or at least a preliminary review of the audit to be
I
ready?
think we're getting some, oh, Dave looks like he knows. Go ahead.
Oh, hi.
I believe
You're still here.
Good evening. Yes, I'm still here, believe it or not. I believe the audit will be made available towards the end of the calendar year. That's
But
my
there's going to be
understanding.
an interim, as I understand it, they're going to give us an interim account at each meeting, and our next one is in May, I think. I got a note of.
Okay, because I think that's.
I forget when it
Yeah,
is.
that's. I
They're
think
going to give us
that's it.
updates of what they're finding.
So for people who want to hear more, they should tune in to the audit subcommittee meetings.
Yes,
That's a
although-
commercial for that.
Yeah, right. And it's, and I think that at the beginning it will be not so much. They'll just be saying what, because they're doing a survey of other jurisdictions, and they also are doing an audit of Orange County. So that will help inform ours, but it'll be interesting to hear what they're doing on that.
Thank you. You had a question, didn't you?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
I remember looking, and reviewing the housing element and documents related to the creation of housing. And like one unit in housing in Santa Monica would cost about $600,000 approximately. I don't know if that number is correct or not.
More now.
Something like that. More now, of course.
No, but that includes land cost also.
Okay.
That's like 700,000.
Yeah. So it's very expensive.
Increasing.
Okay, and going up. And I was thinking to myself, I had a conversation with an elected official outside of our city, who he said, hey, if the city was interested, we would contemplate working together in partnership to create housing over here in the desert areas and so forth. Because we could get more for, more bang for our buck. We can create more housing, than just one unit. We can probably do 3, for the price of what it would cost to do it in Santa Monica. Are we looking into sort of that type of regional approach where we might be able to support, more people being housed versus, doing it here in our city?
I can't answer that, but I do think there are some equity issues that would have to be considered, because that is something that has been raised about why can't we just build all the housing, let's say in the eastern part of the state. And so it does raise a whole host of issues. But I do think that there is more thinking about sort of regional, joint powers type organizations to handle some cross housing.
Yeah.
Cross-jurisdictional.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to look into that. I know that Community Corporation of Santa Monica, they went beyond the boundaries of the city of Santa Monica with a couple of projects, and they're looking into that approach. I just feel that, we do our fair share, and I mean, just driving around the city, there's affordable housing going on, and we have plans to do more. The city of Santa Monica is not backing away from providing affordable housing, for residents and so forth. But I'm just, looking at the crisis of how big it is, it would make a lot of sense for us to do both, what we can do here in our city and what we can do beyond our city's boundaries to provide that type of housing.
Santa Monica people in other communities?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Just want to make a point that we should look into that as well. Thank you.
I just have one last
No,
question.
we aren't, but he was asking the question. I think I'm still on my questions. Oh, wait, you have your question.
I had a question about the Clean Needle program and third parties that offer programs to people who are experiencing addiction issues. And I understand the ideology behind it and the health reasons, and we discussed it a little bit the other day. But I was thinking about, it came up as you were talking here, like how much of those third-party programs are we aware of that are happening in the city, and how do they impact the work that we're doing? Because although it's a great idea for making sure someone has a clean needle versus a dirty needle, we're also sort of, I hate to say that, in Reed Park, my church is across the street, and I was one of those people that for years was feeding people when we were done with church, and the people from the neighboring apartments would yell at us like, stop feeding everybody because you're creating a line every morning. So I understand that by having some of those programs, although they mean well, they also provide a space for people to gather for that. And at a park where kids are playing and parents are there and people getting clean needles, I mean, we're sort of working against what we're asking the police to do at the same time. So I was just curious if we actually track that and what third-party people come into the city. I know we can't control that, but are we aware?
So Venice Family Clinic does have a county-operated exchange program. And the idea behind harm reduction is a really evidence-based, well-researched, positive, effective intervention for addressing substance use disorder, because it's really, as we talked about, services have to be voluntary, right? So harm reduction approaches are ways to engage people where they're at in a non-judgmental way to make them willing to take those steps to get the services and the help that they need and deserve. And Clean Needle Exchange, keep in mind, it also helps to address the issue we hear a lot about, needles just deposited in public spaces, right? We hear a lot from members of the community, and what Needle Exchange does is it incentivizes those people to return the needles back to that provider rather than discarding them in public spaces. And so it actually does help to try to mitigate that concern in the community.
I wish I wasn't sweeping up needles weekly where we are. We just did that this morning. So I'm just thinking the concept is that somebody who's doing drugs and getting high is also thinking about, I got to make sure I hold on to this needle because I got to exchange it somewhere, not just dropping it on the ground.
Yes, they will do that kind of exchange, and it does incentivize people to bring that material and to prevent them from just depositing it in the public space.
I'm just curious if Chief Bautista, can you comment if these programs you find are impacting the work that you guys are doing? Like the Clean Needle program, I know is an issue for some community members in particular areas where there's children playing and things like that.
Right, so it is challenging, right, because the officers are engaging in the work of trying to get folks to move. They're doing the advisals, and we understand, that in that same space, other organizations are bringing in food, or if it's paraphernalia, new paraphernalia. In that same space, then we've got residents that are taking pictures of them using the stuff and then sending it to us and saying, do something. So it's challenging for the officers because they're there in that space trying to do this other work of moving them along. And, the long-term care that Maggie's talking about, comes in behind it and makes it so that they're more comfortable or comfortable remaining in that space. So that's, I think, the challenge, and certainly the disconnectedness of our work, where residents are taking pictures and sending it to us, wanting resolution. So,
do we set the sites on?
I wonder if it's worth saying that this is an issue right now, and we look at talking to those third-party operators and saying, right now we're in a crisis mode, and as much as we believe in the long-term benefits that your program has, we're really working to address some short-term concerns for quality of life for everybody involved on both sides of it.
Yes.
I mean, you can answer.
Councilmember Davis has a follow-up question.
Well, I think you should answer Councilmember
But are
Negretti's
you gonna
question
answer
first,
this
but
one
then I
first?
have a
Yeah.
follow-up question.
You know, that is certainly a policy decision that if this council wants to provide direction to staff, but keep in mind, the more we can do to bring people in to treat the underlying issue of substance use disorders, that is the positive thing that needs to happen, right? Simply denying them or taking away this service is not going to change the fact that they are using substances in public spaces. So you can make the choice to make a policy decision to not have those programs operate in the city, but then I think what you're doing is hindering the ability of our service providers to utilize a research-based, evidence-based intervention.
But they're not going in, they're being handed it at the park. So they're not going anywhere to get the
But
help.
they're engaging with the service provider in that environment.
But as I understand it, because I asked, if they just want the needle and that's it, that's all they have to do. They're not going to force them in a questionnaire or other engagement to make sure there's no, they don't have to do anything to get the clean needles, what I'm saying. That's what I was told. They said that, no, this is a safe space for them to get. We're worried about the clean needle. It takes multiple attempts before they maybe do.
It is a process, but it is a gateway to that process.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question? Isn't one of the reasons we do clean needle exchanges is because when you don't, multiple people use the same needle and horrible diseases spread among the homeless population. So in a sense, if we don't allow clean needle exchanges, we are probably condemning some people to death. So I think that's one of the reasons. It's not as if we're saying, gee, we like to facilitate people taking drugs, but we know that people who are living on the streets, if they have a hypodermic needle and they're using it to ingest drugs, to inject themselves with drugs, multiple people will use it if they don't have access to a clean needle. And we know that we can all identify what the horrible diseases are that are spread through shared intravenous needles. So, I mean, isn't part of this really a public health issue to stop the spread of disease within our community?
And that is where that the programs evolved, was from a public health
But
crisis
doing it in the
perspective.
park seems.
So may I,
Well, wait, whoa.
Well, excuse me,
Okay,
I hear that you guys are sparring over whether we should
No.
be doing, and I don't think, look, I think needle exchanges are obviously positive programs. The real issue is, so Chief, would you come back up again, please? Because the chief just said that it undermines their programs when they're going in and trying to, talk to people, and then the needles come in, right? That comes in immediately behind them as they're trying to get people to what, and I don't quite know what the solution is, but I think that the two of you need to tell us what, look, I think needle exchanges are good. I think we should have them. If it's a problem having them near the parks, can we have them somewhere else? I mean,
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying to get rid of it, and I'm not saying I don't get that if you share a needle, these are the dangers of doing drugs, kids. Don't do drugs, because then you get into sharing, obviously, right? I get that people are, if you share needles, you're exposing yourself to HIV and other, all kinds of diseases. But I'm saying that you made, in your phrase, you were saying they come in. That's not what's happening. People are going to them, making it more convenient. And I get the health benefit, but I don't get the community benefit. when we're doing it at a park that's, and I'm talking about with my own eyeballs because I do walk the community and I go to the church across the street, and I've seen a needle exchange happen at Reed Park where there's over half a dozen kids playing within 5 to 15 feet away, and a mother came up to me and asked me what was going on, and that's how I engaged in the conversation to find out for myself what was going on. So this was an experience that I had and was unaware that it goes on regularly. I thought it was one special incident, and then when we had our conversation, it was talked about there. So
look, so this is our question time. So my question is, so you saw this happen at Reed Park. Look, I don't know anything about this. So we have a needle exchange program that happens at Reed Park. Is that right?
It happens other places.
Let me be clear. This is part of an outreach and engagement strategy for people who do not traditionally walk into a treatment program. That is why it is done field-based. That is why we have, it is part of our basic philosophy about delivering services in a way that people will accept, in a way where people are at. That is the foundation of this work. So I understand the frustration and the concern and the disconnect between the perception of facilitating drug use, but understand that it is part of an engagement strategy, working with that person, building the relationship so that they will come in and they will come in for the treatment.
But I just think that if they're excited, as you mentioned before, and they will hold on to that needle and they won't discard it in front of a business that's serving children, that they'll be just as incentivized to walk a couple blocks in another direction to receive it differently. There has to be somewhere where we're still coming to people. I'm just trying to find a happy medium here, because it seems like what Chief Batista just said is working against what they're trying to do, and we're not resolving the issue.
Sure, and I will remind this council that there was common ground, a very long-term nonprofit agency in Santa Monica that was serving people with HIV/AIDS that did have a needle exchange program that was based in their offices in Santa Monica at a physical location in Santa Monica that was not in the parks. And when they relocated, the community was very specific that they did not want a physical location in this community. And so that program moved to Venice Family Clinic site in Venice. So I understand the desire that I'm hearing that, you know, the preference would be that there's a physical location somewhere that people would go to, but our experience has been that that is not something that is feasible. And so doing it in the field is the only way to deliver this life-saving care to people who are vulnerable.
And I would just mention that even though it is related to the homelessness issue, but it's sort of straying into, you know, maybe more substance on the merits of the needle exchange, which is almost a separate topic.
Well, it is also discussing the fact that there's saturated areas, and it is the population that we're talking about. And there's an area where it's really saturated, and people are constantly talking about this park and that issue specifically. So I'm not trying to get into needle exchanges separately as an issue. I'm getting into it for the sole purpose of what we're talking about tonight, which is there's a specific area that's experiencing that. Were you going to say something? Because the mayor sort of asked the chief a question about how it's working against.
What I'm saying is that we have competing goals here, and in each of these areas, we always have competing goals. And the real issue is something like this, you know, how do you get what Maggie wants and what the chief wants all in one big, you know, goal? I mean, that's always the problem with the competing interests. And with our goal that, look, we don't want the needles in the parks where the kids are. And, you know, I mean, it's all of that. Councilmember Brock, I see you.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm not calling on you yet. I see you. But I think that we all have to remember throughout all of this that we have a lot of competing interests that we're trying to satisfy, and that we may not be able to do it on every single issue. Now, Councilmember Brock.
Is there a question?
Hearing the discussion about the needle exchange.
I think everybody can sit down. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Well, no, wait, stay. Here's I think it's a comment and a question. We're having needle exchanges in our parks. I absolutely understand the reason for the needle exchanges, and I know they're going on in many places around the nation. I understand Councilmember Negretti saying, but there are kids right there. there's the possibility of those needles falling in sand or on playgrounds. It's scary for kids in that park. Residents are already afraid in the non-children's part of that park, in the non-tennis court part of that park. So isn't maybe the solution, Maggie and Chief, that if we're going to have needle exchanges in Reed Park, we're also going to strengthen our supervision of the park? So the ambassador program in that park may not be effective. So my question is, if we're going to do that, I'm not saying the program's bad, but I am saying that you need to have some responsible party in that park at the same time. And it can't just be people concerned, here's a new needle, they walk away, homeless people have more needles, and they're doing drugs next to where kids are playing. That is, and I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but how do we, but my real question is, how do we then strengthen security and supervision of our unhoused population in that park? And extrapolate that to include Tongva Park, extrapolate that to include the part of Palisades Park between California and Ocean. Those areas which have high concentrations of our unhoused individuals, and I think really it comes down to the question of increased safety and security, because we also, while we have spent 3 hours having compassion for our unhoused population, my question might be, when do we have equal compassion for our housed population?
So, the things that we're doing at the parks is, with technology, we're deploying the mobile cameras that are helping us to have eyes on what's occurring and when. So to the question of how are we responding to it? We added additional officers into patrols so that we're more present. We have thoughts and ideas about how we'd like to someday, when the city is in the right condition financially, to expand the public service officer program so that they can spend more time in the parks. I think it's important also, right, to know from our experience is that the folks that are experiencing mental crisis, we find that their symptoms become exacerbated when they take drugs and they're off their medicine. And therein lies, the assaults and the problems that we see that are kind of randomized. Older lady walking Powell Park one morning, 7:30 in the morning, beautiful morning, decides to stop and sit at the bench and is assaulted for no reason except somebody's having a moment. And so, like, therein lies some of the continual problem that we have. It's a cycle. It just keeps going. And we're trying, obviously, to get in there and move folks along, make the advisal, figure out, if this is going to be the day that, they end up going into custody because we've given them, 5 advisals. So it's challenging, and totally understand Maggie's position on the long-term care and why they do what they do. But at the same time, my job is public safety and listening to the community and with respect to how it's impacting them. And that's real. Like, what they're feeling is real. Like, I've seen it.
So Maggie, is there a follow-up would be, is there a way when this needle exchange program is traveling around our city that a PSO be assigned if we had extra PSOs? No, but I'm just saying
That is not my purview.
To come along. Well, I mean, that's something maybe to coordinate with Venice Family Clinic.
So may I?
And you can move on, yes.
Yeah, no, I want to ask about this because I'm going to turn to the city manager. I'm just saying we're all here and we have an issue, right? And it's really important for all of us to be able to talk about it in an honest way, despite what may be our differing perspectives and points of view. So, for instance, we have the chief who says, my job is public safety. your job is different, but we all work for the same person, right? And that would be our city, right? And so we need to figure out a way to not be siloed in our response to this, and figure out if there is some compromise position where either everybody's equally unhappy, everybody's equally miserable, right? I mean, you get this. It's just like a mediation. I mean, to me, it would seem that I understand Councilmember Negretti's question, right? And we have this chronic problem in Reed Park. And maybe if we were going to have a needle exchange in the city, Reed Park might not be the ideal place for it. But if this is the only place you can reach the people you're trying to reach, I understand. Look, I'm not saying we can solve it here tonight, but what I'm saying is this is quite a long conversation that probably, you know, our community services department needs to have with our police force, and figure out just what we can and can't do to achieve the kinds of compromises we want to achieve.
So,
does that make sense? I mean, I'm not trying to.
no, that makes complete sense. So, if you ask me where I would take this direction and discussion to,
yeah,
I think is kind of where you were headed, which is, personally, I would love to have our community services staff convene with our police department. I don't know whether or not we fund these programs or not, but what I do know is that we have the experts who have strong relationships with these organizations, and I would certainly love to explore the programs and services they're offering and have a thoughtful discussion about the appropriate locations for these programs that could deliver the best results, because this feedback has been very helpful to us to center us on how we should think about this kind of work. And so that's how I would take this direction with both our chief, both with Maggie, with Andy and the team, so that we could take a step back, think about how we deliver these programs and services, and come to a reasonable solution that really has all the subject matter experts weigh in on the best way to get it done.
And can we sort of build on that to not just, I mean, that was a good idea. The needle exchange is right. But basically, I understand what Councilmember Negretti is saying is that, you know, it's, and I understand that there are some programs can act as attractive nuisances in a way, right? And so as much as we want to have the programs, we don't want them in, let's say, our most troubling location in the city, right? We may want it, what?
Sounds like we really should have a conversation about whether or not they're appropriate for our parks.
Yeah.
Well, right, but not just but I'm just not talking about that. I'm guessing that there are a myriad of layers of issues like this where things are rolling out across town, and we aren't, you know, look, I mean, I get it. You guys are working so hard. It's hard to think about what the right place is to do everything, right? Or the right way to do everything. I mean, we're all very overwhelmed, and you're particularly overwhelmed. I can't even imagine what it's like.
So just to be clear, it's not a fixed needle exchange program in Reed Park. It is an outreach field-based intervention that is where people are. And so I'm hearing what you're saying, but I just want to be clear that it is not as if Venice Family Clinic is setting up a table and handing out needles in Reed Park.
No, and I don't think anyone's,
No
you
one's
know, I
implying
think this is an aspect of this that I at least hadn't thought about before, and I really appreciate, you know, the spotlight on the issue.
Yeah, they're going to Reed Park because the drug use is happening there, correct?
Right, and
So
there's no evidence that these kind of interventions increase drug use. And so
No, and we're not arguing. I'm not arguing that this is. I'm not arguing the program and the idea behind it. What I'm saying is we're also in a crisis. Look, we give kids condoms to practice safe sex, but we don't expect them to have sex right in front of us at the park or right? We go to, I mean, we give it out at parties and at colleges. We don't assume everyone's taking off their clothes right then and there. I get the purpose behind the needles. I support the idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. There's a lot of ideas we come up with and we hope that it works, but sometimes we're in a position where we're like, ooh, that was a great idea, but now it's becoming a bad idea and it's impacting the work we're trying to do. We're sort of working against ourselves. I just want to come together and say, I'm not saying we have to make people line up at some office building 10 miles away to get the clean needle. It might simply be a block away, 2 blocks away. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying if we can talk to them and say, so we're having a problem. We realize you guys come here because of the work you do and it all makes sense. We love it. But if these people are excited about their needle exchange, maybe it'll actually help them get help because they'll come to a different location and actually it'll help this park. And now we start rolling in the right direction and cleaning up what we want, we're talking about tonight.
Sure, and per the city managers in your direction, we will have this conversation offline. We will have a group meeting
Okay.
with internal
So
staff. and figure it out.
do you have any other questions?
No. Thank you. Thank you, Maggie. I wasn't attacking you. I'm just wanting us all to work together.
I understand.
Well, so I think we ought to I think we're ready for comments but the real question is, should we get these motions on board so that we have something to work with as we comment? Or do you want to just comment free form?
Or you're saying leave the motions on the floor?
Fine, then, Councilmember Davis, you want to start with your comments?
Okay, maybe I'll start with one comment, which I want to emphasize that these are all difficult issues, and we certainly, as a council, have made it clear we want to reduce crime in our city. We want people to feel comfortable on our streets, residents, visitors, people who work here. But I think it's important to remember how Maggie started this out, that this is a regional problem. This is not a problem that, and sadly, is unique to Santa Monica. And that while we can struggle very hard to try and solve the problem within our borders, this is a problem that doesn't respect borders. On Monday, the LA Times published an interesting article that featured a gentleman named Theo Henderson, who's a formerly homeless person. And they interviewed him, and I just want to read 2 paragraphs of it, so I hope you'll bear with me, because the one voice that wasn't in the room tonight was the voice of the people who are actually experiencing homeless. And Mr. Henderson is a formerly homeless person who's now an advocate for homeless people. And so the first paragraph starts out, "It's a war on the poor," Theo Henderson often likes to note. And indeed it is in the liberal city of Los Angeles, where homelessness is the leading public issue of concern. While politicians expand the criminalization of homelessness and promise to end encampments, thousands of Angelenos are consigned to living and dying on the streets, and thousands more are on the edge of eviction. Rarely, though, do unhoused voices and experiences shape the city's public discourse and policies about homelessness. Dehumanized and banished, the unhoused have come to be seen as a problem to be eradicated. And then the other paragraph I would like to read, because I think it really drives home some of the things that we talked about this evening. There is no school that can educate you on the realities of unhoused people. There's a mindset with housed people who believe they've worked hard to pay their taxes and deserve the amenities that the city offers. Anyone that does not fit in is looked at through a sinister lens. You must be either drug addicted or mentally ill, or you're preying on the elderly or on children. It was not uncommon when I was on the street for NIMBYs to walk up and take pictures and then craft their own narrative about those pictures. And I think the importance of those 2 paragraphs to me is that as we talk about people who are experiencing homelessness, we're talking about just that, people. And they didn't come tonight and tell us what their experience is like. And I didn't expect them to. But that's why I asked the question of Ms. Willis, is how are we talking to those people about their experiences? Because this is a problem that we want to solve. This is not a problem we want to cover up. And in my travels through the city, and I've talked to, I can't even count the number of people, I've had a number of people say, why don't we just put them on buses and take them to the Inland Empire and build a tiny home village out there and they can all go live there. And all I can think about is, what if someone came to your house and said, you don't get to live in Santa Monica anymore. We're moving you out to Palmdale because we don't want to look at you anymore, whoever you are. And the idea that somehow because you're housed, you have more rights than a homeless person is really troubling to me. Now, I certainly know, and I heard Councilmember Brock's statement about, we've had a lot of discussion about what are the rights of the unhoused, what are the rights of the housed, and I certainly know that our community feels, and the chief has confirmed, that we have a lot of criminal activity related to the presence of people experiencing homelessness within our community. And I think that's something we need to address. And I think that the proposals from the staff, which include, for example, expanding the help team, adding additional multiple disciplinary teams, rethinking Samo Shell, are good starts to that. Because anything we can do, I think the important thing that the very first slide about Steve says is you can't walk up to a homeless person and say, hey, I got a house for you, let's go. It requires a building of trust. It requires a building of a relationship. These are people who have been traumatized, whether it's in their past life or from being on the streets. One of the interesting statistics I saw is a lot of people don't become homeless because they're addicts, but they become addicts on the street. Because if you're living on the street, that is so traumatic, you begin to do drugs in order to cope. Now, that doesn't excuse the behaviors that come from that. But I think if we start to think about how do we approach this, that criminalizing homelessness isn't going to solve the homelessness issue. Housing people will solve the homelessness issue. I know Councilmember Negretti asked, well, what are we doing about the state? And I think we got a little conflated between the housing element, which has nothing to do with homelessness, and other issues. But I think people should be aware that there actually are things happening at the state level. For example, Assemblymember Buffy Wicks has introduced AB 2011, which is designed to build a lot more affordable housing on formerly commercial areas using state money. You also have Alex Lee's bill, AB 2053, which provides for the state to build social housing, which is public housing, much of like what they have in Vienna, which serves people across an entire range of income levels, but could be used to provide permanent supportive housing. I think what we know is that if we can build permanent supportive housing, if we can get people into it, if we can provide them with the right services, as Ms. Willis points out, we have an 87 to 92% success rate. Those people remained housed. But that is a long-term process. And so the question is, and Mr. Snell in his comments, and he's left, asked, what are we going to do in the short term? We have some recommendations from staff, and since we're in comments, I can say I support them. But I also think that what we need to do is figure out how do we address, and this whole discussion about needle exchange, I think sort of highlighted it, the competing concerns of people. And how do we address the fact that whether it's justified or not, people don't feel safe. And the problem we have is, we don't have the resources in the city. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what Ms. Willis and the chief come up with. But we don't have the resources in the city to put neighborhood resource officers on every corner and say, oh, there's a homeless person and they're engaging in uncomfortable or quality of life behavior. So it becomes a resource allocation issue. And we certainly could allocate more resources to this issue, but at the cost of something else. And that, of course, is what people need to understand. It's not like we have some unlimited pot of money to come and say, okay, well, let's just spend all this money. If, we hear a lot, people want to reopen the libraries. We'll never get the libraries reopened if we start to spend a lot more money hiring more public safety officers. We will maybe not be able to clean the streets as frequently or pick up the trash as frequently. So these are all the things that we all have to think about at sort of a global level. Tonight we were talking about homelessness. I do think there are a couple of things, and then I'll cede the floor, is one of the reasons when you drive around Santa Monica, you don't see the same level of encampments that you see, for example, if you drive around the city of Los Angeles, is because we have engaged in a humanitarian approach to the problem of homelessness, which, by the way, is also the legally mandated approach. The reason there are encampments in Los Angeles is not because they don't know how to get rid of encampments. The reason they have encampments is because they were found to have violated the civil rights of homeless people, and therefore their ability to move homeless people around to clean encampments was severely limited. We have, because we have taken a humanitarian approach, because we have been cautious, thanks to our legal department, about the constraints that Martin v. Boise puts on us, and there are numerous other legal decisions, we actually have greater latitude to deal with this issue than some of our surrounding cities. And what I don't want to do in our zeal to say, okay, we can solve this problem if we just throw a lot of law enforcement at this, is lose that flexibility. Because if we start to criminalize homelessness, we'll get sued. And then we'll be under the same constraints as the city of Los Angeles and other jurisdictions are under, and our ability to actually address the issue will be constrained, not enhanced. And then people will get really upset when they start seeing tents on the corner that we can't send the help team to remove because we're under a court order that says we have to let people pitch tents on our sidewalks. And if anyone want to see the difference, and I've had this discussion with Mayor Pro Tem McCowan because she lives close to it, drive down Centinela Boulevard. And on the LA side, massive encampments and problematic encampments. I've driven by there and seen fires coming out of those tents. And on the Santa Monica side of the street, no tents. Because our ability to deal with the problem, because we have taken a cautious, humane approach, is greater than our neighboring cities. The only other two things I want to say is, as I said, I support the staff's recommendation with the amendment about changing the policy relating to prioritization on the below market housing list and not having them bring it back is, I think that there is a sense that if we sort of reduce services, we wouldn't have the homeless problem that we have. And as someone who's lived in this community for a very long time, when we didn't offer the same level of services, I can tell you, when I moved to this city, the homeless problem, believe it or not, was worse in terms of the number of homeless people on the street and what was happening with the homeless people on the street. That's not to say that where we are now is an acceptable place to be, but because we have offered services, we've been able to address that problem in a positive way. We haven't solved the problem, but we have been able to address it. And I think that it's important to remember that this is an intractable problem. I mean, I just came back from New York. It was so sad. It was rainy, it was cold, and the number of people living on the streets was distressing. And so this is not unique to us. But what is unique to us, I think, is our comprehensive, committed approach. And I think that's reflected in our homeless count numbers, and I think that's reflected in our long-term success, both in terms of diversion from the legal system and other things. And the only other thing I want to end with is that I'm not a religious person, but I firmly believe in the statement, therefore, by the grace of God, go I. And any one of us could be one of those homeless people living on the street. And the minute we lose sight of that, then we really are starting to lose our sense of community. These are our neighbors. A lot of these people lived in Santa Monica due to COVID, economic circumstances, trauma in their lives. They became homeless in Santa Monica. And I have the greatest sympathy for anyone who's been subjected to a crime committed by a homeless person or committed by a housed person. And I think that's the other thing. It's not a one-for-one relationship. Yes, maybe 60% of the crimes do involve homeless persons. That means 40% involve housed persons, but nobody talks about taking that 40% and moving them out to the desert and saying you forfeit your right to be in Santa Monica. And so I think that I really look forward to working with staff to continue to make inroads into the problem of solving homelessness. And I also look forward to hoping that the community with this report that Mr. Gupta presented to us will be able to see that we are taking significant, important, meaningful actions to try and address the issue within our jurisdiction, if you will. And in the meantime, I wish everyone could be safe, and I also wish everyone could be housed. Thanks.
Councilmember, I'm not going back and forth. I'm just going straight across and then back, okay?
Thank you guys all for bearing it out tonight with us on such a late night. This is such a huge issue, and I just wanted to start with, I don't have anything really prepared, so let's hope this doesn't go off on a tangent. Maggie's like, I just want to say we talk a lot about, and I've heard the phrase, criminalizing homelessness, and even just the word homelessness and unhoused, and what we're talking about tonight led into a lot of talk about crime. And I think we need to be honest with ourselves, because we're all saying it here. I don't think these are made up numbers, that we're seeing an increased population of people who are on specifically methamphetamine. There's documentation on what is happening to meth and how it's being made, and the psychiatric issues that are happening more intensely within a shorter period of time because it's being made differently. So there's a huge drug problem beyond just meth, but there's a drug problem that we're seeing on our streets, which is directly correlated to a mental health problem. Which came first, I don't know. But I can tell you, as somebody who has very close family members, 2 of which are suffering homelessness because of a drug problem, who both had jobs, and because of entry-level drugs that moved up to what is now meth, they are living on the street. They weren't on the street and then started drugs. All of these people that I'm dealing with in my program, that when they're on the street, how it happens is they start to dabble in drugs. They end up losing their job. They end up not being able to get a new job. They end up having to commit crimes at times to make ends meet, and they end up losing their place, and then they're on the street. And now they've got a mental health issue because of the drugs they've been taking. I'm not saying that's everybody's case, but in my perception, I think it's pretty safe to say, given everything I've seen, the reports I've read, not just in Santa Monica, but regionally. You're absolutely right. I think we all can accept that this is not just our problem, but we're here talking about Santa Monica. So I think that when we say homelessness, and then we're not just talking about people who just are down and out on their luck. They don't have the family and the support and lost their job, and they're just struggling to make ends meet. And we're just trying to get them into a roof over their head. We're talking largely about people who have a drug addiction problem and therefore have mental health issues. And we're trying to attack both of those huge issues from both ends with very little resources, both money and staff and the appropriate people to work. I mean, it's mainly nonprofits doing this job who are getting paid basically volunteer dollars to do it. And it's a very difficult job to do. We don't have the staff to address those issues. So I think it's important to say that, because I personally am not criminalizing homelessness, but when we're talking about the crimes that we're seeing, and they happen to also be people that are unhoused, it's clear we've even had to create a court system just to address the crime that is created by people who are unhoused. And whether it's directly related to mental health or drug abuse, I don't know for certain, but it seems to be that those 2 things play a big factor in it. So recognizing that means that, to me, there's more need for services. And I agree, Santa Monica is home to a lot of amazing services. And I hope that we can focus on that. And these outreach vans, I hope we'll start to see, once they finally, these phantom vans actually hit the streets that we keep talking about, we'll see things change. But I think services are important. And I think it's important to talk. I support everything that's in here, but I do think it's important to look at, when we talk about housing, who we're housing and the reality of that. Because when I think of the housing element, I think of working class people who are being squeezed out of this city, myself included. I'm in a rent-controlled department, and I say it all the time. I'm one large development away from not living in the city I was born and raised and grew up in. And so, when we talk about equity and being equitable about housing people, I think it's important to work with our other regions. Councilmember De La Torre was making the comment about, do we partner with other cities? I don't think the idea is that we bus people to the city, to the desert. I don't know why we keep saying the desert, but I think visually we think of places that have open land. But I heard some numbers being laid out that our population and homelessness related to population. So assuming that more dense places are presumed to have a higher homeless population, and so therefore the need becomes greater and greater and greater in these denser places. And as we build and build and build, I assume that's going to grow. But that also speaks to this need to help expand. It's not about, to me, if you have an opportunity as a homeless person who's living on the street, to that night, if I was presented with a roof over my head that was 15 miles east or 5 miles north or whatever it is, I'd rather have that than be homeless. I think it's cruel to say, well, we don't want to look at that option because we'd rather house them here in Santa Monica. There's equitable issues amongst the working class that are the misty middle that are getting squeezed out of this city, because everything we're talking about is building things that are too expensive for anybody to live in. That's working a regular job like some of us up here, and then the rest of it is for people who are in such dire need. They're on this long list to wait for it. So I think we do have to look at relationships with our other cities, not because we don't want homeless people here, because we're sitting here saying we can't serve the population that we have, whether it's our homeless or not our homeless. Like these are people, and owning them, this is not an issue of that. It's about getting people into a space, getting them the help that they need. And if we can't support it all, we are literally talking about possibly, we might have to close down a couple libraries if we really want to see some of the stuff we brought up here. And the community is going to have to understand that. What is very important to you? Is it about having 7 libraries or 4? You know, do those less libraries mean that we have more public safety officers or more help vans that are going out and giving the services that we need? I don't know. But I don't think we should rule out. We should continue to look at working with our neighboring cities to help ease the burden from us. And I also think that we just need to really be honest when we just generally call, say the homeless population. Yes, they're homeless, but a lot of these people the majority of them are suffering things that really need services, like drug addiction, like mental health and behavior. And they're not going to be able to be successful in the housing programs if they don't get that help first. So again, thank you, everybody. That was my comments. I support much of what's here. I do want to have the other offline conversation, though, because I do think those little things are things that are impacting what we're seeing on the streets.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to make this really short and just say thank you for all of the effort that was put into this. I think I articulated earlier that I support the recommendations with a couple little modifications that we'll make sure to do when we get into the actual making of the motions. And I want these conversations are always really difficult to have. They're hard for those of us that are up here to have them. I think one thing I really appreciate that happened tonight was that even, when difficult subjects were raised, I think staff and the council up here handled it well and asked difficult questions, but everyone, remained respectful. And I think it was important to get some of those questions out there because, and particularly what the city manager said, I think is helpful, just the fact that this is what a study session is all about. It's so that you can sort of hear a lot of diverse ideas and the way a lot of us are looking at some of these problems and take that back and figure out, once, God willing, we have the ability to fund any of this, that we can fund it in a way that reflects like the richness of the community. And I think that is a positive outcome of tonight, even if there were some really difficult and uncomfortable moments. So I just want to thank everyone for doing this, and for being here and participating. And I look forward to getting to the motions.
Me too.
Well, first, the boilerplate. Yes, I support the motions. Look, we're doing more than any other city our size in California. Mm-hmm. Our residents who go to other beach cities and then say, wow, we're in Disneyland, even though we're 15 miles down the coast, don't always realize that, as I've said before, we have those rivers coming to us. We have a river that is the light rail. We have a river that's the freeway. We have multiple fast streams of buses coming to Santa Monica. And we have that fabled thing that everyone's heard in the nation. We're at the end of Route 66. So people come here when they're homeless. People come here when they're housed. In my experiences being out with West Coast Care, out with the people concerned, being out with other agencies in our city, a large amount of the homeless individuals in our city are from other cities. It is not a multiple, it is not a huge majority of unhoused people who were housed in Santa Monica and lost their homes and are living in a car or living on the streets. Now, that's my personal anecdotal experience. Regardless, we do more. And I think as Santa Monicans, we should appreciate that we are compassionate. We should appreciate the fact that our heart bleeds when we walk down the street and see someone laying in the street or sitting on a sidewalk, unable to get up, unable to care for themselves. We all have to care about that. We all want to help. They're in the rub because some residents feel that we're doing so much at the sacrifice to other things. I don't want them to think that we're sacrificing other things to take care of people in need. We have to take care of people in need, whether they're from Santa Monica or from Missouri or Alabama or West Virginia. However, whether you're housed or unhoused in Santa Monica, you have to be accountable for rules. People come up to me and say, well, if I did this, they'd throw me in jail in a minute. Now, maybe Jenna wouldn't and maybe Ramon wouldn't. I don't know. But I know that is the feeling among many residents. And I do believe that, yes, you have to be accountable, whether you're in a terrible state or a good state. And boy, we are a city of haves and absolute have-nots on our street. And that's distressing every day to all of us who are walking the streets, all of us who are driving the streets, all of us who come out of stores, come out of parks, or want to enjoy our city. So I think the question has to be, how do we make the most impact that we possibly can? How do we talked a year ago in sessions about trying to find ways to reduce homelessness. Well, the count shows that it was reduced. I'm not sure I believe that count because many of our homeless during the day, I think, are coming from Venice, coming from West LA, coming from Brentwood, coming from areas around us that we don't control. And we know that. We need more regional help. I would support, I think, and Councilmember Negretti mentioned this, I would absolutely support our council advocating for a care court, advocating for Governor Newsom's proposal. I think it's worthwhile. I think it can help. I think with the amount of mental health issues on our streets, from PTSD, from former veterans, from people who have got addicted to meth, fentanyl cocktails for $60 a day or whatever it's costing right now. For all those things, yeah, it's altering a lot of times their brain. They need help. And obviously for most of them, this isn't something that just developed in the last 6 months. It's something that probably came from abuse when they were a child or neglect when they were a child, or they came out of the armed forces with tremendous issues. I know we have to factor all that in. But I do also know that residents do not want to work in municipal time. They live their lives in real time, with real fear, with real losses in personal property, with real assaults to themselves, their loved ones, and their friends. We have to do our best to recognize that that is a fact and that we try and reduce their fear, make our city as safe as possible in our perception and their perception of Santa Monica, because they live here. And let me be clear, it is not only our residents that are afraid, or our residents that are being assaulted, or our residents that are being sexually abused. It is the homeless and other homeless. And that, to me, and I've said that before in our city, to me, that is a huge problem. If you're unhoused, I don't want you assaulted. If you're unhoused, I don't want you to die at McDonald's on the street because you either overdosed or your body just gave up. I don't want that to happen. I don't want you to get beat up in Palisades Park because you're homeless. So I want to be clear. I am not just talking about assaults, sexual battery, anything else you can imagine against housed people by the homeless. I am very concerned about the crimes by homeless people against other homeless people because they also deserve dignity. They also deserve safety. Many of us may look at homeless individuals in our city, unhoused humans, whatever you call them. But as Councilmember Davis said, they're people. And they have the right, we have the right to help them. We hope that they will accept help. And my goal is that we try and help them over and over again until they realize that they need to open their arms and accept the compassion and the help we're trying to give them. This is a frustrating conversation. It's frustrating to all of us, I think, every day in the city, all week long in the city. And as much as we all want to feel we're doing a lot and we're doing more than other cities, when we can't open the bathroom in the city, when we can't do other things in the city, we can pat ourselves on the back, but they're still suffering from our benign neglect. And that's frustrating to me. So I'm in favor of the motions. I'll leave tonight frustrated, but I think all of us in this room will leave frustrated because we're faced with an almost unsolvable problem that all of us want to solve. All of us want to find solutions. And in answer to Councilmember Davis, if it means, I think, to the people in the city that their trash is only going to be picked up once a week for a couple of years, if we could make a real dent in this, I think that's what they would say. They would say the sacrifices necessary to really reduce the issue on our streets. And yeah, we'll need a care cord. And yes, we'll need the fabled county overnight van, whenever that arrives, if it arrives. We'll need all that. And we'll need triple that and quadruple that to make a real dent in the issue in the city. Councilmember Delatorre, it's your turn.
Well, this is a real, just as of last couple of weeks ago, it's become a real personal issue for me, looking at homelessness as a family member was just released from prison and we can't find him and he's homeless. I don't know where he's at, and so it's I speak from just real experience on how hard this has been on my family, on how difficult it's been for us to try to, help someone who doesn't want the help or for whatever reason can't access the help. And I reflect back to, what we could have done sort of earlier in this person's life, So really, one thing we haven't talked about is prevention, sort of in all this discussion, we know that there's a fentanyl opioid crisis. I haven't seen one public affairs or public relations, not even a poster, in our public schools talking about the dangers of fentanyl or crystal meth. And not even the government has come out one time. At the federal level, I haven't seen it no one saying that if you use crystal meth, consistently, you can end up, with mental illness. I haven't even had anybody make that statement, So whatever we can do around prevention, I think is really important. Getting our school district, to help us, to work with us on getting that type of information out there, I think is really important. There's so much to talk about. I can go off on a whole bunch of other issues, but prevention I think is real important. Looking at how we keep our families struggling, to pay the rent, housed. I think we should be acknowledged for doing that. We've done a great deal of good and keeping, rent control and supporting low-income tenants, in our city. We have a great track record. This city has done a tremendous amount of good work, and I think we should all be proud, and we're leaders in that. But one thing that's real important is for us to think about our approach. What approach, in terms of the staff, we give the direction, we set sort of the vision. And one thing that, I come to realize is that if you enable behavior, like what we've seen in Los Angeles, for example, you enable the encampments, and all that did is just create more of a problem, more drug abuse, more crime. I mean, there was one story I heard of someone who was charging $20, for everyone who had a tent up on Penmar Park, on the side of Penmar Park. And when you started hearing about tents getting burned down and even motorhomes that went up in flames, is because those people didn't pay the $20. So the amount of criminality, the amount of people preying on each other, it's just horrible, and the drugs and prostitution and all kinds of other things and violence that comes out of all that situation. So we have to be very, very mindful that we send a message, if our approach is enabling certain behaviors. And I think, we have to hold the line. When I ran for city council, I talked about the concept of compassionate accountability, that we're going to be compassionate. We're going to lead with compassion. We're going to want to provide the services. Everything that's staff's listed are all things that I've heard are best practices, So I support all the services. But in terms of the approach, at some point also, when someone is not trying to receive the services that we're providing or the help that we're providing, we also have to draw the line and say, well, there's certain behaviors that we're not going to tolerate in our city. And we have to say, look, it's okay to say we can love someone, but we don't have to love their behavior. We can say the behavior is just inappropriate. You can't be doing these types of things. The other day I was down on Montana, walking down to the boardwalk. There's a brand new, I think it's our newest playground that we built. Beautiful playground right on the beach. And right next to it is a shower. And there was a gentleman, he came and he's showering right there. There's children playing right there, and, he gets naked and all that. And it's like, it's not a good fit. I mean, I hope that staff takes note of that, because we should at least have a little boundary there so that people don't have to witness that. I saw a mother, saw, what's going on, and it's like, had to take her children out from the playground. We have to protect our public space. I mean, it's also, I don't think it's right for one person or even three people to congregate at a park and decide, hey, I'm going to do drugs here or drink here, and now it impacts 20 of our residents that can't use the park because someone's going to decide to selfishly use the park and violate the laws. By the way, all these laws that we have right there in the park that says you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, and then we're not enforcing those laws. So we have to, if we have the laws on the books, they have to be enforced. And anyone that's coming into our city needs to understand that you cannot behave that way. This ain't cool. You can't do that, because if we don't protect the public space, then it impacts all the quality of life. It impacts the mental health of people that live in an apartment. I remember growing up in an apartment for so long, and it's like the only thing we had was the park. So if you don't have the park and you can't protect the park where you can go play and feel that it's safe, then it just creates a whole host of other problems. And so I just want to make sure that our approach is about compassionate accountability, that we hold ourselves accountable to provide the services that we're all funding, but at some point we're going to hold the behavior accountable. And that's not hating on an individual because they're homeless. It's just to say, hey, if does a homeless individual have a right to use the park and sit at the park? Yes, they have a right just like anybody else. But I don't care who you are, if you're homeless or if you're housed, you don't have the right to violate the rules that makes it very difficult for everybody to enjoy public space. So whether it's the beach, whether it's the parks, and especially our beaches and our parks. We talk about housing, a lot of people that are in need of housing, but we can't hire teachers in our school district. We lost an excellent teacher that graduated from Santa Monica High School, excellent ethnic studies teacher, and he said, you know what, I can't do the commute anymore, and it's too expensive to live on the west side. So when we talk about housing, there's a lot of other groups that need housing, teachers, social workers, a lot of people that we should be thinking about as well. Homeless veterans. I know a few of us mentioned, homeless veterans, but I think to me it's a travesty that people who have served, to defend, our Constitution abroad, these great values of democracy that we all, cherish, and to protect our way of life and our values, come back suffering from PTSD and mental illness and addiction, and yet we can't take care of them here, in our community. And I heard, and we could look into this, that there's land that was donated in 1888 specifically for the purpose of supporting veterans, and yet we are not using that land for its intended purpose. And so I will definitely, I'm doing some research, more research on that to get that deed and to bring that information forward, because I think we need to find every opportunity to strengthen support for our veterans that are struggling from mental illness and addiction and homelessness on our streets in Los Angeles. Looking at the situation in our downtown business sector, and really all of our businesses, but definitely looking at, our pier, our promenade, and I think we've done a great job on the pier in terms of, holding the line on the behavior. Again, it's not that we kicked out vendors. We just had to draw the line and say you cannot have so many unpermitted vendors and people that are behaving in the way that they're behaving to think that they can get away with that type of behavior. And I think most people would agree that that was a positive thing. We need to extend that into the promenade. Why? Because the businesses that succeed, and their success is our success. We get the tax base that funds all the social services that we need. Like if we end up ruining, that opportunity for businesses to succeed in our city, we're hurting people that are homeless and the people and a bunch of other things because we don't have the revenue. And I'm very scared. I'm nervous when I walk on the promenade, I see the amount of vacancies. And when I talk to business owners and I talk to, people who operate hotels in our city, hotel managers saying a lot of visitors are saying, I won't come back because someone snatched a sandwich from me when I was eating, the other day, things like that, little things. It's not like they got socked and nothing too violent, but it's like some of the stuff that they're seeing is just like, wow, it's a little much, So we have to hold the line again on that behavior, because if the business community fails, we will fail in delivering on all the promises of the services that we're trying to deliver. I guess, I can talk about a lot more. I don't want to, I'm gonna end right there. There was a statement that someone said today that I wrote down, I really like. It says, we want to help homeless individuals off our streets back on their feet. I mean, that's, to me, is something that's so important. And I know it's easier said than done, but we need to be thinking about that. How can we help people so that they can get back on their feet? And the last thing I want to say is something about accountability and evaluation, like program evaluation. We haven't had the RFPs out for the $8 million of grantees that the city funds. So it's been a long time, and I know we're in the process of getting back to that, which is so important. But looking at outputs and outcomes, holding ourselves accountable, making sure that when we evaluate staff, who are getting paid well in the city, I'm talking about upper level managers who make good salaries, that we should ensure that every evaluation of those employees, we are connecting that to the evaluation of the work that we are setting forth on the work plan, so that there is a connection. So it's like you will be held accountable. People need to know that when you come to work every day, you have to have that front and center. Like this is such an important thing, and that you will be evaluated on how well you succeed in implementing, the work plan around this homelessness crisis that we are facing here in our city. The same thing with the nonprofits. We talked about in previous conversations about residents should be able to go to the city's webpage and see in an easy way, a user-friendly way, the nonprofits that are receiving the money, the outputs and the outcomes that they're meeting on every, I guess they're doing reports twice a year, so at the 6-month mark and also at the year-end mark. And it's real important for residents to understand where their money is going. That the funding that we provide is reaching individuals who are struggling on our streets. And so that's it. I want to thank staff, again, for all the hard work that they're doing. I mean, this is not easy work. And I know it's a struggle and it's tough and it's not easy, for those people that are on the front lines, delivering the services and working with individuals that are suffering, from mental illness and addiction and a bunch of other things. And I just want to thank them for all the work that they're doing, because it's not easy work and it's something that our residents really appreciate. And so with that, thank you all very much.
Well, I always go last, and I don't have much to say. I think everybody has talked enough, and I think it's time to do something, right? Because I always say talk is cheap, and this is a good example. So I'm going to call for a motion to endorse 3 key investments for the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget consideration. 1, expanding the Santa Monica Police Department Homeless Liaison Program team, creating an additional multidisciplinary team to provide coverage outside of downtown, and redesigning the SAMO Shell program scope to facilitate after-hours intakes for city referrals. And I want to add to that and look at a possible relocation of SAMO Shell.
I second.
I didn't make, are you making the motion?
Oh, I thought you were making.
No, I'm calling for the.
All right, I'll make the motion.
Motion by Brock.
I'll second.
Seconded by Negrete. I don't know, I haven't tried yet.
Phil has to do it first. It says Hada.
Oh, wow.
What does it say?
It says Hada and Davis.
But it's right up there.
Oh, that's weird. On our screen.
Oh, God, they have the old seating chart. Oh, it's on our screen, they have the old seating chart. Okay, so may we have a roll call vote, please?
There we go. Okay. And by the way, Councilmember Para is no longer with us.
Dropped off, yeah, because somebody said, oh, we should ask for her input. I said, oh, she.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-0. Now may I have a motion to direct staff to return with an action item to revise the below market,
Actually, we changed the wording.
oh, right. Can we direct staff to revise the below market housing waitlist priorities to prioritize households with emergency vouchers?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Davis, seconded by Brock. Let's have a roll call.
I'm sorry, it was Davis and Brock.
Yep.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, that passes 6-0. For some reason, it's showing par, yes, just so you know, Denise, I'm just saying, for when you do the minutes. Finally, may I have a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles for legal and support services to Santa Monica renters at risk of eviction. This recommended action is made as an exception to the competitive bidding process pursuant to Section 2.24.250B and is for amount not to exceed $200,000 with future year funding contingent on council budget approval.
So moved.
Moved by McCowen, seconded by De La Torre.
I just want to make, in terms of, can we require a report on those funds, or at least a budget, so that we can see how those funds are going to be
Well, they do report to us. I mean, they do an annual report to us, and but because of the nature of the work they're doing, which is privileged, I think that you may not see the kind of report you want to see, but I think you can see a report of hours worked and stuff.
Yeah, I know that they talked about paralegals and other staff support. So it sounds like they're only going to, it's only 200,000 ain't going to pay for more than maybe 2 or 3 positions, you know? So I know that that's probably what we'll see, but it'd be great for us to see
No, I'm
that.
sure we'll get I mean, yeah, so do you want to add to that?
Yeah, with a budget at least and a report, you know?
Yes, okay, good.
Don't we already, I mean, I think we get
We get
already
a
a
budget.
report from
Yeah, we
LAFLA that says number of clients seen and things like that. and-
Okay, so
And aggregate numbers, and I think
Because they're
this would
already
just be
doing the work.
incorporated
Yeah,
with
so
that.
to include this amount, maybe
Yes.
some language to include this amount in their annual report to the council on how the funds are expended.
So you want to do a friendly amendment to make sure they include this additional work in their report back?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is that friendly to the?
Just to clarify, what we're asking for is just an annual report back from the work done under this contract.
Right.
Correct.
And that's friendly to the extent, I don't want them to have to do a whole separate report
No.
because
No,
we
he
already
said it's
give
the
them-
same report.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same
so
report.
it's just incorporated in the
Okay,
reporting we
good.
already
So
did.
with an annual report, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yeah, so that passes 6-0. Does anyone have an adjournment?
God, no.
No adjournments. This meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is
May
Tuesday,
24th.
May 24th at 5:30. And Dr. Sharon, I'm sorry we didn't see you tonight. I was looking forward to it.
We'll put it in the mail. Dear Dr. Sharon.
Maybe I'll personally deliver it.